We're going to be checking out Oxygen Not Included. They got the new Prehistoric Planet Pack, which adds dinosaurs and all sorts of stuff. If people have seen this before, please don't spoil. I have kept myself kind of in the dark. I always forget what even the difference is between these, but still. Asteroid style. I still prefer classic. I know spaced out with the many different planets is kind of cool, and we definitely did that a bunch in the past. I still like having one big asteroid and then just kind of going to the other ones for other stuff. And then the lab is for special stuff. So let's go ahead and grab a classic. So what I need to do is there is the new DLC. So you feel that you changed your setup a few times in the past month due to having to change some monitors, and it took you some good time to get used to reading chat. Yeah, I think it'll be good. So what I need to... there we go. Prehistoric Planet. So this is the one we want to do because that's the new DLC. So what we've got here is... Okay, so all that can be re-rolled. Is it yeah, so it re-rolls all that. I want geologically active. I don't really care past that. Because I usually find the geologically active to be really nice for just having... It's got a list of a bunch of different asteroids. Yet there's just... Oh, these are the nearby... Okay, I understand. Yeah, so I want this main world trait to be geoactive. Good enough. Don't care about mixed boulders. I want that. Basically, this is renewable resources, whereas a lot of this aren't so renewable. Game settings, why I'm probably going to leave everything just on their defaults. While I have played this a bunch and I'm very knowledgeable on the game in general, I'm hardly an expert. I'm enough that I can survive long term, but as far as like min-maxing strats and all that, I know some tricks, but I don't know a lot. But that's okay, because I actually usually don't tend to min-max my games. Now, for those not familiar with Oxygen Not Included, you know, barring some massive difference, which I don't expect, the entire premise of this game is it is a colony building game, which we're going to get a handful of things. Oh, I should probably do this. If you would like to have one of the colonists named after you, you'll do !join. And it's just kind of first come, first serve, that kind of thing. But I don't know what we're going to need for here. I do think... Oh, right, there's the bionics. I do know, to a certain extent, I'm going to want a builder. I'm going to want a farmer. Actually, instead of builder, a digger. I'm going to want a farmer. And is there any of these we specifically want to go out of our way for? Because I only get 3. Probably a researcher. Yeah, so plan for these to be the 3 types we get. And that's 10 evacuation. So there's 2 ways to look at this. Early on, you can get like really high in one skill, which means this person's going to be amazing at digging right from the beginning. But they won't have passions for much other than digging, which means we'll have to do more to keep the morale up late game. Whereas someone like this has 3 different ones, so they're going to end up having a much wider range of passions. There's pros and cons to all that. It is actually interesting that this one actually has a split of that. The other thing we got going on here is these traits. I don't really care about a lot of traits other than there's some negatives down here. So like stress reaction destruction is probably the worst. So I think I am going to re-roll you. That's an even better one, because that means they run faster. Okay, but yeah, so you have like a whole bunch of stuff here, so that's... That's weird you're getting stuff in plumbing and all that while I'm trying to have you be a researcher. Because that's what I'm looking at that being... Why are you giving me increased in everything that isn't anything related? There, morale boost, that's fine. Yeah, it'll actually work out well. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and start drawing from the queue. So first is going to be our diggy person. So our first person going in the queue is going to be Daka. So Daka will be our diggy person. Next we have our agriculture person who apparently can moonlight as a researcher. And that's going to be Spoopy. Welcome to the colony. I make promises that you will be present. And I will make no promises of what happens to anyone past that, because we're playing a new DLC that I don't know. And then, Raider got chosen. We actually have a rigged command. I think you'll like it. And then we have Selly, and if I mispronounce that, please correct me. You're going to be our researcher who happens to be really good at piloting, which is good. And honestly, I don't really care about the colony name. Welcome to the Dinosaurs. Where it... Dine in or Dino. Names are hard. Rigged for our pleasure. Okay, so when we start, my collision monitoring system has detected imminent threat to our survival. A huge impactor asteroid is hurtling directly at this planet. We must make our way to the surface and mount a defense system in time to destroy the incoming asteroid before it destroys us. Oh. Okay. That's interesting. Normally you don't have, like, an urgent threat. Stress reaction, ugly crier. But yeah, so when you start, you've got your 3 colonists, you got a little bit of food in a box here, and you're in your environment around you. Now, you got all these different gauges up here that teach you things. So we have, like, how good the oxygen is. So this is, like, good oxygen. That's a little bit thin. That's really thin. And we don't have any place that's completely unbreathable that you can see. Yeah, I mean, there's a tiny little red pocket right here that we can't breathe. But you get the idea. We got air. We got to deal with that. Power doesn't matter yet. You've got temperature. And right now, it's a slightly warm 78 degrees. Not an unreasonable temperature. I have no idea what a Mimica, but we'll figure that out in a minute. This dinosaur up here, a lum, is apparently really hot. But you get the idea. You got temperature. A lot of times your colony, you'll cook yourselves to death. The material overlay looks terrible, but sometimes it's easier for trying to figure out where stuff is, because each type of material has its color. Light mostly only matters for plants and some off things. We don't have plumbing yet. We don't have ventilation yet. We have how beautiful the area is. That's just morale. Germs, we don't have anything to deal with yet, but those suck. We've got plants and how growing there are. Bedroom, like the rooms, and radiation. So basically, we got a whole lot of things you got to worry about. Now, at this stage of the game, we're basically going to be dealing with air. Now, the scenario here is interesting, and I'm looking to see if there's anything here that tells me how long I've got. Because normally it's just, here's your colony, you know, reach the endgame stuff. But this one is like, yo, you're on borrowed time. There's a big meteor coming. If you don't get going, you're gonna die. Now, one thing I'm gonna have to do is check out our new plants and see what we got going on. So we've got Outgrows, our resilient plant that is highly efficient nutrient storage and redistribution systems. A healthy node produces many times the amount of energy that it requires. This is used to fuel growth of exploratory vines that expand to surrounding territory. The vines are entirely reliant on the node for nutrients. Each vine features a hooked thorns that protect unripe fruit and act as crampons, enabling the vine to use the empty surface as a trellis. They are also made, they also make vine removal tedious task. Okay, so it's an obnoxious plant with thorns, so it's probably going to hurt our people. So it could grow a lot on a limited amount of water. It does consume a pretty decent amount of water if we were to grow it ourselves. But it does give us fruit, which are of a terrible quality. So that's a source of food. Okay, that gives us a single serving of food. We have whatever the Mika bud is. And the Mika bud here... self-harvested to produce Mikas. Okay, and what is a Mimica? And a Mimica will help nearby plants grow quicker when the leaves are dry. It will harden into a Mimilet. Okay. And a mimolette. Oh, that is the plant. Oh, weird. Can I eat it? So it helps nearby plants grow, and then it self-propagates, so that's interesting. So we've got all that, and we've got these. And the reason we're taking the chance to look around is all of these are new plants I don't know much about. I'm not going to read all the flavor tests necessarily. We got sweet corn. And we can harvest it for food. And it requires peat. Yeah, lifespan is 5 days. Yeah, it's a very short lifespan. We got lums. They're non-hostile. They eat those vines we saw. When they stomp heavily near plants, the commotion causes harvestable items to fall on the ground. Okay. Okay, so I get it. So this plant, I can get food from it, but my pawns hate it because they're covered in thorns. This thing, when it runs by those, it'll eat them, but it can also stomp to cause those to pop up. I'm assuming that's just a decorative plant down there. Interesting. And then we've got a research portal we'll want to get to right away. And otherwise, that's all the new stuff we could see nearby. So, what we'll probably want to do is, first of all, we're going to need to carve some of this out to give me some space. We'll also want to go into our various stuff, because you got all your stats around here. It's been a while, which is why it's taking me an extra moment. So usually, anyone who's got any type of specialization, I'll give them highest priority in that specialization. You were the one who could... You had something else you could do. Spoopy was the one who also could do our agriculture, which is here. So you'll farm. We'll have building as lower priority for you, and we'll leave the rest just the way it is for right now. Schedule. You'll end up doing a bunch of schedule stuff. We don't need to touch that. But for the moment, we're going to unpause and let them start getting to work. Because what I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to give myself some room to work. So we're going to go ahead and carve out that area. Gets nickel ore. So let's just carve a straight path to the right, or sorry, to the left over there. And what we're going to end up putting over here is, as soon as we get the materials, we're going to make an outhouse. Make a pair of outhouses. And a pair of sinks. So this is where we go and we did there. Do you play vanilla? Yes. Generally speaking, with almost every game I play, I don't tend to mod them. Or if I mod them, it's usually quality of life kind of stuff. Unfortunately, that's not in a great position for me to use. So I'm going to work on getting the bathrooms online as fast as we can. And I think we'll carve down here. And what I'm trying to do here is I'm making myself a little pit. And the purpose for this pit is that as we go and we're breathing, we are going to be using up oxygen, making carbon dioxide. And so the carbon dioxide is going to sink down. So we want to have like a carbon dioxide trap. Otherwise, our people have to go in it. And I just realized it's been so long since I've had a planet that just... because I've been doing like the Frozen DLC a lot the last couple times I played, that I didn't have to worry about water really. And so needing to worry about water again has thrown me for a loop. So let's go ahead and not mind that. We can go over here. We're going to make ourselves a little pit for the water. And then we'll worry about mining through the rest of that in a minute. Now, one thing I'm doing that's probably a mistake already is I'm growing really fast. And if you think about the fact that I've got limited amount of air and I'm carving into the wall, I'm diluting the air out. It's taking the same amount of air and occupying a larger space. We only need that to be wash your hands on the way out. There's no reason to wash your hands on the way into the toilet. It's not going to help your cause very much. We'll enable auto harvest, enable auto harvest. Yeah, so we're going to carve over here and get that going. We will need to get a bunch of different facilities online pretty quick. So that was the reason we made the bathroom first. That will be absolutely necessary for our long-term survival. And then I'm going to go up here, and we're going to make ourselves a little barracks up there. Because I do need to beeline up. Because I'm also going to go up and then carve the right to this research thing, because there's going to be something good for me in the research thing. I have no idea what it'll be. Because in the other one, the Frozen Planet, it was something like that that gave me access to a lot of goodies. Meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and choose the auto harvest. We're just going to set everything nearby. If we get close enough to be able to get to it, just harvest it. Now, there's all sorts of neat things in this game, like geysers and all that kind of stuff. One second, let's not make a mistake here. And you cancel that block, otherwise he'll trap himself in the corner there. Which is 100% a thing you do in this game constantly, is if you don't approach with caution, you will very regularly trap yourself places. The dupes are not the smartest. Okay, so we can carve that out. Yeah, so all this oxalate, this is a temporary source of oxygen. When that depletes, like if you watch, it will slowly lower its total mass until it hits 0 and then it'll vanish. Also, for those who didn't see, the developers behind this are making a survival crafter game with a lot of the same mechanics that this has. Okay, we can go here. Plumbing. Not bottle emptier, pitcher. Let's wait. Okay, so we've got our CO2 trap. That'll be good. We got more of these plants here that we're supposed to be able to get food from. Okay, so things to watch is we've got up here, we've got our total kcals. That's how much food we've got. We can kind of watch to see where that's at. That's, I believe, this bar here is our stress levels. You know, how many people are sick is up here. But then the other thing we got to watch is our oxygen. It is going to get gradually worse and worse. These over here will give you a lot of warnings to kind of let you know when you're in trouble. About the only warning that really kind of sneaks up on you is heat, because usually by the time you realize you have a problem with heat, you've got a really, really big problem with heat. Because most of your processes will produce heat as a byproduct. So as we're farming, a lot of the plants will produce small amounts of heat and stuff like that. Okay, so that should be enough that we can go over here and remove that tile. And that should let the water spill over. You can have them mine this, it will slowly clear all this out, and this will be just a water pit, so that we can keep these running and all that. As you can see, like, this bar down here is this dupe suffocating, and that's just because they're underwater. When he gets low on air, he'll run back and climb back up to get air. Or climb up here, wherever he can get air from. Okay. And this will only be a temporary solution, but it was just I needed some water, and there was a little spot over there to get it. Now, some of the things you do in this game, you will lose materials, and some of them you will gain materials. And a lot of times you'll just convert one material to the other. So a lot of the game is figuring out, okay, where can I bring new materials into my world? Where can I, like, what things do I need to do? Do I lose materials? What can I do to get those materials from someplace else? That kind of thing. Alright. So we didn't get the bedrooms online, but that's okay. First day you usually don't get everything you need to get done for the very basic. We got water hooked up, we got toilets. So that's not a bad start for the very first cycle. What we'll do is I'll put some bunks up here and get some bedrooms. Let's see, away team goes diagonally. You want to talk about RimWorld Odyssey? The mobile gravity-based stuff, like, yes. Do you wait till Christmas to buy the stuff? I mean, the waiting is the thing that you gotta decide for yourself. Just as a heads up, normally RimWorld almost never goes on sale, and when it does, it's usually not a big sale. It's like 10-15%. So if you're thinking about trying to wait for a sale because you might save some money, unfortunately, RimWorld is one of those games that you don't wait for it to get cheaper. It just doesn't do that. Not really. It's like Factorio. Yeah, exactly. This has been one of the rare sale times we've had for RimWorld this week. And I think the base game is 20%, which is, I think, the lowest I've ever seen it. Whereas the DLC is like 10-15% off, which is not that much. That's somewhat disturbing, but that's the sweet corn. Mmm, delicious. Everyone knows when your plants undulate, it's the proper time to harvest. Yeah. Not that Luden isn't worth the full price, but yeah, doesn't go on sale very much. Looks like candy corn. Somewhat is an understatement. Yeah, so what I'm doing is I'm slowly removing that, opening that up. Oh yeah, no, that's the same thing. We have had quite a bit in the last week or so. People pop in and they were honestly very upset. They're like, how dare Luden charge so much for their DLC? And I'm like, man, I don't know. When it comes to spend, I feel like I've gotten every penny out of RimWorld and all of its DLC. Like, the only DLC I would say I was a bit underwhelmed with was Royalty. But that's just mostly because I'm not a huge fan of the royalty mechanic. I don't think it's like a bad DLC. It was also the very first DLC. I don't think it's like a bad DLC or anything. It's just, compared to their later showing, you know, it was definitely not the strongest display. Oh yeah, we should also do this. Because if I enclose this and put it behind a door, it can be considered a room. And so one thing you can do here is you click on the room overlay. It'll show you all the different room types you can have. So if we consider here, we have a latrine. And we mouse over, it says, okay, it needs to have no industrial machinery. It must have a toilet and a wash basin. And it must be between 12 tiles in size or 64 tiles in size. And that'll give my people a morale bonus of 1. So this should be adequate for a latrine. For a washroom, I'd have to have plumbed toilets and all that. We don't have that technology. So we'll get all that going. Once we get these bedrooms built, it'll be time to make ourselves probably a lab. I am going to lock this door open because there's not a reason to close those doors. It's not like the game that's charged, the game itself winds up being buggy or crap. Well, that's kind of the thing. I know there's a lot of people, like, the only measure is how many hours of gameplay did I get for my dollar. And in RimWorld's standpoint, it does extremely well in that metric. But at the same time, there's also games that you get 8 hours of playtime out of, but are also amazing in their own right. But I have to, like, for me with a lot of games, when it comes to how I rate the game, weigh against the game, that kind of thing, it very genuinely has to do with, like, how much did I pay for what I got? And that's the reasons why I actually get pretty salty about a lot of early access games, because they offer a lot of promise. But at the end of the day, you're like, okay, you're promising me a lot, but right now, me plunking down my 40 bucks, what am I getting? Is it $40 worth? And the answer is a lot of times no. At least for me. A lot of times with the early access game, it's like, when you're a done product, I could see you charging 40 bucks. But in this earlier version, nah, man. You're not there yet. Okay, so we're getting our bedroom up. That's why I enjoy demos, let you see if the game's worth your time. Yeah, agreed. It's been one of those things that I've kind of burned myself in a lot of early access. And early access is good, I understand why a lot of developers do it. There's a very good business reason for doing it, and I don't blame them, especially if they're a smaller team and don't have the funds. It's just, on the consumer side, it's not always good. Alright, so we got our first achievement in the colony. Have at least one toilet for every, like, one toilet in the colony and a bed for every duplicant. So we've got toilets and beds for everybody. And if we check on our stuff for the rooms, it marks this as a barracks, so that's +1 morale, and we got this as a latrine, so that's +1 morale. So if we want to get a luxury barracks, I'd have to get nicer beds and all that. We can't do that yet. Ultimately, I like going with private bedrooms. I mean, Psychodonts 2 is, for example, wasn't cheap. Even 100% in 35 hours was totally worth it. Such a trip. Oh, yeah. One of the games they usually will give it a demonstration as, like, a game that is short, but at worth it, is Unpacking. Unpacking does some of the best world, like, environmental world exploration kind of stuff of any game I've seen. Alright, so there's a research station. Then we'll need a battery, and a manual generator, and a wire. So we're probably going to need to use an oxygen diffuser. I haven't used one of those in so long, with all the DLC stuff. Actually, don't use the oxygen diffuser. I remember the big problem with the oxygen diffuser is it's very inefficient from the algae standpoint. It does a good job with the air, but it's inefficient. Instead, what we could do is this is where a carbon dioxide pit is going to be. So let's broaden that out a little bit, and we'll make our air processing down here. So once I get the research bench built, I'll be able to choose research. And then it's going to be kind of a race to getting basic air online and basic food. Because we've only burned through a little bit of food as calories because we have been consuming it, but also sending stuff out as well. I'm going to unlock that, which we'll figure out what the heck that is. But as you can see, as we're moving around, we're exploring farther and farther. We're in kind of the middle of the asteroid-ish somewhere. We are pulling up algae, so we should have that material. We could sweep that spot. Okay. But yeah, so the plan here is going to be to get the algae, there's like little algae terrariums you can put down here that'll absorb carbon dioxide and produce oxygen. I believe they also produce, I think it was dirty, like, polluted dirt or whatever. And that'll give us stuff we have to worry about because it could start making the... Sorry, it was polluted water is what it makes. Portal unlocked. Eureka! We've decrypted the research portal's final transmission. New buildings have become available. Blast Shot Maker, Meteor Blaster. Imminent threat. Time until impact, 200 cycles, basically. Calculating impact zone. No, that's fine. Oh. Exactly one tile into jeopardizing us. So we need to get up here. We need to power this thing. And we need to, like, power the gun. Now, realistically, I'm going to have to beeline up there through that impact zone to deal with it. Yeah, so we got the meteor impactor. We already have that available. And that's going to be refined metal. So we've got some stuff to work on. All right, so first, research. So this is where we've got all our research options here. As you can see, there's a bunch here. It doesn't look like there's a new tier or anything for prehistoric. But this will give me the algae terrarium, which gives me a little bit of light, and then we'll want to go through here with the farming stuff. In the wrong tab. Yeah, we'll want to go through the farming stuff. Oh, there we go. So we can get like the hydroponic farm tiles and that kind of stuff. That's usually one I'll just go ahead and click over there. That's usually one of the ones we want very early on. I'm not going to be able to get through all of that. We don't have the multiple types of research. But the algae terrarium will let us start dealing with their oxygen production. So that as these run out, we're not slowly dying. Because the good and bad news, a lot of these things are going to produce gases on their own. So I'm not going to have to worry too much about just depleting air. But that'll be a whole thing. We're not going to have to worry about the musher and all that. That's fine. So in the meantime, it's a bummer that we have all these pool things of water up here. So we can do here at least. We'll go over here. Another one of the pitcher things there. So we could slowly use that as a water pool, as like a backup or whatever. Okay. Once we get the first research, we can start putting our algae terrariums down here. Yeah, so we're going to have to get refined metal, which is a little bit tricky. Because I've seen a little bit of stuff that I could use in a crusher, but we definitely don't want to use that for our ammunition, because refined metal is one of your more valuable resources. It's not super readily available. Let me dig up there farther. Yes, I'm definitely expanding this faster than I should be, and I know that's going to come back to haunt me if I'm not careful. Got more stuff for sources of food all over. We can carve in here to get access to that chamber. Carve in there to get access to that chamber. And I'll go over here and then probably make it go down and up. Basically trying to reach a bunch of these side chambers because we can just harvest the existing food versus going out of our way to get new stuff. Okay. There. So we could probably leave it at that for those side chambers. And we're really going to need to get oxygen production on. I have not been watching. Have we been getting coal anywhere? I haven't looked. We probably shouldn't be. If this is prehistoric time, there wouldn't be the creatures to get processed into coal. You have lots of peat. So let's see what our power options are, because usually you burn stuff. Alright, Spoopy, thank you again for the raid, hanging out and stuff. And I'll try to not let you die. I make no promises, as the dupes make it really hard to keep them alive sometimes as they go wander off to places they cannot return from. But I will try to prevent such normally awful things that happen to the dupes from happening to you. Yes, so far, the oxygen's doing pretty good. It's fine, you'll hold it against me for a few months or so. That's fair. That seems reasonable. Okay. So at the moment, we're cranking away on our research. Then we'll get down here, we'll start doing our oxygen production, then maybe over here someone will put, like, our farm. Granted, I'm not entirely sure with these how I want to approach it. Because I do see that it is gradually vining more and more. I'm curious if it'll... Yeah, I'm curious if we'll be able to get this to a point where it'll climb down where I can get a hold of it. It might be just that one's in a bad spot and we might just live with that. But it was down here we got 2 of them. It's just unfortunately that would move my my pit. What do we have down here? Bleachstone, abyssalite, waterweed. Okay, so we got our first research done. So now I can do planter boxes and all that. We're not super worried about the planter boxes yet. Right now, we put down a pair of the terrariums. And then we have a compost heap. Now we're going to have a bunch of our gross waters going to, or gross air is going to be over here. So let's kind of plan for that just on the get-go. Alright, I'm going to need a place to put all the gross water. And then we're going to need a place to process that air to not be awful. I could put it over there. I think for right now I'm going to lean into trying to get deeper down without ruining things too much. So, if we look, this'll end up becoming our poo pit. Let's plan for this to be our poo pit in the long run. Yeah, so the poo pit will be down here. I don't know what I was thinking was going to happen there. So put that there. And then for refinement, we can put our compost over here by the poo pit. Because that's going to make polluted air and all that. So if we can contain that, that'll be good. Trying to think of where I want to put the door. Yeah, put the door there. Put 2 tiles there. Okay, so that's going to be the poo pit. And I'll go here, plumbing. You. And then later over here, we'll probably move the fresh water to our long-term one farther down. Because, yeah, this will catch some carbon dioxide into a little bit, but as it fills up with gross water, it'll also push that back up. And this will let me put, like, an air filtration thing right here. And that should let me keep that a bit under control. Now, one thing that's going to happen is periodically, it's actually about to happen here in about 40 seconds, is this will light up, and it'll let me either get, like, an additional dupe or some items or whatever that we can get out of it. And so you end up getting a lot of sources from that. You can get some really good stuff, too, sometimes. Okay, so research complete. So with that, I can't actually do this next research. It requires both the pink and the blue, and I don't have that. So what we're going to want to do here is we're going to go down to where we get the purple research from. We're going to start that going. So with that, I've got the ability to make a mess hall. We'll want to do that for the mood bonus. And we've got some more sources of wood, and here is our first blueprint. So I can get fertilizer, I can get someone who could do art, and I can get some people who have stuff here. None of them have any of the negatives that'd be like absolutely never. I don't really need husbandry, I don't need creative, and I don't really need any of these right now. So for the moment, I'm just going to take the fertilizer. I don't want to grow my colony too fast if I don't have anyone super useful, just because isn't binge eating terrible? It's not great. Destruction is the one I find the most terrible. But yeah, no, binge eating it does use up your food. Usually by mid to late game, though, food's just a non-problem. Not typically. Early game, it can hurt you pretty bad. Okay, so we want a mess hall. Let's go ahead and put the mess hall on this side. Then go over here. Thank you to follow. Welcome to the stream. Then go to furniture, mess hall. 1, 2, 3. Skip a few. 1, 2, 3. Make it symmetrical. You become actual wall. You become a door. And that'll give us a mood bonus for having... narcoleptic is one you don't like? Yeah, narcoleptic can be dangerous. It's not that bad, but if it's timed poorly, they could end up getting themselves trapped, like and you know, collapsing where there's no air or whatever. And then it just, you know, you run a high risk of that that dupe getting themselves killed. Do I just dump the water straight down? I'm thinking about just dumping, like, thinking about just puncturing this, letting the water dump straight down, and then cleaning it up on the other side, which is not necessarily the greatest way of dealing with a lot of stuff. The more you make a mess, the harder it is to, you know, keep it under control. Okay, we got another research done, so we now have some other goodies. We got the water cooler, so we can just go ahead and add that to the mess hall. That'll help with moods. We've got the station, we have a crafting station. Right now, I'm probably not going to do the crafting station. There's not much I need to craft yet. And we got a wood heater. That's not very important here. We're already pretty hot. If I put in a wood heater, I'm just going to cook us alive. You know, and the gassy one, just because it leaves methane floating all over the place. The gassy one's kind of funny, just because it is a minor source of power. As a narcoleptic, which just had another concussion, I guess it can be dangerous. Yeah, no, in this game it gets real bad where they'll pass out in like the carbon dioxide pit and you're like, no, I need you to move. Alright, so what about Rex here? Rex are carnivorous creatures that feed on smaller creatures to produce brine ice. Their tail fibers shows feather fiber. They eat everything. For all their blusters, Rexes are emotionally sensitive creatures that thrive on positive reinforcement, especially words of affirmation. These sightless apex predators have exceptionally acidic gastric juices that kill most known bacteria and toxins, enabling them to safely digest their prey. This protective mechanism renders them susceptible to chronic ulcers if food is not readily available. The Rex's tail feather is shown to harvest fibers and textile productions. Oh, let's see. Rexes don't mind this. Some even enjoy it. So, they eat a lot of different things, and they are a source of brine ice, which means they're effectively a source of water, weirdly enough, that they eat living creatures, and then, you know, you get brine ice, and then you can use the brine ice to make brine to then, you know, get salt and water. We got a megafrond. Commonly known as megafrond, the gigantic plant that dwarfs its surroundings. Its size not only is a daunting factor in its cultivation, the megafrond's gigantism is possibly thanks to a singular adaptation to cold temperatures and caustic gas environments, and few other living things, including farmers, enjoy. These challenges are considered a fair price for bragging rights and the useful grain harvest. So they give me megafrond grain and they consume chlorine. And we can make them to make souffle pancakes and frost bun muffins and fish tacos and all sorts of stuff. So you can make heckin' good food out of it. It's just miserable to actually get it because it wants to live in chlorine. And chlorine's a bad time. So we're actually not very far from space. All things considered. Which is good news, because apparently I gotta get over there with some refined metal to give it ammo to shoot at the oncoming asteroid. Because if we fail to do so, all this area in yellow gets exploded. And it is not an insignificant amount of the asteroid we're living in. It's like a whole biome. Alright, I do think we are going to go ahead and puncture this. It's going to make a big mess I'm going to have to clean up. Okay, so I won't be able to get through there. Alright, I got another animal, a dartle. Dartles are non-hostile creatures that eat dewdrips and excrete bleachstone and chlorine gas. They are preyed on by the Rexes. They eat a dewdrip, they make chlorine. Straightforward. And the Rexes eat them to make brine ice. So basically, this gives me the stuff to make that gives me the stuff to make other stuff. Alright, so we finished that research, so let's go what's next. We are going to want to rush the refined metal, since we got a heckin' meteor coming after us. Alright, so we'll need the supercomputer. So we can go here and wire up the supercomputer. They made an animal that likes to live in the water purification room. Let's see, this is this home base cold like the last one, or normal temperatures. Oh, so the main area is normal temperature. So if we look here, this is all normal. But then when we go up there, that's a cold biome. Meanwhile, oxygen is not amazing. So we gotta worry about that. All of our oxygen is produced down here. We got a little bit of a bottleneck on the ability for carbon dioxide to get through. That should start to improve over time. The big thing is going to be introducing net new gas into this space. We are slowly getting all the oxalate to produce air. But that'll be a whole thing. What I'll probably do is also scooch over here. So widen that so air flows a little bit easier through there. Widen that so air flows a little bit easier through there. Same deal. All these side paths, I'm gonna widen them so that air can get around much easier between them. Not worry about that little pocket. And we do have more oxalate over there and more down here. So that's one thing we do short term, is if we start running into problems, I can poke through to where there's oxalate to get it to fill up my space. Alright, so we've got that. So this is where we're gonna have our long-term freshwater pool. So we go down there, we'll get that put up, then we'll pop that open. No, is that the same size? It doesn't need to be symmetrical, but I want it to be. There you go. Okay, so we check our rooms now. We've got a mess hall, we've got a barracks, we've got a latrine. This room isn't going to qualify as a laboratory, because the laboratory needs to have no industrial machinery in it. And I can't remember which one of these. I believe the generator counts as an industrial machinery. But that's okay. I'm not super worried about whether or not it counts as a laboratory. Also, clean up the water we spilled here. Clean it up there. And that's too deep for me to sweep. Let's lower priority these two. So that way they poke through there and we get the fresh water down on its side first. Okay, so now we are ready for our next research. Yeah, I'll have you go for the hydroponic farm. No power wire connected. Did I miss your power wire? Oh, you just have to build it. In the meantime, while we're waiting on that, because apparently we don't have anyone skilled enough, we'll just start doing the electricity research and just keep people working. I'm definitely making this area way too big for where we're at. This will be another one, as interestingly enough, we have this as a source of chlorine gas, which will be an interesting consideration. Chlorine gas is really good for disinfecting stuff in the game. That actually used to be one of the big chips I would give people for, like, when you start getting germs in your water and all that, you'd have a room with, like, all your water storage, and you'd just let the chlorine be in there, like, pump the chlorine into that area, and it would naturally disinfect all the water in storage over time. And so you could use that as a way to, like, sanitize your place gradually, that as it would pump around, it would slowly remove the germs. But people standing in chlorine are very upset about it. They'll get a pretty bad mood penalty called, like, burning eyes or something like that. You got hydrogen over there. Not seeing it. That looks like it's just a useless hallway. Now, these are interesting because these make your base colder, all these Wheezewort. They're also mildly radioactive. So that's an interesting consideration, that I might have an easy source for cooling things down, at least some early game, which normally I'm not used to having. You know, barring the frozen planet, because that's kind of its whole thing. Yeah, so I gotta get up here. How much power do you end up needing? 240 watts. You got a decent power consumption. Okay, so I've got it set to shoot at the asteroid. But, oh man, 200 cosmic blast shot is what I've got to make for this. Okay. That is, I'm assuming, a lot of material. It sounds like a lot of material. Alright, so we've got the bedroom, well, the barracks, the latrine, the mess hall, just a room for doing our production stuff. You've got to finish wiring that up, and we need people to scale up. Pretty soon our people should start leveling up. We actually look at our dupes real fast. They'll have a whole bunch of stats. Actually, there's a better way to do this. Where was it? Skills. If you look at them, they'll have a whole bunch of skills here that we can unlock. They gain levels gradually, so like this one, it's about 600 from leveling, 800 from leveling, 400 from leveling, and then they've got stuff they got passions for. If you do that, they'll generally be happier. You can get them to do stuff they're not happy with, but they'll require higher morale to do it without being upset. And that's the whole thing. Okay, so what rooms do we want to get going next? So we've got the latrine, we got the barracks, we got the mess hall. The massage clinic and all that were not really a priority. A power plant's not a priority. A greenhouse would be nice, but we're nowhere near that. Stable would be interesting if I've got creatures we're throwing in there. Parks can be fun. I've found most of the time getting a park to be useful is very difficult, because you got to keep wild plants there. So unless you get pips to replant stuff for you, parks can be hard to leverage. One thing we do as a temporary thing is let's go over here. And open this up so I can harvest that thing. And then that'll become a different room later when we don't need it for that. Okay. And we'll probably make our growing area down here. The question is, what am I growing? Because that's going to determine what materials I need. Of the plants we've seen, we've got the Snactus, which is pretty much, it gives you snack fruit. We finished that research. So we got better wires and all that. Not ready to switch over my batteries or anything yet. Okay. And when we build these other ones, they'll be lower priority, so we empty one of these first and then work on the next one. Alright. So the Snactus, it doesn't imply I'm going to get seeds for the Snactus. So I think that's a one and done. We can't maintain it. The sweet corn, on the other hand, if we look at its requirements, the sweet corn requires peat as its requirement fuel stuff. Yeah, so peat in and sweet corn out. And then sweet corn can be eaten as its own thing. Or it can be turned into food using various materials. Yeah, it looks like its only main thing is to make poppers, which requires peat or wood. So that'd be a double peat consumption, which sounds a little scary so far as a way of going through peat real fast. Next we've got the vine thing here, which would be an interesting one, because we can grow a node, and it requires a pretty good chunk of water per cycle to grow. Like, that's actually not a trivial amount of water, 90 kilograms. And then the main plant gives this, but apparently we can let the vine just keep branching out farther and farther, and that we can harvest off of the vines. So it almost seems like what you'd do is you'd go in a place like this. I'd put like the node here. I don't know how far those can grow out. But you put like the node there, let it grow out several tiles, and you'd have a large consumption of water on the main tile. But it would make up for it once the thing branches out. I have no idea what the maximum length these vines can get. Now, if it's wild, it doesn't have those requirements. It'll just keep growing. That doesn't give me food. That requires chlorine to live, if I recall correct. Yeah, that one requires an atmosphere of chlorine and consumes chlorine. Yeah, so it sounds like you grow this in an environment with the dartles. The dartles eat what? Dewdrips? Okay, and there's a dew dripper here. And the dew dripper requires brine ice to grow. So that'd be an interesting thing. So what we would do is make like an area that on the ceiling we got the dew drips. On the bottom we have the these plants. Because what do you require chlorine for an atmosphere as well, or do you not care? You don't care. Yeah, so it seems like we grow the dewdrips and harvest those to feed these things to create the chlorine gas for the Megafrond. And then as these populate, we can use those for the Rexes. And the Rexes give us the brine ice. And the brine ice is what we need to grow the grow these things. So they're all balanced off of each other, which is a whole big thing. Okay, so we got a couple different things going on here. Let's go to research. So we finished the power generation we can do now. Let's go ahead and plan for the toilets and all that. And that gave us coal burners, wood burners, and a peat burner. Burns peat to produce electrical power. Produces a small amount of carbon dioxide and polluted water. What is my sources of peat? So we got peat can be used with almost everything. So we're going to need biodiesel and refined metal and peat to make the rockets. What do I use to make peat? Okay. Ah, so the big dinos are where my peat comes from. Okay, so we're gonna need these guys. Those guys I'm gonna need to keep. Oh, and we got duplicate skills going up. So Spoopy has gained our first skills. Spoopy was, I believe, our farmer, if I recall correctly. So let's go ahead and give Spoopy a level in farming and a fancy hat to go with it. So it seems like we're going to be keeping lums to make my peat, and then using the peat for almost everything. And it seems like they can eat a bunch of everything, but the overgrow fig is the thing that's going to be the important one, so we're definitely going to have to farm that. They also have an extremely large range that they can survive, and they do prefer things to be on the warm side of things, not the cold side of things, which shouldn't be a problem because usually your colony tends to want to be hotter than you necessarily want it, like it or not. I don't think we're ready to make other stuff happen here. Yeah, so we've got the figs going. Alright, well, let's plan to maybe make a ranch down here for the lums. Because it seems we're going to need that, which does mean I need to make some flooring here. And close this off. And then we don't have what we need to actually keep them yet, but we'll plan to make this area down here a place for the lums to stay. So that way, where this is going to bleed through cold as we get into it, we're on the opposite side of cold. What is the temperature down below? That's hot, right? No, well, that's abyssalite. No, that's also cold. Okay, so that's an interesting concern. We're mashed between two areas where we have to worry about that. Oxygen's about the same as it was, because we haven't actually built these yet. I want pips so badly. Pips are these like little sort of cat-like things that'll plant seeds sometimes. For stuff like that, having pips running around planting them for me, like when you have them wild, they don't grow nearly as fast. There's like a 100% throughput improvement if they're domestic. But if I can get a pip to plant 4 or 5 of them, then I don't have to worry about it. It makes it a non-issue. Okay, let's bump you down priority-wise. Wait, can I not set your priority anymore? Huh. I thought you used to be able to set the pitcher plants to have priorities to them. Or pitcher pumps. That's fine, we can just disable the building entirely. That'll do the same thing. Because I basically just want him to use that one first so he could fully deplete this area, and then I could repurpose it. Alright, so Daka's gained a skill. Daka is our digger. So they're now going to be able to dig harder materials. So if we noticed up here, this says I can't dig it without the super hard digging skill. We've got digging, so that's hard digging. So when we level up again, I'll be able to punch through into the next biome. Until then, we're locked out of that area. Colony requires a food source. We're still actually doing okay on food. But they could use the priority thing in the right corner to change their priority. You can. Oh, that's to disable its priority. Yeah, when it's trying to... I'm so confused. It didn't have a priority a moment ago. Was it not assembled? So weird. It doesn't have a priority I can set on it. But when I choose to disable the building, then it gets a priority because it's the priority of disabling the building. It's fine. Eventually they'll use it up, so I don't really care anyways. Yeah, so all of our oxygen levels are actually really good still. They're going to become a problem What I'm hoping to do is get this thing food and all that. So research. We've got our first parts of plumbing stuff. We're not doing anything with that yet, but we will do lots of that later. Let's see, oh weird, you thought everything in the game had a priority. Wonder if that's a bug. I don't know. Let's see, you had thought about getting oxygen not included for a while now. You open up the Steam page, and you're lost into enjoying the clips and trailers they have. Yeah, no, the developers do a good job of, like, marketing it and just having it be fun and all that, so there's definitely all that. The priority for water is where you use it. Yeah. Well, that was the thing. I could have sworn that this used to have priority on it, but admittedly, I haven't had to use those on any real level since before Ice Age. So it's been a long time. Because like the last 2 or 3 times I played Oxygen Not Included, we've been doing the Ice Planet. And the Ice Planet, you hardly need those things. Because by the time you're at the point where there's liquid water, you know, around, you've got pumps and everything else you could want. Oh, let's also go here. Actually, you are a priority 9. Because I want any time that these are a problem, that they get dealt with, because if those outhouses fill up and no one's handled it, then it stops working. I'm also going to need to let my digging person stop and do some construction for a while. Because now that they're working pretty much constantly on research and running those, a lot of stuff's just kind of hanging there. We're also going to need a storage room for a bunch of stuff. It honestly could be up here for right now. Just for the time being. Okay. Yeah, so I'm going to need the lums for my source of peat, because it looks like peat is going to be very important for this run. I also didn't need it to be this high, but that's honestly fine, because this is going to be a really polluted room down here. You end up rearranging some stuff here and there as needs dictate. Alright, and you are my researcher. So let's get you that research. And with that, I should be able to use the supercomputer now and jump a research up from that to getting the stuff for the hydroponics and all that. We had a couple different things we're going to need. We're going to want the hydroponics for managing the water so I don't have to manage it all manually. That'll let us get the plumbing online. And for right now, just if it can go in the storage container, it's going to go in. We'll want to organize that much more later, but right at the moment, it's just, there's junk everywhere. We want to get it put away. Okay. So let's go up here. Actually, I take that back. We want to get you... Where's the ranching stuff at? Down here. So get the hydroponic stuff in place. We'll get the ranching stuff in place. Then we're going to need to starting to work towards our refined metal, because apparently I'm going to need to do an alarming amount of it. Okay. Alright, so let's start going to double time. Normally I run my game in the game at a little bit higher. Hey, B-Type, thank you so much for the 34 months of Tier 1 and all that. I really do appreciate the continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot, and yeah, absolutely sneaks up. Time really sneaks up on you. Okay, so we got our next thing to print. So, I could get ourselves probably this one. So we're gonna get ourselves a new person, as much as the snazzy suit is nice, because having someone to just dedicatedly work on supplying all that's good. So let's go ahead and draw the next name. So that is gonna be Kit KJ. You're gonna be our person who's gonna run around and carry things everywhere. So welcome to the colony. And we're gonna go to your priorities. And Kit KJ here, you know what you do? You clean, and you carry things. You know what you're gonna do after that? Nothing else. You're gonna clean and you're gonna carry things. That's what you do here. Someone has to be the person who is just muling stuff around the colony. And you won that award. We're gonna go ahead and wind the bedroom just a little bit more here. So I can have a spare cot in case we get someone really amazing that pops in. And that'll be good because that'll get cleanup happening. Let's see, this is one of those games that you like watching people play more than you want to play. No idea why though. That happens. I know a lot of people with Project Zomboid specifically, that's true, that they really like the idea of Project Zomboid and they love watching people play Project Zomboid, but also they just don't enjoy Project Zomboid. You know, whether it's the fact that, you know, it's very punishing when you die or whatever. Like, the why isn't even that important. We can open that up. We do have our first terrarium going. Just like at a certain point in RimWorld, unless you're using bots, someone has to be the dedicated cleaner. Yep. Someone's got to do it. It's not going to do it itself. Yeah, so every 10 cycles, I'm going to use an entire tile of water. Sorry, every 11 cycles, I'm going to use an entire tile's worth of water. Growing just one of those. Which is a lot. You find Zomboid, you enjoy it more now with new players, showing them the ropes than doing solo adventures? Yeah. I mean, a lot of those games get very wildly. Let's see, didn't they add like a dumpster or garbage bin to RimWorld that auto cleans around it? Oh, that was a mod. Yeah, that's not a thing. You can get a little bot that goes around and vacuums around, but there's not just like a magically it's all better. Yeah, I didn't do it so it wouldn't leak through the floor. That's fine. It's already too late. It'll just fill up a couple of tiles. We can clean that up. And we'll let that drain down into the pool. And later on, instead of just storing stuff in pools down here, we'll actually have storage cabinets so they don't off-gas everywhere. Okay, so we've got that. We already have a spare bench there. You're still leveling. We got that going on. Okay. And so little by little we're getting this all cleaned up. How's our oxygen doing? It's getting better, because this was a deeper purple before. Weirdly enough, this one room is bad. I mean, I guess this is where we have people standing the most constantly, but that's okay. They'll get it sorted out. If it gets bad enough, they'll get it handled. Power's fine. Power, like heat-wise, we're all in the relatively good. And there's really not a whole lot to say there. We don't really have a source of germs other than here, and because they're washing their hands right there, that shouldn't get bad. Alright. Okay, and we breached to let that water down into the area below. But you always start reminding people that you always start reminding people they are who they are in real life. You're not Superman or a main character who has plot armor. You are you, and you can die incredibly stupid and simple reasons. You're not wrong. With Project Zomboid, it takes mere seconds for everything to go really, really badly. You die very quickly and very easily in Project Zomboid. Okay, so I've got this room made. We're gonna get some fresh water down there. That's gonna be a problem. This is supposed to be the poo pit. But that's okay. As we go and clean this up, we'll be able to sweep some of that up. Alright. So we've got the refrigerator and the hydroponic farm. The fertilizer synthesizer, the park sign, the farm station, and the radiation lamp, which we don't need to worry about right now. So next up, we're going to pop down here, because that'll let us start keeping the animals like the lum here. So, I don't really know how far one of these overgrows can go. And I'm a little concerned about how bad this is going to be so far as the water consumption. It is a very large amount of water this thing appears to consume. But we are just going to have to try it. So I'm going to go ahead and choose a hydroponic tile. And let's assume it could go 5 tiles out. That might be more than it can. I don't honestly know one way or the other. But we're going to start with that. So mine this whole area out. And I'll put the doors in here. And we're going to just assume that that's going to be what this room needs. The dumbest way you've died. 3-month character, you did a whole bleach bottle with water thing. Drank the wrong bleach bottle. Yup. Yeah, it's still too deep. It is unfortunate. Meanwhile, we could sweep up the last of that. And you. And you. It says they mine it out. If that goes low enough, we'll be able to just sweep it up. And they'll use those fresh water bottles in time. Okay. So one of the things that's going to need to happen for this all to work is I am going to need... You don't have an output that's fluid, right? It's just an input. I'm pretty sure it was just you eat water and it's just gone. Yup. You just eat a whole lot of water. So, we're going to need a liquid pump. I don't know why that next tile is missing, but that's not my favorite. Honestly, at this point, deconstruct that. Mine this out. Forget that block. We can just make this deeper. Can I sweep any of that up? Probably not. Nope. So I might be able to put a ladder there, make that challenge to sweep all that up, then go back and clean on the other side. Alright. There, that'll be enough. Okay. Oh, wait, don't build that there. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to put the water pump here. It'll need power and a bunch of the other stuff, but what I can do is I can run the pipe up, and that'll let me bring the fresh water over here. This is going to be a bit of a hike. And you can tuck these into walls and all that to remove the penalty where they're like, ah, it's an ugly pipe. We're not the phase we care about any of that yet, but we'll get there. You picked up Planet Crafter plus the DLC for 40% off. Thank you for the Steam sale. Been playing that for the last few days. It's really good. Really good. You've been avoiding the summer sale? I've not picked up much of anything out, because most of the games I would have grabbed, I already own. So, there's not much point in me running around doing any of that. So I'm going to need to bring power down here. That'll be a whole thing. Plantcraft is something you need to buy, though. Oh, yeah, no, it's excellent. That's usually the way I deal with a lot of that, is I'll have a game I'm interested in, and I will just kind of leave it there until I reach the point where it's like, oh, okay, it's on a good sale, let me grab it now. Because there's just no shortage of games these days, so I don't feel much pressure to go out of my way for anything. Okay, so we've got the battery. We've got you to power it. And I'll bring this power up and around. And that'll allow us to pump water up here. And now get all the fresh water out of that area. You're not quite able to mine through this area. And that's the vacuum of space up here. Okay. Yeah, so I've got these both here, but there's not enough carbon dioxide down here for them to do anything. Like where our air is starting to get thin, it's not getting thin because we're breathing too much. It's getting thin because there's not enough physical gas in the area, not the type of gas. Oh, you want to be... Let's make both of the terrariums a 9 because we want to keep those running at all times. Okay, and we will clean all that up to make these the same size. One of the other things we're going to end up needing to do pretty early on in our research is we are going to need to make it so I can convert polluted water to fresh water. There's a couple ways you can end up doing that between like evaporating the water and all that. You can also just have a sieve, which is what we're probably going to be doing ourselves. That you just basically use power and some type of medium like sand or clay or whatever to get the gross out of the water. Well, let's see what our options are. Okay. Yeah, so the big issue I'm doing here is I'm just making too much open space and I'm going to get punished for it. I'm trying to capture resources aggressively. Oh, also in the side of skills, you also have attribute increases. So we actually look at Daka here. Daka has attributes here if I put my mouse over him. And it's a little hard to see, but we'll see that I have Excavation 13 and Athletics 4. Athletics is just how fast they move around. But it's like RimWorld in the sense that the more someone mines, they get better at mining. So they do more mining better, gooder. Okay, so we need to figure out what the next move I'm making so far as all this goes. We've got our water stuff sorted out here. This is more oxygen production. There's the sieve. So let's go towards the sieve. Because that's going to become an issue not too far off, because I'm going to want to switch these out for actual toilets. And that'll just be a thing we got to deal with. Okay, so it's time to start making this into our place for taking care of the animals. So we go under the food, I believe. We'll have the critter drop-off and the critter pickup for population management. We will have... And thank you, NG, for the tier 1 sub. That's 5 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. does mean a whole lot, so thank you so much for that support. So thanks so much. By the critter feeder, which we will need. I guess it's under the stations. We will need, I believe, just the grooming station for this one to keep them happy. So critter, we'll say a max of 10 critters right now, and I don't have anything designated here. Not all critters. We want the lumps. It'll say a max of 10 critters here as well. That's certainly more than this thing can carry. But then when we get over here, we will want to wrangle the lumps and drop them in there. Okay. And I want you to grow that. Meanwhile, you just finished researching a bunch of the other things. So you got a liquid filter. We don't need that yet. A gas filter, a sludge press, and a lubrication station. Alright, we're also going to want to carve this back a little bit, because what we're going to end up doing here is going to plumbing, laboratory, plunk you down. We'll also want a shower. Okay. So we've got a bunch of people here. Right now I don't need more people eating, so we're just going to take the brine. As you remember one Oni run you had the entire water system up and purified with limited automation by turn 20? You don't know what to do next. You play Oni slowly. Alright, so for lump, do that. Only put like 10 kilograms in there though. Alright, if you get the chance to wrangle, you will wrangle those. We are going to have someone take up the mantle of rancher to do that, though. But once we get that... being good news. Meanwhile, liquids, you're going to take the polluted water here. So that way we start taking the polluted water and dumping it down below into the poo pit, to hopefully mitigate the amount of polluted oxygen we're producing. Okay, and we need a liquid vent to be here. Okay, so let's think about this. I'll want a liquid bridge here. Okay, so that'd be the output. We are gonna have to go in here and put an actual floor so I can run stuff through the floor. You know, get that all sorted out. So it's basically good water goes into the toilets, bad water comes out of the toilets, they dump down into the poo pit. We end up getting the sieve. I just realized I cut that open. That's going to cause me a lot of grief. Do not put anything through there because I just messed up. Deconstruct you. And deconstruct you. Well, the good news is once I get all this turned on, we'll start pumping the fresh water in here, and that'll make some room. The bad news is our poo pit has currently got fresh water in it, which is not what you're looking for. But I can probably make that work as a temporary solution. We can drop down here, and we would want to, we'd want to have a pump here to go up to the sieve. What I can do is, until there's contaminated water in here, I just pump it over to the other side. Because if I recall correctly, I don't believe you lose materials in oxygen not included when you disassemble stuff. I believe you get your materials back just the way they were. Okay. You are mad about irrigation because you have no water. And you're waiting on this for that to happen. So let's go over here and say, hey, could you bump that up a little? And then with that, that should run the pump down below to pump up here. And then that'll all be good. We're definitely going to need to switch our power over from people manually running around to other things. I've also noticed our food is getting to be pretty dire, actually. We are actively working on fixing it with this. I don't know how good that thing is one way or the other. We definitely need more food than just that. But, you know, we're starting somewhere. Okay, let's also go down here because I see that you're not done yet. Because once I get that done there, that should be all we need to get the other stuff online up top. So we can also now clean the water up here so we stop having mood penalties for it. Okay, so now if we switch to our plumbing view, we're going to see that we are now pumping the fresh water up to going into this system. The next thing I'm also going to need to do is get over here. And that'll be fresh water for our toilet and all that. And so with that, we officially have this thing growing. And so hopefully that ends up being a good source of food, because if not, that's really bad. Alright, so we need more research going. Let's see, we'll need that to go to space. And we'll want the deodorizer as well. So we got the water sieve and the algae distillery. We don't need the algae distillery yet, but we can go over here to refinement, water sieve. And that is going to go up here. I'm not going to worry about that too much at the moment, because I need to get all this fixed up over here. You know what I can do as a more lazy solution for right now? For right now, we could just let them pull the water out using the pitcher. So as they need bottles of fresh water, they can grab it out of there. Alright, and so with that, we've got the water slowly feeding into this thing. Like I said, it is pretty heckin' greedy on the amount of water at once. My hope is it produces a lot of food. I'm not sure how many of those I can grow before we start running into problems. Okay, so we're going to go and get our bathrooms converted over. We'll definitely need that brine ice to be able to be involved. Okay, so we got a liquid vent for anytime we need to bring fresh water back in here. Do you want a little device? No, thank you. Because you've not played Expedition 33, you're thinking about buying it. Most likely wait until it goes on sale for the better price later this year. Yeah, no, I've heard nothing but good things about Expedition 33. I just haven't really dug into a real level. So we're going to start getting all that sorted out. We're going to get this online. We're definitely going to need to be able to introduce more liquids into our place. And it sounds like that's what these ones are here about. Also, we have the possibility of the glaciers and all that. So we've now got air ventilation. But yeah, food is the thing that I'm a little bit more of a wild card on, because we have different crops than I'm used to. Oh, let's lock these doors open. Okay, so we'll let them start pumping all this in. That pump will just sit there for now and do nothing. It's on Game Pass if you want to see TV like the turn-based fights. Yeah, Game Pass has definitely been one of those things that's been really good. Rot pile. Oh, we had some food rot. That's not super surprising. Okay, so what other seeds do I currently have? So we've got the sweet corn, the rose bush, and that. What is rose bush as far as our stuff? Gives you rosebush seed. It's just a decorative plant, so I don't care about it. So we've got the sweet corn as my only other option for food. So for the sweet corn, that was the one I believe required peat. Yes. So that was the catch, is we're going to need peat for that. But the sweet corn itself, it consumes... Yeah, it does consume peat, and a decent amount of it. So we've got the airlock doors and more ventilation stuff and all that. So we can hopefully get to the space area quicker. We don't want to mess with that until we're more ready. So in this case, for the sweet corn, I don't need water irrigation. So we can go down here for food, go to farm tiles. Let's go down 4 tiles. We're going to go like this. And I probably will not be able to sustain these. Ultimately, in the long run, I'm probably going to want to put vent tiles on some of these to allow better airflow. I'm just not worrying about that yet. But then we're going to grow a bunch of sweet corn down here just to hopefully bring in better food. Looks like most of these are going to have more involved recipes, unfortunately. Okay, so are those toilets all wired up now? They do appear to be so. Okay, so you're going to use that. And there's the polluted water out. Okay, so deconstruct that first bathroom. We're going to slowly shift everything over to get it switched over from stuff we manually have to deal with to plumbing. Now, the big risk we run into with a lot of the plumbing stuff is eventually that's going to be a problem. It's probably too late for me to turn that off. I didn't think we still have fresh water down here that we're using for stuff. That's fine. The fresh water in here will most likely be using for just the research bench, so we don't care about the germs. Because there's entirely too much in that right now. Now that you no longer have a lazy Susan wiring is a pain in the butt. Let's see, throwing this out there, one of the best hacks you've ever come up with building computer is by putting the whole thing in a lazy Susan so you can spin the case around. That seems like a good idea. Just having it where you can rotate it where you need it. Building is broken. Maybe got hit by a meteor? Oh, you've got stuff in the explosives locker. Okay, so if I get up there, they might already have most of the ammo I need just sitting up there. We would just have to reach it. The key, though, is I'm going to need to build an airlock up here. You know, once we get the airlock, then we can push out this way. Now, food is getting really, really dangerously low. I definitely took too long getting that set up. We're probably not in a dire situation, because I can most likely punch through some walls to get a little bit of bonus food in the short term. Like we could probably go through here. And that'll let me get some goodies out of that room. Okay. We can punch down through these rooms down below. Ooh, hey, we just have a straight up saltwater geyser here. So that's a source of water right there. It's unfortunately very hot in that room, but a saltwater geyser would be definitely something we can work with. The big thing we got going on right now is we're getting lots of polluted oxygen down here. Oxygen's getting pretty thin. We're just starting to get enough carbon dioxide that it's getting up to the algae terrariums. So the air is in bad shape. Very genuinely. Our heat is fine. Our food is not in great shape. And we're slowly trying to get that under control. For food, I could probably just go down here, poke into the wall there, and that'll be food right there. I'm trying to avoid doing that until we get some more air in here. Another thing that can also help is if we start getting stuff like coal. When you burn coal, it gives you a bunch of carbon dioxide. And all that carbon dioxide becomes, you know, more gas to work with. I've just definitely made the area way too big. We've thinned the air out too much. Okay, so we'll go to you, and you're going to be the sweet corn. Building's broken. That's fine. So I'm not bringing more people on, even though I do really want the husbandry. Right now, with our food and air not being good, we definitely don't want to bring on more burden on our food and air. So we are just going to kind of have to wait till we have people ready. Where is our agriculture person? Priorities. Rocketry, research, farming, ranching. So, Spoopy here should be running around taking care of that. Oh, you require pollination. I missed that it must be pollinated. Okay, that's an interesting problem. So, what we can do... put a critter drop-off of those things, and capture one and drop it down here. They don't live very long, and it looks like their population's depleting here. So, I may have messed up in a big way in that regards. That I didn't realize how important that particular creature is to the whole area. We can deconstruct that, make it into one big room so they can fly around there. Yep, not so good. So we're going to set that to auto then, because I want to put those bugs in there. Actually, for right now, we'll leave it on open. But if we get this to the point where I can capture that, we're going to set it to open. Yeah, we'll keep that constructing. Just let it work. Yeah, I feel like we'd probably want shelves for them to, like, nest here and then bring them in. No research selected. Not really worried about a bunch of the art stuff and all that yet. We'll definitely want the logic systems available. We'll worry about that in a minute. So I'm going to need a source of refined metal. So let's go figure this out up here. We got the rock crusher. Where's your smelter? There you are. Start working towards getting the metal refinery. Wish there was a way to draw you down here. Okay, meanwhile, all that's doing fine. We're good here. So one thing we can do to help out, put the empty bottler over here. Let's not do that. Let's leave that alone. Well, that's already getting contaminated, so we'll go ahead and turn this on. Decent priority. We will open that. And the reason I'm not hooking that up, as long as there's fresh water, if you put fresh water through the sieve when it's not meant for it, it will start to damage the sieve. Okay, meanwhile, we'll say critters. You. And honestly, we'll only limit it to 2. Oh, good. It got in. Stay there. Stay there. Close the door. Close the door. Priority 9. Keep it trapped. Don't let it out. It lives here now. In fact, step higher. You're now yellow alert. Get those doors closed. Okay. So we did get it inside here where it can start pollinating everything. I mean, we're going to open that, and to try to help it survive, we're going to carve these little spots back here for it to make the little Mimka buds, so it can just live in this area, fly in and out, nest what it needs to, all that stuff. I think that'll work, and then they can sit there and pollinate all this stuff. And that should hopefully be enough for it to manage. All right. Let's just go take time to work. Okay, we got our skill point. You are our researcher. So you're just going to keep on working on your research. Not surprising, our researchers gain a level. They basically just walk over here and they stand at their bench the whole day, so they don't have to, you know, commute or anything. They just get what they need and they're sorted. I am noticing the water slowly depleting. Okay, meanwhile, we can go ahead and go over here. We got a deodorizer. We're going to want to put that down here. And we definitely don't want a carbon scrubber yet. Oh, right, I forgot. They made the deodorizer have a power issue, like power usage. It's nothing, really, on the big wide world of things. But it does have a power usage, which it didn't used to. It used to be you just had to put the clay or sand and that was good enough. But they wanted to make you kind of have to put a little bit more effort into fighting pollution. Which I think was fine. And these are slowly filling up, that's good news. Alright, so meanwhile, backed up here, so we're going to go to plumbing, lavatory, plunk you down, plumbing, clean and dirty water. Get that all sorted out. So good news, that's all getting pollinated. We are out of food. Like, out of food. Okay, let's punch through this wall. Because that'll give us a quick boost in food there. We can also punch through this wall. Same deal. That'll give me a little boost of food up here. Because we're getting our food situated. It's just, I took too long setting it up. We should be okay. Oh, that flagged air pressure for a minute. Yeah, air pressure is just continuing to diminish because I'm continuing to expand the territory and I'm not getting a net new source of gases. It's not even the oxygen versus the other thing versus the other thing, is that we're literally thinning out the air so badly that's becoming a problem. What can I do to get myself some more stuff? We could get the oxygen diffuser. I wanted to hold off on that just because it does eat a lot, like a lot of algae. But in this case, I think we need it. Alright, so we got ourselves another 5,000 kcals. Okay. We get the oxygen diffuser online. Honestly, it probably should be higher up, but it's okay, it's already built. Okay, research complete on the fireman's pole. We have the ladder bed. Temp shift plates we won't need to do anything with. Rocket port expansion, that's fine. Okay, so once we can get up here, let's actually go and be smart about this. So I'm going to go ahead and delete that tile. It's not really the one I was going for. Let's delete these abyssalite tiles and all that we're going to mine out. And cancel that. And we're going to go up here and put a manual airlock. Oh, I forgot to pause the ad break. My apologies. And the reason why I'm doing that is just that way we can keep most of the cold trapped up here and most of the warm down here to avoid hitting the two biomes too much. Then we're going to try and push our way up here, build like an actual airlock for the outside to space area, and then start working our way up to that. Okay, duplicate skills. Right, so I want to give you a level in ranching now. Oh, you weren't the right person. It's fine. It's fine, that's okay. So, Kick just got to become a rancher as well. I put on the wrong person, I can live with that. Another thing we're going to want to do is switch the schedules around here. Let's actually do that now. So we're going to add a new schedule. So I need three time frames of nighttime. And 3 time frames of the hour. So we're going to shift that to be the 3 sleep here. Bath time there. And downtime here. And work there. So we're just doing that to just stagger them a little bit. And then what we'll do with that is the schedule. I'm going to take 2 of my duplicates. It doesn't really matter which 2. And that way we have people working 24/7. But it also means you won't have everyone rushing the bathroom at the same time, that kind of thing. Okay, you're getting grown. I might not literally have any filtration medium. And Rongor on their 3-stream streak. Thank you for the last 3 streams without missing one. I do really appreciate it. I hope you've been enjoying the stream. Alright. So food is still not great. But we're getting there. We're starting to get yucky lungs because all the polluted oxygen up here and how thin the other oxygen's getting. The carbon dioxide's getting caught up here as well. Ah, I see. That's fine. Because I put that down here, this is starting to like get blocked up from the air trying to go up and down. That'll be okay though. The big thing is that thing eats algae really, really fast. Okay, so we can go here to plumbing. Oh, sorry, it's under medical. We can put the sink in there. Same deal as the rest. Clean water in, dirty water out. That does mean the sieve's not going to work. If I don't have a filtration medium, we're going to have problems. And that needs to be like clay or sand or something of that nature. Okay, so you're good here. So deconstruct the other 2. Meanwhile, you only need to be used when going right. We'll get another sink there, and they'll have a little bit extra space. And I believe once we get that done, we'll be at the point that this will be considered the next higher type of bathroom or whatever. So it'll give us another mood bonus. Okay, you gained a level, and you are our digging person. So you can now do super hard digging, which means we will finally be able to punch into the next biome up here. Oh, you have to be in a stable. I missed that part. That's okay. When I close that up, that'll probably be fine. Don't you have level 1 wrangling? Did I just choose the wrong thing entirely on you? I think I did. I read this ranching. Yeah, it's way up there. So I double goofed on that one. Well, that's a problem. Colony achievement earned. Replace all the outhouses and wash basins with lavatories and sinks. Okay, well, we're not quite actually done with that because I do need to put one more sink there so I have enough sinks to accommodate. We got all that sorted out. And then if we check on our rooms, that is now a washroom, so 2 morale. But food is dire. We have starvation warning. I don't want to punch through here from there because the bug will get over there and that'll be a whole thing. I can definitely get that Snacticus. Awaiting all that to be ready for consumption. You get a little bit more food from here. And a little bit more food from there. And a little bit more food from over there. And we're either going to make it work or people are going to die. Because I goofed on multiple levels and now I'm being punished for it. I got a whole lot of stuff nearly ready to eat, just Not much actually ready to eat. Hey, just give me straight up food. Sure, we'll take fancy clothes instead. That's basically the same thing as food, right? Yeah, so we've botched this in a bunch of ways on the start. I didn't prioritize my food high enough. I'm trying to make it happen anyways, but we are struggling. Oh, and bear with me, chat. My wife just got home, so I'm going to quickly run downstairs, welcome her home, throw some food in the oven and all that. This is my quote-unquote long break for the stream. It's about 5 minutes, but I'm going to quickly do that, and I'll be back in just a minute. So thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Door yourself. Ow! Okay, I understand. As well as 556, the big downer is we don't have a gun that uses 556. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 556 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. That's bad. That's really bad. That's really bad. Get up. And we're safe. Whew. Nah, it's fine. We weren't moments away from death. Yeah, when I yelled, not really. I cannot see in the grass at all. No, I was really depending on you not being there anymore. I really need you to get away from my car. Oh, that's it. Well. No, when I turned to go north there and I saw that was a full-on horde, or like a full-on... It's fine. The squealing tires mean that that we're making good time. Really going, you know what? That's gonna be an immediate problem. I can't move. I am physically one with the emeralds. The emeralds are me. I am the emerald. Help. I regret this decision. Unstuck. Orange. And home. You brought this on yourself. You knew this was coming. The gap to see the full damage? Oh, they're probably popping through that gap. I'm just trying to get the ones that get all the way down here. This is gonna get you killed. I mean, I have to deal with it. It's just a shame I can't shoot them through it. Actually, tens of thousands. Going. So let's get all of this out of the way. I don't know why I'm staring at hooves underneath the surface of the world. What? We don't have any animals with hooves. Why are we staring at hooves? Okay. Certainly that's a thing. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me. In hindsight, the one I probably should have done is the cow where it's like the. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky?
Gliding down.
I need to not be holding the button if I do that. But yeah, so it is. Why did I go to the moon? I don't understand. Why? I think I found a bug in the physics engine. What do you think, chat? I'm not sure what I hit, but I didn't just slam into the roof and get stuck here. Like we kind of glided up here. I have to find out. Bad place. Okay, so this is not what I want. Oh, this is not good. This whole area is compromised. Don't screw me, game. Okay, are we done with the compromise part? Okay, that was not a good time. What is that? What is that? Hang on. What is that nightmare? Like, the helicopter didn't bring that much. All right, and we are back. So let's pick up. So where we left off, we were kind of getting to the point of starvation is a literal thing that is occurring right now. Hey, Lum, I don't know how edible you are. Like, so far as like, are you a good source of food? But we're gonna find out. Sorry, dinosaur, I'm real hungry. Because I just need to survive a little longer, and then we get our first harvest. Unreachable food. Oh, it's probably here. Alright, that's fine. Okay, so basically we're in a situation where I need one of my people to get ranching. We keep going back and forth. We don't want to hunt that one. We're hungry, but if I hunt that thing, we die. Oh, well, I killed the creature and I physically cannot eat it until we smoke its food. And I don't have a smoker. So it died for literally no reason. Cool, man. I guess that's honestly probably fair. Right. Yes, that's right about to be good. It's kind of, once we get that up, like we get that little bit of food going, that should be the point that we start, being in better shape. Come on, you're right there. Don't starve to death, just go a little bit longer. One nice thing about doing this way is I am introducing net new gas into this situation, but we are being very wasteful on our algae. So it's giving me air now at the cost of air later. We'll definitely need to deal with that. You're continuing to fill those up. Cool. So we are getting our first batch of sweet corn and they are able to eat it. Meanwhile, let's go here. You have your sweet corn. They give 800 kcal. If we do get the smoker, it does let me double the amount of calories I get out of it, but I need to use peat or other stuff for that. That's going to be a big problem. Alright, one thing we're going to try and do in the meantime is I'm going to punch down through here. I didn't really want to do this, but I think we're at that point. It really does need to happen. So I'm going to go over here to get access to that, and over here to get access to that. We do have a saltwater geyser over here. We can use a couple different methods to get regular water out of it. One is if you let it get over 200 degrees, it becomes steam, and then the salt and the water separate. And the other one is if you get it cold enough, it will freeze, and part of it becomes brine, and part of it becomes ice, and the ice will just go into normal water when you melt it. You can also use desalination, which then will produce water and salt as well, but at the cost of electricity, I believe. Okay, so we got stuff we got to figure out with that, but we can make that happen. I keep trying to middle mouse button out of habit on these, and that's not how this works. So we're definitely going to want more power sources. We're going to need other things there. So let's get the smart battery as an interim solution. We are waiting for other stuff. We got the research complete, and that gave us mesh tiles we're not going to use right now, and the metal refinery. The metal refinery produces an alarming amount of heat. Yeah, and this is right at the fence of being... Yeah, how hot do you need to get? Because it could be one of those things that we deliberately make this just a little bit hotter to make it turn into steam and all that. And that would give us salt. I gotta remember, was salt one of the ones that if we get it really, really hot, it becomes sour gas? It becomes molten salt, which can become salt gas. Okay. But that's at 2,000 degrees, so if we're up there, everything's gone wrong. What is interesting is once it becomes molten salt... Oh, never mind, that's 1,400, yeah, so it'll actually go back pretty easy. So we shouldn't have to worry about that. But we are... Sour gas is oil. Yeah, oil and plastic, I believe, becomes sour gas. And sour gas is, like, genuinely awful stuff. So they're farming that, and about as fast as they're farming it, they're eating it. We are starting to get that... the food here. The big thing is I need to be able to wrangle the lum. Once we wrangle the lum, I've got a source of peat that is usable. In the meantime, we are going to go ahead and... No, I need the smoker. Where is the smoker in my stuff? Research? Let's go out of our way to get the smoker. Because with the smoker, I can grill some of this stuff. Like, this meat is inedible right now. If I can get a smoker built, we could potentially do that, and we could potentially get a little bit more mileage out of our sweet corn, which would be good. But yeah, first I need to get this lump over here so we can get that going. I'm worried about how much algae we're using, and all the carbon dioxide that's not able to get down. That's just getting blocked. What I genuinely probably need to do is take this from down here, put it up here to force down the gas. The carbon dioxide, that is. Oh, that's good. We're getting chlorine intruding down here. That'll be great for everybody. I need them to actually build that, build that. Trying real hard. This is expanding and all that. We're also pushing down here where we'll be able to get more from this as well. Okay, let's start working on moving this up here. So oxygen diffuser there. Power. Do this. We're going to lower that in priority so that it runs out of material and shuts down. Okay, colony achievement there. Construct a building outside your initial biome, which will be that door. Okay, so that should help a little bit with that. Meanwhile, I'm pretty sure you can't survive in that temperature down there. Yeah, this is for comfortable temperature, we're a little too hot, so these aren't going to fare well down here. That's not a me problem, though. That's a them problem. But the goal here is to poke into a lot of these side rooms as well, because that'll be more sources of food and all that. And then up here I'm going to have to make basically an airlock to get up here to fight back against the giant asteroid that is slowly bearing down on us. Meanwhile, what we can also do, carve over there to that oxalite. That'll give me a little bit more air. Do you have any more oxalite that's plainly visible here? I think we probably depleted pretty much the last of it, unfortunately. Oh, you can't get over here. We'll enable that building again. Let them start knocking that down so I can dig in here. There's an oxalite there, and then we can't get over here to this stuff, and there's more oxalite down there. Okay, there's more oxalate in that room as well. You're gonna go ahead and carve way over here. And then that'll get me access to all of this. Some more food. And we'll basically have tapped almost the entire starting biome. You get to do groceries tomorrow? Yeah, it happens. Yeah, so carving over here where we can get a little bit more food in the short term. Well, this is hopefully getting sorted out. We no longer have one of the creatures in here, so none of that's producing anymore, so that's catastrophic. I need to figure out how I can get more of those in there. That's possibly our death sentence right there. You have another heat wave there, so you're gonna get delivery. That's an understandable decision. Well, if we don't have another one of those things in there, we can carve over in here. That'll release this one in. We could also then pop down here. Get over here. Go plumbing. Put where the pitcher's in. So that'll give me more food there. We got another Mimica bud. Oh, wait. Where were you hiding? Auto. 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 They must go to sleep at night and it was just behind something. Please close that door before it escapes. Because I want to make sure they stay in here. Because then they can pollinate those things. Because that's my only renewable food right now. Oh, also, you all need to dig down there. I have a feeling we're going to die here, by the way. We've been riding this starvation fence for a while. What do you become if I kill you? You become straight up meat? Congratulations, you're dead. And the adorable little one, you're dead too. You're made out of food, and that's good enough for me. Okay. I'm assuming when you kill these, they just become mimolette. That's fine. Let's see, self-harvesting plants that produce airborne mimicas. Oh, I see. So what I probably should do is get rid of this, deconstruct that, deconstruct this, make another plant spot for a mimica, and grow a mimica right there. And that should keep a mimica in here, and then I can make another whole room where we have that whole setup again with its own dedicated mimica. Bit of food. Okay, so we can go to food, you, there. I need to do a Mimica. It's hot in Spade, France. Is it the streets might melt? Yeah, no, I was, well, we might be able to eat that. I was telling Tomb that, like, we had the heat dome thing in here in Florida, like, a week or two ago. Like, 2 weeks ago. And I understand that Spain and France are getting the same thing. Kind of the difference being, though, Florida's designed with unreasonable temperatures being just, you know, that's Tuesday. Versus, you know, Spain and France and all that. Not so much. Did that say forgiveness? Excuse me? Okay, so we got a bunch more oxygen showing up here because we carved into where there's all this oxalate back here. And you're still carving to reach this food. Ah, Mimolette is apparently food as well? Interesting. I'm assuming it's one we have to, like, cook into something. The chlorine is going down there, even. Okay, so that's going up here. So let's take this apart. I mean, actually, for right now, we could just disable the building entirely and not worry about that, because what this should do is by producing the oxygen up here, it should start forcing the carbon dioxide down into the pit. Because we're introducing new air up here, you've got a pressure building above, it's going to push down into the lower pressure area. And that lower pressure is going to kind of get squished. And carbon dioxide naturally tends to sink. Let's make you like an 8 priority for right now to get those set up. So we can keep the Mimolettes going. Okay. So, Mimolette Bud, you just need dirt. Mimolette Bud. And it mentions the fungus. What was the dust cap requirement? It was atmosphere carbon dioxide and requires slime, so we can't grow that here. Not gonna worry about that thing, because that'll be a massive consumption of stuff. Did Jeff bought you Arc Ascendant today? It's slowly download. It's gonna take all night. Yeah. That is one of the downsides. A lot of the games just can be very costly from a download size. Research complete. Right, so that should be our smoker we just unlocked. Let's go for the smart power again. So food, smoker, plunky right here. I don't care about the spice grinder right now. I don't care about the plant pulverizer right now. I don't care about the juicer. I'm assuming you require power? No, so you require fuel. But that'll let us start cooking some food. So hopefully the food we do get, we get more mileage out of. Assuming we're not already dead. Which is a very likely thing. Right, in the meantime... $142? Yeah, that sounds about right. What are you doing right now? Cannot reach food, yucky lungs. I mean, you can definitely get back out of this room. I mean, what they're doing is they're just starving to death. It's fine. So, copy settings. Paste. Copy settings. Paste. I have a feeling we're going to start seeing our people die pretty much any time. I just don't have what I need to, like, our food. I failed to catch the cycle for getting our food online in time. I prioritized a bunch of other stuff, so like we got nice restrooms and all that yet, and we just are still getting our food online. So I definitely goofed that. I got more focused on trying to get peat out of the lum than food itself. So we got kind of snuck up on by the food. That's absolutely take a break from a game for a little while. You start misplaying things really badly because you just lose the order of operations, your priorities, and all that. Duplicants have died. 2 duplicants just starved to death. Where was the grave marker? So yeah, so we're probably gonna end up mulliganing this because I goofed a lot of things. Oh, here it was. Tasteful Memorial. Definitely makes you feel good to take a shower of the corpse of your friend.
Here you go, my friend.
Thank you, wifey.
Enjoy your pizza.
You enjoy your pizza. Love. On the plus side, I did just reduce the amount of food I need by 50%. Surprisingly, no stress despite starving to death and having your friends die. But you know, that is what it is. Okay, so we lost our digger, but we have our cleaning person and we have our person who's supposed to cook. I don't think it's going to matter. I think we're going to starve to death. Because I didn't get these set up correctly early on enough, and now I got to wait for these to grow. Yeah, so that'll be the next one. Yep, there goes another one. Well, that's one's really small silver lining. Yeah, so at this point, very genuinely, rather than drag this out, I could wait for it to recover, but it's going to take a while before we get offered new duplicants. Basically, it'll be about a day in the cycle till we get one person, and they're like 5 cycles till we get the next person. That's assuming we find something that's even usable. In the meantime, this person's just running around cleaning. And then probably going to starve to death themselves pretty soon. How close are you to starving to death, by the way? Actually, don't know where to find that. Where is your... Yeah, so we see here that, we're just basically waiting for that to count down. We're gonna go ahead and just go ahead and kill it, because we could wait out the, like, 5 minutes for this person to die, but that's just what it is. So we're gonna go ahead and mulligan this. We did die. Colony was a failure. Pretty much what I did, like I said, the big thing I did wrong with that one is I prioritized the wrong things. And I do like to always get the geothermal. And if you're wondering why I always go after geoactive, that's actually pretty cool. The reason I always go after geoactive is those those vents end up being a great place for materials. And they're kind of a fun thing to manage. So I do very much like them in that when you get to the end game, you can set up your colony to do more. Whereas if you don't have nearly as many resources coming in, it can be pretty limiting on how grand you can make your stuff, which is fine. It's you'll like work either way. But like having a bunch of steam geysers gives you sources of water and all that. All right. So we're gonna try this again. Okay, so I want to get one person who is going to be an excavator again. You pretty much always need an excavator. Why am I struggling? Digger. I don't want to deal with cyborg stuff right now. Excavator husbandry is interesting. I want one person to be a farmer, and I want one person to be a researcher to start with. So apparently a researcher... I would like if I could get agriculture. I want agriculture and animals is what I'm kind of aiming for. That would be the dream. I don't think we're gonna get it. That's fine. We won't be too picky. We'll just get someone. That's perfect. That's perfect. A+. A+ pawn there. All of that is good news. Requires light to sleep. Oh. That sucks. I hate it. Huh. Because I want to say most of the pawns, if you turn on the light, they don't sleep well. Well, we'll figure it out. Anyways. So you've got science construction. Let's get excavation strength. That's solid. They do... I mean, that's fine. Excavation, super productive. And you were my researcher. You start with exosuit training. Snores loudly will wake everybody else up. So science and piloting again, binge eater, decreased agriculture, that's fine. Okay. Probably not as doomed. Excellent. We're gonna go with that. Binge eater is not great. Vomiter is fine. The positives, I don't have a strong opinion about. This one having increased science doesn't matter. I have a feeling that light is going to be very annoying. Because most likely they'll have to sleep outside the barracks because everyone else will not want light. But that shouldn't be too hard. Meanwhile, we definitely don't want Rowan doing plants. And we definitely don't want this person cooking. But with that, let's go ahead and get our names in here. So we can go ahead and do ! join if you want one of these to be named after you. So we've got the excavation person is basically a one... I would really like you to have construction as well, but I'm gonna deal. It's fine. So give that a couple seconds, and then we'll go in here. So the first one, our digging person, is going to be JD2V0. And then we're going to have our growing animal care, all the things person, and that will be McLovin. That, honestly, for the person taking care of the animals, sure. I can work with that. And then we have, for our researcher, we got Canahawk. Alright. Oh, that's weird. Okay, so we got the collision monitor system detected an imminent threat to our survival. A huge impactor asteroid is hurtling directly at this planet. We must make our way to service and mount a defense system in time to destroy the incoming asteroid before it destroys us. Okay. So, interestingly enough, that's the exact position we had that the last time. It's definitely not the same seed, because like this was above us last time. But it is amusing that this is almost exactly in the same location it was the previous one. So what I'm going to try to do is make that accessible right away. Alright, so let's go ahead and get all of our priorities and all that set up. So you dig. I'm also going to, for right now, where is building? We're going to give you the priority on building as well, even though that's not your priority. I'm trying to make it so you'll actually get the building done versus running around digging everything. You're our researcher. You can also do rocketry as well. And then McLoving will be our farming and ranching person, and we'll worry about everything else from there after that. So we're going to want to start. So the thing we're going to do is I'm going to go over here. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then this is where we're going to make our tunnel up, is what I think we're going to do. Meanwhile, over on this side, we're just going to go straight on over. Cancel uproot for right now. And we'll tell them to harvest that if you can. Harvest all those if you can. Harvest that if you can. Okay. So right now we're just cutting left and right. I don't even remember what you gave me. Oh, right. You gave me the stuff I need to be able to go up to the surface and deal with the asteroid. So I actually don't need to prioritize that right away. I will need it. It's just not the I need to do this right now kind of thing. In the meantime, this is going to be our big up and down tunnel kind of thing. So that'll be our CO2 pit and everything. We can worry about that later. What I want to do is right away from the beginning, I want to cut this over here to let this grow its vines that way as a source of food. So from there, we need to actually go and start worrying about stuff we need. So I've got a lot of water over here, which is pretty good. So that'll give us our immediately early game water. So yeah, we're going to make this floor 4 tall. Okay, so bathroom's going to go up here. So we can go plumbing. We'll start with the medicine. Basin. Basin. Outhouse, outhouse. We can go here and door. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Okay. So basically we got that spot starting to go over there. We'll have to carve a little spot up here so you can reach the top of it. And we'll close that, and then we could dump all this water down the back here and over here. And then I can get access to it here, so we'll have a large volume of water all available from that area. But realistically, to do that, we make where you can step down. We want to smash a hole through there. And you can work on all that. So you've got all that sorted. Meanwhile, people mentioned we got our one person who needs to be in light to sleep. So they're going to go and sleep right next to this for right now. So that's going to be a miserable place for them, but they will get that light they so desperately need to sleep. So that's fine by me. The next thing we will do is boom, boom. We can mine this out. I'm gonna go ahead and mine it all out. Okay. So we'll go down here with the plans of building our rooms. Didn't make it big enough, that's fine. It's fine, I'm just gonna go ahead and get rid of the floor. Actually, at that point, we'll just go the whole way. We're definitely making entirely new sets of mistakes this time. Because I'm trying to go fast. And it's going to get me in trouble. But it's probably fine. What's the worst that could happen? Beyond horrifically dying. So we'll carve over here. So I can get at that for food. We can carve over here. So we can get at that for food. Carve over here. So I can get at that for food. Alright. Because really, these bathrooms... Okay, so let's start doing some priorities. These bathrooms, that's your priority right here. All of this, that's your priority. Get the bathrooms online. Once the bathrooms are online, get the bedrooms online. But also, cut that hole. So we can get that. So we're basically telling them to prioritize carving straight in to get the bathroom online first. Then we're going to get down here. You are already not having enough oxygen. Oh, that's just a really big pocket of carbon dioxide. One of these rooms must have been carbon dioxide I hadn't even noticed, which is fine. Once we get this carved down here, all that carbon dioxide will sink and we won't have to deal with it as bad. We are going to need more ventilation in here than we had the last one. So I'm going to put, like, when we have it, a ventilation block probably on the front door there. And, like, 1 or 2 along the floor to help bleed the air through. So oxygen can flow up and carbon dioxide can flow down. Okay. Alright, so we're getting the sinks online. Okay, so both sinks are ready. We don't have water for them yet. So what I'm going to need to do here is plumbing, water pitcher. Actually, we won't put it there. We'll go water pitcher. We'll put it here. I'm going to make you prioritize that real fast. Because otherwise it's going to be a problem in the morning. Meanwhile, which one of you was the one who couldn't sleep in the dark? I want to assign your bed manually. Bio. Standard duplicate. Is it McLovin? Yeah. So this is McLovin's bed. Okay, so when they wake up in the morning, they're going to beeline over here, build that toilet, hopefully in time for people to actually use it. Otherwise, it's going to be a pretty rough morning. Alright, Basset. You sleep well, and thank you so much for the lurk. I appreciate it. Yeah, so we definitely wanted that to be done this in-game day. Because people are going to need to use the restroom in the morning, and we don't have those things called restrooms. So that is, suboptimal. Okay, looks like we did get them knocked out in time, though, before anyone had a catastrophic situation. And everyone starts rushing to those toilets really fast. Okay. And keeping the bathrooms functional is a priority 9. Prioritize the bathrooms over almost everything else in the game. In the meantime, we're going to get the bedroom online. Okay. Let's leave that intact on this end. I don't want to drain that out down below yet. But we can do in the meantime, though, is this is going to be our lab. And this time I am going to try and take advantage of the lab bonus opportunity. Oh, wait, I can't do it there. We want that to grow. That's fine. Alright, never mind. The whole thing about taking advantage of the lab bonus opportunity, just forget it. That's not something I'm actually going to do right now. So stations, research bench. We'll plunk that down. This time I'm going to deliberately leave a gap between the battery and all that. And the reason I'm doing that is so later on when I go to replace the battery with a better battery, I can just slot it in because the other battery's bigger. And that'll give us that research stuff. We can go at least up here, carve that part out. We'll leave the rest intact until I'm ready to drain that water down below here. Okay, so all the carbon dioxide is slowly working its way down, so making this area a little bit better for breathability. This is all dumping oxygen out for us. A lot of peat. We have way more of the Avogrows around as well. Way more of those than we had the last go. Okay, we'll keep carving down. Okay, and that looks like it's the end of the biome. So again, we're making our CO2 pit, so all this carbon dioxide should just dump down in here. Colony achievement for everyone having their beds and all that. Yep. So yeah, so they get a morale bonus for the barracks. And then this one, we're just waiting for it to get enclosed, and then we'll get a morale bonus for that. Okay, and that's where we have the Rexes again. So, we want to, once we get a research bench online, let's beeline for the food. And what I can do is in an area down like this, we can start trying to probably ignore the Avogrows right now. I've got a lot of those wild, and they consume an alarming amount of water. But instead get the sweet corn going, where we have the sweet corn and then one of the mica buds next to it. Maybe two. I actually have no idea what's the appropriate, like, sweet corn to mimica ratio or whatever. And don't spoil it if you do know it, by the way. So we do have access to water now. So I'm going to carve that out so it flows in a little bit better here. Because then what we could do is once this drains, I could poke a hole through here. Like just carve up this way and just dump all that water down in there. That's brine over there. Yeah, there's so much overgrow compared to last time. Meanwhile... yeah, so we're going to prioritize the food, because it's one of those things, like, these rooms here are more about morale than about strict survival. Morale becomes important for strict survival just by the nature of how it all works. Okay, meanwhile, we're going to go ahead and make schedules. Alright. We're not going to mark any shift alarms because we don't care. So, for you, we'll have your stuff begin here. So, boom, boom. Work. 1, 2, 3. Bathroom. Work. Oh, I can just shift to right and left? Oh. I was blissfully unaware that was a thing. Okay. So in that case, you just go boom, 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 boom. And then we can say, okay, that's Canahawk schedule now. Add schedule. And now I could turn around here and go like this. Now it's JD's schedule. But you get the idea. I'm putting them all on different schedules so they all kind of take breaks and sleep and all that at different times. That should alleviate a lot of stuff. Okay, and we're starting to get our research lab online. Like I said, we'll get the food going first, because that's what killed us last time. And we can open all that for more food. Okay, so research, step 1, get that going. That also works because that food doesn't require water. It requires peat. So that should be good. And I really want to save a bunch of these ones as their wild versions. But some of that's going to be hard to pull off. So that's the appropriate level for that height. So I can put it down here because there's not as much plants here. If we look at it like this, I'll put that there. And put a door here. Put this here. And dig that whole area out. And I'm hoping that'll hold up with the water in there. Otherwise, we're gonna have a bad time. It'll be what it is. Okay. So, for this one, I'll take the mushroom. I don't need any of it. We'll just take the mushroom and let it sit on the ground. And then when we unlock the farm, we'll just build a really long farming hallway. Okay, so I'm not seeing this crack or drip, so it's probably fine. Okay, first research is complete. So once we get way down here, well, that's an unfortunate place to be. Oh, well, so that's not great. So that means this actually is bled into our biome. There's no abyssalite between us, which means I can get to that right away. Which is nice, but it's really bad because that thing comes out at like 200 degrees Fahrenheit, so it is slowly going to cook my area down here. And if I'm putting my oxygen production down here, oxygen production in this game does produce a lot of heat on its own right as well. So that's not ideal, to say the least. So we're definitely going to want to try and get some insulated tile to contain that thing relatively early on. We'll go to auto harvest. Do all these up. Okay. Hey, Infinity Simplex, how's it going? This is definitely our first and not our second colony tonight. We definitely didn't make egregious mistakes that resulted in starvation. It's been a while since I played Oni, and I just didn't quite grasp the flow of the food on this new DLC. Hey, Liza, it's his third. It's not my third, for the record. It is my second, though. We did take a death. We've also got some uranium over here. There's no abyssalite here either. Okay, this will be an interesting one. Yeah, so weirdly we got a bunch of areas. So normally most of the border between you and your biomes are, like, if you look at the temperature here, you'll see that this is all abyssalite. It's not really a good way of doing it. Where is it? There was one of these that showed really carefully. It's fine. Here. So normally you'd see like these big, like kind of grayish black layers all here. Normally you'd see those between you and all of your neighboring biomes. But in this particular one, just by happenstance, there's lots of holes in it, which means temperature bleeding through, which can be pretty bad depending on your situation. So we've got that online. We're not ready for any type of meaningful power. Let's just go and beeline for the research this time. So with this, I can put down my farm tiles. So we can go food, farm tiles, and just go and... What? Straight on across there. Abyssalate, aka the Tupperware of Oni, keeps the biomes fresh. Yeah, so this is like we've got our food in our Tupperware container, and someone went through and just stabbed a whole lot of holes in the top. So you know, it's gonna be very not fresh. It's gonna be the opposite of fresh. It's gonna be downright bad. Oh, I guess unlock the portal. On the upside, this is an interesting combination being right next to each other. A hot biome and a cold biome that close, that's something I can work with. Okay. So, we've unlocked the portal, and that portal points out that we've got this big, ugly meteor coming to murder us. And this is what will destroy if we fail to do that. So a whole big yellow area will get destroyed if I don't do that. Let's see, does state change cost heat in transition in Oni? Meaning, could you pump water to the bottom, have the steam pump from there, take it up, condense, and then drop down as steam again? Yes, as long as there's something to cool it back down again. There is the part where like making steam does have a cooling effect on the area and yada yada. Like there's a whole flow to the materials and all that. But it's not you can't there are ways to make infinite loops that will give you power or whatever. But they take a little bit to set up. Meteor coming to kill the dinosaurs, that's a cute touch. Yep. And we just happen to be here with them. So we want to do a Mimic of Bud. And then the Sweet Corn. We're going to say 7 priority and 7 priority. And then we're going to copy these settings and bring it all the way across except for the very last one, because that'll be a Mimic of Bud as well. So I'll have 2 buds there, and that we'll see how good that does. Building lack resources, yeah. So I'm going to need to get up here. We've got all these cabinets down here. A few loose papers can be found inside. Scan the ones that look interesting. Okay. There's a 3-ring binder inside. You scan the surviving documents. A single page of a long printout remains legible. I scan and add it to my database. You search the computer database and you manage to find a piece together the files that piqued your interest. So we just hit those on all these things, and they drop those research for later. Okay, so research, we got to the point where we can do advanced, like the next level of research. I'm not really worried about medicine, so we are going to need all the things. So I've got you already set up. Let's go ahead and get power generation started. We're not going to do anything with the telescope for a while. We'll want the supercomputer and the mini pod. Okay, so let's get over here to our lab and go to stations, supercomputer, plunk it down, and go to power, run the power wire over there, and all that. No, there's no phase state energy. It gets around this via fudge factor about 2C to change the state. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I misunderstood what you're saying. Yes, sorry. Yeah, there's like a little bit of wiggle room on the states that you, like, if it boils at 200 degrees Fahrenheit, it has to be slightly over 200 degrees Fahrenheit before it actually does boil. And just the same when it comes to condensating, even if it's 200 degrees Fahrenheit, it has to be slightly under 200 degrees. So it just ever so slightly fudges the numbers. But this is not a game where you play as a single dude and maintain the station, right? That was only announced recently. Yeah. No, that's only been a recent announcement. It's not out yet. Okay, we'll worry about all that later. So yeah, so right now, I'm just trying to get the farm online immediate. That it is the starting point of boiling or other stuff. Yeah, no, it's like I said, it's got a little wiggle room on it. That lump's not doing so good, being one with the wall. I need you to pollinate everything, please. Altitude and gravity affects it? Yeah. Like, Oni doesn't have the concept of that. The point is more like, in Oni, there's like, this is the point range that'll condensate. There's this like wiggle room where it'll kind of stay in whatever state it is. And then there's like another thing where it will like boil or whatever. So they have kind of this like weird kind of middle spot that will keep it like, if it is already gas, even though it's in that range where it should go to liquid, it'll stay as a gas until it gets to the far end of it. So it's kind of just, and it's just a thing because otherwise stuff snaps back and forth between states and creates a whole weirdness. Okay, so we're still researching. We need people to level up and all that. And this time, we're only on cycle 5. We've already got the Mimicas, you know, producing crops. We've got our farm up. We're still expanding it and all that. We don't have our oxygen production online, but we are doing really well on oxygen so far. We're definitely going to need to get that online. This time, our carbon dioxide pit is actually carbon dioxide pitting. I don't really know why the other one was struggling quite as bad as it was, but it was. Yeah, we got the oxalate here is not causing issue. Okay, we got our first skill point. This is on our researcher, so there's our research. Congratulations on your promotion. Yeah, the constant flickering of state change is really bad for PC performance. Yeah, and you can get a little bit of that in this game. There are situations where just by the circumstances, you'll have like one tile here and it'll be like 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That's an exaggeration, like 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit. And then the next box over here will be like 10. And you'll have a material in between, so it's just flipping back and forth between these temperatures until it eventually bleeds the temperatures out from between them to balance them. But in that meanwhile, it's like gas, liquid, gas, liquid, gas, liquid. But usually it'll heat up or cool down one of the tiles really fast. All depending on like which ones are more conductive than others. This is another area where we don't have abyssalite between. Yeah, and this weirdly, this tile has like no abyssalite consistently on any of the edges, which is pretty deeply concerning in all honesty. I fully expect that to be a problem in the long run. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the rock crusher next, so that we can start having what we need for going for refined metal later. I still do think I'm going to go ahead and down here build the carbon dioxide Oh, that's kind of a curiosity. Nah, it's fine. Like, I do think down here we're going to build our oxygen production for the time being. We're only going to build 2 to start with. So that way as the carbon dioxide sinks, it feeds these, which then spits oxygen back out. So at least we're processing the carbon dioxide down. Okay, and you've gained a skill. So JD is our construction/digging person, and even though we're mostly having them doing construction, they are digging. Been looking for months, started to enjoy. Saw the follow animation. Oh crap, so you have mine too. Well, thank you so much for the follow. I do appreciate that. Yeah, no, I do appreciate the like I do like the little crab animations I've got in here. The channel's always had like thematically the scarf and tie thing, and just a long while back I was like, oh yeah, we'll start moving towards a tropical theme, and well, that never really came to fruition. Like, I never did see through the whole tropical thing. I did really like the crab, so that's still around. Okay, so we've got all that sorted out, so that's fine. As the air pressure goes down, this oxalite will get to work. We can dig up here to make more rooms up there as needed. I'm going to try to not aggressively expand too much like we did on the R1. Like, I want to expand to places where I can get free food, because that's probably worth our time. But I definitely don't want it to be a whole thing. Yeah, no, either way, that's going to be that way. We did have someone gained a level. Okay, so you are a farming person. So right now you're going to go farming, and then we're going to go for ranching next. Oh, is that for some crustacean domination? Okay, so we got our research sorted. We are able to do advanced research now. So let's go ahead and get ourselves the stuff we need for the critters. And working on that. I will do state changes of logic gates. Does it do well with large setups with hundreds of gates? Or does it have vector computing or each state and all that? So, I think they've got like a tick rate on the logic gates that can't like instantly flip everything. I could be wrong in that one. Because I don't remember having a lot of issues with like the gates flipping extremely fast or something like that. But I also haven't set up something with like hundreds of them. Usually I'll have like a whole setup that'll have like one area will only have like 2 or 3 logic gates being necessary. Yeah, we're bleeding a lot of heat into our space. As we look up here... Oh no, it's about 80 something up here. Okay, so this whole area is about upper 80s. It's not great, it's a little warm. That is cooling this down. Ah, so that's interesting. So I've got right here, that's not the right gauge. I've got right here, with no abyssalite, a very cold location right next to the saltwater geyser. Which is gonna create problems in the down, like later. I'll take the free pemmican, thank you. If I have someone show up with like really high athletics, I'd prioritize them, but if we get enough of these wheezeworts near that salt water, that might be a workable thing where we use the wheezeworts to cool down the water. We'll figure it out. Okay, so we're going to make these a 7 priority. So that way we mostly keep those going, but stuff like food and all that, we want to keep pretty high priority. Let's also pop in here to the harvesting. So if you get access to anything harvestable, just nom. Just get it. Okay, so far the food looks like it's in pretty good shape. We can copy you, paste you, then way over here, copy you, paste you, copy you, paste you. Okay, so we've got our farm set up. And I've got a bunch of these overgrows also around to deal with that. So we're good here. The next thing I'd want to do for long-term survival is I am going to make what will be our ranch. Oop, that is not the right height. So I'm going to dig that all out. And then this will be our ranch right down here. Okay, so the tick rate of gates is slower than the tick rate of chemical physical engine? Yeah, I think that's the case. People can correct me if I'm wrong, because I know there's a lot more knowledgeable about people with that. But I do recall it seemed that I would see the state change on stuff in the world, and it would take a couple, not a couple seconds, that's overstating. It'd take a little bit longer for, like, things to flipping, like, I detect oxygen on this tile, I don't detect oxygen. Like that kind of thing. Alright, so we're clearing this room out. This is going to be where we keep our, keep the lums and all that. Considering this one is currently confined and miserable, so that's going great for him. A lot of oxalate over there too, and up here. And more stuff up here in another lum. In the meantime, I am going to go ahead and take the ladder straight up to here. So we have the whole vertical of this biome kind of figured out. We can cancel all that. And that tells me the whole range we've got. So we've got the pit down here. Yeah, so it seems like the dartles, we're going to want to have a dedicated room for the dartles to make chlorine for me. That I could then take that chlorine to take care of the other animals and all that. We'll have to figure that all out. Yeah, so we don't have enough seeds to do this yet. That's fine. We'll get those over time. Oh, we're gonna need to make our gross water pit. Because of these. Alright, so this time, because we have the unfortunate thing with the abyssalite right there, we're gonna go out of our way to make our gross water pit just over here. Let's that'll be the gross water pit, I think. Give ourselves a little bit of room, so if we need to put a little bit of extra oxygen production, we've got that here. Okay. Let's go a little bit deeper. Then go plumbing. Okay, and that'll be our gross water pit. And I'm deliberately making it so the airflow in here is terrible to keep as much of the polluted oxygen kind of stuck back there to make it harder for it to get through. So we got Mimicas running around everywhere. Okay, so you need more research. We've got you. I'm not going to worry about the rest of these traps. We're not going to worry about those engines. We're probably not going to have any of the stuff I need for making plastic for a while. Nor are we going to have petroleum anytime soon. We could go... Let's go ahead and work on the electricity stuff. Okay. So this is going to be our room for the animals. We can do the critter feeder, critter pickup, and the critter drop off. And this will be for the lums, the thing stuck in the wall there. Because when we get all that situated, that gives me a source of peat. The peat goes up here. These will eat the vegetables off of the overgroves. And that'll give me supplies for all of that. You don't have anything else you give me, right? It's just the peat? Yeah, so you produce peat or tough meat if I have too many of you. Right, we have polluted dirt. So we are going to need to go to... We don't have it yet. We'll need to put the... No, we actually do have that. So go over here and put the thing for refining the polluted dirt into better dirt down there. Yeah, that space is already heating up way too fast. It's supposed to be negative something degrees in here. But because its guys are right next to it getting to 200 degrees, it's just cooking that spot. Like you can see, this whole thing is like -7, 8 up here. But it's already hitting like 50 and 40 degrees up here. So that's going to kill a lot of that space. This space has the wheezeworts, which will help some. But that is going to be a big problem for me in the long run, because it's going to bleed through here as well. And I guess once they go through here, we can carve through that. Now give me access to that food over there as well. We got a bunch of wheezewort up here as well. So good news is all that wheezewort is a good way of managing some heat. Because for those who don't know what wheezewort does, is it does lower the air nearby. It can alter the temperature surrounding its body by directly absorbing heat to maintain its bodily processes. So it's pretty good. If you have them in the wild, they don't consume anything. If you grow them, they consume phosphorite, which is a little hard to get a hold of. But it does a pretty good job of keeping an area cool. They don't cool a lot, but they cool forever at like negligible cost. Technically, we can bury that geyser. If I take something that will drop down, liquefy, and then solidify back into a block in front of it, it should block it so it stops running. I don't think we can do that easily, though. That's what I like to see. I've got more corn than I know what to do with. Okay, so you're... Oh, we don't have the mess hall yet. This would be the mess hall. That'd be fine for a mess hall. Just pop over here real fast. Dig that last little bit out. Go to the door. Go to furniture. Okay. So that'll give us another morale bonus. And what morale does is it helps keep your stress down. Basically, when you look at your dupes and their information on them, there's a number of things that cause stress. Like if they're like dealing with a bunch of negative stuff, but you'll notice there's this green gauge up here for what skills they have. And then there's like this skills learned thing. So right now we're at morale 8. So I got these ticks here. And that's how much my skill is costing me. As we gain more and more skills, it has a higher requirement. If that red bar gets over the green one, they'll gradually build stress passively. So then you need recreation or whatever for them to get rid of it. Or ways to get more morale to boost the green bar higher. Now let's see if we can't spot. If we look at these, you notice the neutrinium there? Oh, actually, we can probably go to the material one, even though I hate looking at the neutrinium. Yeah, so it has like a very light gray. There's a lot of those materials we can go here and figure out. Let's, Okay, no matter what I choose, it's light gray. Okay. There are certain things you could do to spot the neutrinium. I used to always use the temperature one, but I'm not sure if that's still as good as it used to be. Because you'd see, like, a little spot of green in the middle of, like, red or blue, and it'd be like, ah, that's where a geyser is. Research complete. We got that all sorted out. People are gaining attributes. That's good. So we're still working on our poo pit. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, still working on getting our poo pit all set up. We've got our water reservoir up here that I could dump more in when I need to clear that out. We've kind of pushed to the extremities to the north or the up and down for our biome. The saltwater geyser is just saltwater geysering and slowly cooking everything around it alive, which is great. And if we look at this, we got the carbon dioxide, like, pocketing here in the bottom and slowly being turned into oxygen. So you'll see, like, there's a little pocket here where it can't get around. That's fine as we put liquid in there. So we're doing really good on our air so long as we got that oxalate here. That'll eventually run out like last time. But it does seem to be doing a little bit better because I don't have, like, the water pool right in the middle that kind of, like, narrows the path like we did in the other one because that was hurting our airflow. It's getting me tutorials, it's fine. Does the prehistoric plants survive in 30 to 40C, which is cool? The starting area is yellow. Yeah, so I've got mine in Fahrenheit because that's just the units I know better. But yeah, so we'll go to Lum, grab that. And just like last time, I do not need you storing 2,000 kilograms. We're not going to worry about picking up at all. We want to grab Lum and Lumlets. We need someone with a skill to do that. We'll also set this to dual that. And it'll say, hey, max 10 creatures. Yep, no, I played the Frosty Planet. Yeah, no, I've beaten Oxygen Not Included a number of times, but this is my first time doing the Prehistoricus today. Now, granted, we did have one colony that I just kind of misread the way food is done in this DLC. Got ourselves in trouble. And it's probably one, if I microed, I could have gotten ourselves back from survival, but it would have been waiting for the population to come back. And it's just like, at that point, I'm better, like, it would take me less time to just start fresh, because it was only a new one. Alright. Okay, we got more research done. Let's go for the good power conductivity there. Because right now, honestly, it's going to be taking the time to expand and getting stuff working. That's going to be our primary concern right now. We're not quite ready to get this stuff going because we're not ready to refine metal. I don't have the ability to heat manage the metal right now. So we're working on it. What we are looking for is we're probably at the point we need another dupe when we get the opportunity. Ideally, I would like a dupe with high athletics, so we can put them on like supplying, operating, and running around kind of thing. Because we've got food and all that handled for the moment. What I need is someone who can get around the map at a bit better speed. Okay. Not really what we're looking for. This one wouldn't be a terrible one. This one wouldn't be a terrible one. I don't like destructive as a stress response. So this one, while we don't get athletics, this would give me someone who can cook. I don't really care about the excavation, I already have that. But they would also be able to carry stuff in the meantime. So I think we're going to go ahead and take them, because it could use the extra person. And this one will be Ion Tichy. So welcome. And let's go to your priorities and all that. So we have Ion Tichy. So for right now, you supply, you store. We'll actually put those like that. You are going to cook when you have the availability. You are going to life support. So you get the idea. You run around. That's what you do here. We go to your schedule. And we'll add a new schedule. And just like the others, we're going to go ahead and give you your own time frame. And we're going to do that until we have like all the different times represented. Just keep people rotating through as much as possible to avoid overloading the bathrooms. And then priorities, we've already got you sorted, so you should be good there. Now I need to go skills, Ion Tichy. I'm gonna give you cooking first. Even though I'm gonna have you hauling primarily. That way when we get the smoker, you will be able to do it. Because we want to do that to get our food to go much farther and help with morale. Yeah, so you've got brightness and a minor decoration bonus. So you can see putting a kitchen down below here. I believe there's a bonus for a kitchen, but I want to say it's a whole big thing. Yeah, that's where you have, like, the cooking range for sure. That's later on. We're not anywhere near the kitchen yet. Where do I want to put a place for us to cook? Because we have this, I'm trying to keep a wild version there for a little bit of food. We've got that, a wild version for a little bit of food. And this is our water pit for the time being. We're still working on that. I guess we don't really need to worry about it quite yet. That'll become more of a priority once I got other things we need to get in there. We'll get another cot so that we can expand if needed. Oh, we need storage again. That's right. So we can go here and say base, storage bin. Get some storage built there so that our supplying running around person has someplace to put that. Okay. And we're starting to close in the poo pit. And once we get that, I'll set that to sweep this room. So I can get all the stuff out of the poo pit, and then we'll start putting in the poo. It's basically our polluted water pit. Okay, so with that, we can dig out the bottom now. I vaguely recall a lot of times in my old colonies, I'd give this to be 4 wide, so I'd have room for the fire pole ladder, and then increase the airflow top to bottom, which is probably not a bad idea. I've also done some that literally I just leave this giant open chasm around everything. Let's see, you like Frosty Plant? The nectar is needed to make plastic? Yeah. No, I liked it. I did a lot of it. I felt it was a really good touch to make it, you know, a different progression setup than we had before. Let's make that just a 7. Actually, make it a 6. So it's slightly higher than our priorities, but not as much as, like, the oxygen production. So that way we process the polluted dirt Yeah, we're starting to have some food go bad. That's not surprising. We don't have fridge. And by processing the polluted dirt, that'll help get rid of it before it gets lots and lots of, you know, dirty oxygen around here, polluted oxygen. That gives a little bit more free food. Okay. Alright, and so with that, we can take all the extra stuff there. Put in storage for right now. We're mostly just waiting on our rancher to gain a level so that she can pull this animal out of the wall, put it in here. It'll start producing peat, which gives me the material I need to grow that and cook. So we can go and start, you know, breeding lumps and getting all that stuff. Okay, so we got more of the power, so we got like our heavy-duty wire and all that. We don't really have a mean to doing a lot of those things right now. They will become necessary, but we don't have access to them yet, really. We'll have to start getting stuff like refined metals and all that. Okay, how are we doing temperature-wise? So you're still stabilizing around the 80s. This room over here is heating up quick, which is going to be a problem. Alright, so we're going to tell them to sweep this room, get all that stuff on the bottom. So which one is it complaining? No storage available for oxalite. That's okay, that'll delete itself before I have to worry about it. How goes our oxygen? Oxygen is generally at basic saturation right now because of all the oxalite, but eventually we will have that as a problem. Okay. Now, the big thing I'm going to need to do is get up to this station thing up here. I am going to need to get the intro ballistic missile. And then we've got this tagged for... the big thing over there. Little concerning that we see on the solar system map that there is an unidentified... oh, it's telling me there's a meteor shower. That's fine. So I assume it's just Regolith. I'm sorry. It rains iron here? Excuse me? So my source of refined metal is it falls from the sky? It's not in large volumes, but it's okay. Just free sky metal, apparently. Liquids, polluted water. So let them start filling that up. That'll be another one we'll put as a somewhat high priority to get the water to keep it from off-gassing where it's in this main corridor. Because the more that off-gas is there, the more it's going to get away in the flow of the carbon dioxide. So we want to get that off into that little pocket in there. Okay, so research is going fine. We've got our food area. The ranching area is just waiting for someone to level. We got our mess hall. I believe that's what we need. Yeah, so mess hall is sorted, barracks is sorted, lavatory, latrine is sorted, stable is sorted. Not worry about making it a lab right now. We gotta wait till people can dig before we can punch into a new biome and start moving our way up. Yeah, that's interesting that we're just gonna get straight up refined metal dropping from the sky. Huh. Okay. So that tells me one of my priorities is just to get there early as we can, so that I can get like a little chamber for our airlock or whatever, and then run over there to just start making the things to protect. Because if we wait until that meteor hits, all of this area in yellow you see here, all of that is going to get destroyed if the meteor hits and I don't prevent it. Needless to say, we don't want that. Because while we could keep ourselves safe from the first hit, that is a lot of lost materials. Like, an alarming amount of lost materials. And I'm greedy and I want every last one of those materials. Okay. Yep, you're handling that all fine. Okay, so we've got all that. What would be the next thing we want to work on now? We've got our oxygen okay for the time being. We could get the peat burner. I'm really kind of concerned if I set that up. It's going to end up causing a lot of stuff. It does create a little bit of carbon dioxide. It does produce a decent amount of heat. How much power do you produce? 480 watts. It also produces polluted water. So it is a source of water and a source of carbon dioxide at the cost of peat. Which is not bad, because I do need water. But so far, we haven't seen much in the way of filtration medium. I'm assuming down here where we have all that hydrogen, yeah, there's sand down here we could use for a filtration medium. And that'll allow us to deal with the polluted air and polluted water and all that. Okay. So one of the things that might also be worth doing... What else? Yeah, it's oxalate. One of the other things that also be potentially worth doing is getting the decoration stuff put up, because we are going to just get an alarming amount of just like raw granite and all those kind of materials, like the shale or whatever. And we could put the trim up there. It'll use up some of that shale. It'll make everything have a decor bonus. Because also, if you have your people get happy enough, then they turn around and give you a lot of good stuff. And you got the Rex, which are eat all of these dartles, which there's no shortage of them. Okay. Right, what we should do is once we finish that one, let's get the, words are hard. Get the smoker done. Because then we can use the smoker, we can just plunk it in here for right now. And start having that produce actual food so we're not eating just raw sweet corn. That should improve our moods. The downside is that's yet another thing consuming peat. it does feel like a lot of this DLC is going to be based around managing peat, that so many things need it. And I'm going to only have, like, I'm going to have to figure out ways to produce a bunch of it. We'll probably need multiple of these going on. Which means we're going to need a lot of the overgrows. And the overgrows are going to require a lot of water. And you get where this is going. Everything requires something, and you got to manage it. Alright, let's go up here and get the smoker. You hate Pete? You never learned to manage himself? What about Pete? Pete and Pete? Alright, so we got all the electricity stuff sorted out for right now. I don't have much of a source for it. And like I said, I'm kind of scared to get the peat burner going, just because it's going to consume a decent amount of peat to do it. Repeat is the worst, I know, right? Repeat couldn't even be original. Riding on the coattails of others. Alright. Oh, we got new printables. Okay, we got some good here. We've got mallow seeds. I believe mallow was a decorative plant. I mean, that would have been nice earlier. I think at this point, though, I'd rather just take the mallow seeds. It's deadly when consumed, however, creatures mistakenly eat it are said to experience a state of extreme calm before death. Yeah, it's decor. Wait, did it say it had a calming effect on people? Decor, and will alleviate stress with their calming color and cradle shape. Okay. I don't usually plant those things, but I'm curious. Because then usually you have to, like, take care of it, and it, you know, it requires materials to do so. The big thing is I need our people to level. You are right about to level anytime now. You're only about halfway there. You 3/4 away there and 3/4 away there. So Canahawk is like going to level any second. Unfortunately, they are our researcher. So while they will level like any second, I'm not really going to be able to leverage that level immediately. Oop. There's a geyser down there. Of some kind. That's what that neutrinia means. So if you want to figure out what a geyser is and you're just not sure, one fun thing you can do is go to it, set it to yellow alert, and that is a leaky oil fissure. And so a leaky oil fissure apparently will emit crude oil at 305 to 620 degrees Fahrenheit. Yep. So that's good to know. I'll set it to 7 so you can see it a little bit easier in the future. But yeah, so you just look for that pattern of the nutramine. Now if you look at the temperature, you notice it's this weirdly like little stripe of green in all the blue. It'll do the same up here as you'll see a little stripe of green in the yellow as well. So there's another one right here. So that's a cool salt slush geyser. Another way you can actually spot them is by turning that on. And then trying to spot where you see like one number just in the rock wall and figure out what it is. Yeah, it's on the surface there. Yeah, so that's probably another geyser right there. Yeah, it is. That might be another. That's another cool salt. That is not. Okay, so you've got 2 cool salt geysers down there and some crude oil. And that's a saltwater geyser. So that'll be curious about that stuff. Yeah, so we're starting to get polluted oxygen. That's going to cause a yucky lung. Unfortunately, we don't have sand yet. Because that'd be our filtration material to make a sieve and the various things for handling that. That'll happen once we puncture into this biome. Oh, we gained our level. So grab our researcher. They're going to be a field researcher now. Okay. And the poo pit's coming along nicely. Getting it full of its stuff. They're now hauling all the junk out of it. And it looks like almost everyone's doing that, which means most of the other responsibilities are being handled that they're just not needed to facilitate that in any meaningful speed. Our breathability is holding up well. Our food is holding up well. If we look at this chart, I don't have anywhere... Like, there's a little area that's not getting much oxygen up here, but that's just because it's way off in the corner. It's about as far as we can from our oxygen production. Temperature-wise, things are looking pretty okay. It's all up in the upper 80s, which is appropriate for this tile. If you're playing on, like, the other maps that you start on, upper 80s would be a bit concerning. A lot of plants would start struggling. If we have, or decor, the decor in our area is awful. So that'd be something we could potentially work on as a thing to have people work on stuff while we're researching. Like I said, what I think I might do is once we finish this research, we'll grab the decor and we can sit here and like put like trim and all that. It'll just burn up some of these materials we've got laying around absolutely everywhere, which will take away the penalties from having junk laying all over the ground. It'll also help mood bonuses and all that to make things nicer while we wait for people to level. And mood bonuses you really want, because if we actually look at our different people, at their stats, they all have bonuses they get from succeeding at stuff. What'd you get? Oh, you got the hydroponic tile we don't need. A radiation lamp I don't yet need. A farming station, which can be really useful for big farms. Park sign, I'm not going to worry about. Fertilizer synthesis, I don't care about. The refrigerator's a good one. I could see plunking the fridge up here. It'll be a bit annoying because I'll have to just keep running to try and keep it online already, because they're already struggling between it. As you can see from the power going out there. I don't think I'm going to worry about it. It's just going to be another burden with that. And while it is kind of a bummer that the food keeps rotting, that's kind of just the nature of the beast at this stage, till I get more stable power happening. How am I doing on Pete? Let's go Pete. Mark that. So I've got 20 tons of peat right now. If we get the smart battery built, maybe we'll turn on a peat generator. That way I can have it just power up the battery, and then when the battery's full, you can send the signal to shut off the peat generator again. So we're not wasting material, because otherwise it'll just run constantly when it's not needed. Okay. And everyone's running around doing their thing. Right, and then what we are researching right now is the smoker. Like I said, we could probably put the smoker right here and use that to turn the corn into better food that the dupes will eat and get mood bonuses from. We also need to go, because one of my people here had a had a pretty bad penalty. So, Canahawk, we do not want to farm. It was JD we don't want. So we can go here. So you won't decorate. JD here, when it comes to cooking, you've got a -3. So we don't want JD doing that. Canahawk had one here that they had a negative on, which is agriculture. And I think Ion Tichy was good. Oh, we also want you dealing with cleaning. There we go. Basically, I'm prioritizing things they're good at that they'll put more of a priority on it, and at things that they're actively bad at, we're going to deprioritize on that person. Because there's no point in making someone do something they're really terrible at, and then just having headaches because of it. And you got long commutes, which is not surprising. Everyone's running up and down this main thing to get down here and back up for storage. We're just letting them keep working on storing stuff. It just takes time. But pretty soon we will have our cooking stuff. And that should help our food a bunch, help our moods a bunch, and just keep that research flowing. Because right now that research is going to be the thing that I need to get to dealing with that meteor. Until I can reliably get some refined metal and make an airlock. If I pop up to the space area, we're just going to dump all our air out into space, and that's not good for your long-term survival. Okay. Yeah, so we should start seeing where we have the decor overlay, where it's like bright red and angry in a lot of these places. You'll know it's kind of going a dull red in the areas we started clearing out all the junk laying on the ground. And that's because any items laying on the ground, for the most part, give a penalty. Alright, so let's go for some of the decorations, because that can be something we can work on. We also do need to get the plumbing online. That'll be something to do in the not-so-distant future. Let's see. I don't care about any of these bubbles and all that. The metal sculpture I don't care about. Probably there. Okay, and we unlocked the smoker. Gonna toss that down there. I don't care about the spice grinder, I don't care about the plant pulverizer, and I don't care about the juicer right now. So the plan is to get this smoker built, which I'm assuming produces a large amount of heat. And JD gained a skill, so let's go deal with that. But in the meantime, tender brisket, which requires peat. I don't remember how to... Ah, there we go. Veggie poppers. Produce 10. So we've already got the light lamp and a flower pot. So let's go over here real fast. We can go to furniture. And go to the flower pot. And do that. And let's get JD's skills. So JD is our person who does the mining, so they can now punch into the next biome. So we can get up here to where all the chlorine gas is, which I'm sure will be great for everybody. In the meantime, we are starting to see some of the oxygen thinning out up here, which has been a long time coming. Yeah, there's still decent enough carbon dioxide down here. Let's put down another algae terrarium down there. Okay. So before I dig into here, let's put ourselves an airlock there. There's McLovin and ranching. Cool. So with that, we will wrangle you and bring you down in here. And that means we are now able to create peat. Oh, no gas output. All right, hang on. Let's double check you. You put out carbon dioxide. Okay. So unfortunately, I don't actually have ventilation stuff, so let's change our priorities. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and skip off that. We will go to the insulator block. Because, yeah, we need to get the gas output. I can put the gas output down here to where that is. That'll pump carbon dioxide into that space. I am going to have to worry about heat down here. It is going to be a problem. That might be one of those ones I poke a hole in here and just leave it exposed so that the carbon dioxide goes down here and cools off. It'll more than likely be incredibly harmful to the natural animals down here in that area, but you know, that sounds like a them problem. Certainly feels like the kind of thing that maybe they should be concerned about. Because what we're going to do is we're just going to go ahead and get what we need out of it, and the environment will just take what impact it takes. Okay, so what's going to need to happen here? Is going to carve that open. It's pretty soon going to want to drain water down in there. Relocate to here. Make that priority 9. Meanwhile, research. So we've got the air vents. So what we're going to be able to do here now, so bring the air vent over, run it straight on down. Now you're going to put a gas vent right there. And again, that's so we can pump the carbon dioxide out of the smoker down here. Which means this area down here is going to smell like barbecue. Okay, so unreachable move. I get it. I gotta deconstruct those 2 tiles to get it out of the wall. Okay, and we got our airlock and all that. So we're going to want to go up here. And there's an airlock up. And an airlock down. And for printing, we can get sand. We're doing it instantly, no questions asked. Free filtration medium? Yep. Because then we can get the deodorizer here to start dealing with this polluted oxygen that's starting to build up. It's getting all over the place. And we're taking care of our nice little dinosaur friend. Giving it little pets, domesticating it. I guess that means it's running. Oh, pipe blocked. Okay. And just like that, we're making ourselves some smoked veggies. Who do you give a gift sub to? Gift sub to, Arch? I mean, you give the gift sub to anyone you like. I think it's super duper appreciated that you'd want to gift sub. Okay, so you're gonna mine that. And wait to poke the hole through the top there until it's closer. Alright. So that what's going to happen is we're going to start seeing this get more and more carbon dioxide. Another thing we're probably going to want to do is get the airflow blocks. Those two should be airflow blocks, so that it doesn't get stuck with the air here. Meanwhile, we are waiting on the insulation blocks. We'll grab that next, and we'll go back to what we were doing with the decorations after that. Okay, so that's pretty warm. Is there anything down here I would be deeply upset if suffered the consequences of my poking a hole into this environment? Because I'm pretty sure the answer is no. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty okay with everything happening if I poke through here. So I'm just going to go ahead and poke right on in here. Let's see, they gave you a sub. They gave me a sub to you. You assume that they already subbed to Rual? How do you return? Oh, return the sub? I don't... If you're trying to sub yourself, you just basically wait for it to expire, or you can do what's known as upgrading the sub. There's no returning a gift sub if you're trying to do that. I'm a little confused at what you're asking is what I'm saying. Like I'm not entirely sure what your objective is. Yeah, that's usually what you do is if you're trying to... Oh, you're trying to get back? Yeah, usually most people will pay it forward. They'll just gift a sub to someone else. Okay, so let's go ahead and get the thing there. We did get insulating block, which will probably be a big news for us because of this here. That's going to be a source of lots of heat. That's going to be a really big problem. And so I'm trying to decide right now is do I immediately beeline across here and start insulating this, or do I write that spot off already because it's already heating up and just put the insulating tiles along here? I don't think this is necessarily a right or wrong answer. Yeah, because this area is already too hot that they're all complaining about heat. Yeah, and if you're trying to like do something as a thank you, usually you pass it forward by gifting a sub on to someone else. Like I said, otherwise, like, that individual, let's see. To give subs out to you want to give your sub, you want to give her a sub. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, no, if you're looking for someone else, like if you're trying to gift a sub to the person who gifted you sub, but, you know, on another channel, yeah, Ultrasaurus is a good choice, Bloody Drongo's a good choice, Simcopter 1's a good choice, FG Squared's a good choice. Those are all similar channels that are definitely people I would 100% like recommend, encourage, whatever you want to use for your verbiage. They're all friends of the channel. Yeah, no, Ultra's a good choice if that's what you're thinking. And thank you, Liz, for the I cannot see the number of subs. Where are you? 10 gifty subs. I really do appreciate that. That is very generous of you to do that, so thank you so much. And interestingly enough, even though you gifted 10 and we have that set up to do the group ones, it looks like Twitch is doing its thing where it does them one by one. But that's fine. You said pay it. You said pay it forward. Hey, you know, paying it forward, like I said, that's usually what people do. As when they get a gifted sub and they want to do a thank you, is they just pay it forward to the next person, that kind of thing. So thank you so much for that. That's very generous and very kind of you. I really do appreciate it. Let's put the pretty plant there. Hype, we still don't have a hype command. I need to make one. You're not wrong. We need a crab rave. Yeah, no, we talked starving. Why is someone starving? I've got 24,000 calories. Well, 24,000 kcals. Even more calories than that. Ooh. Ooh. So we've got a cold chlorine vent down there. And then there's another one here. Was that one we already spotted? It is. Yeah, so we've got a chlorine vent down here. And it does emit the chlorine at a relatively cold temperature. So that's good news. Oh no, that's all good. No, there's... Absolutely, it's not your fault. The one by one is just every once in a while, even though we have the alerts done, once in a while Twitch will just be like, nah, I'm just not going to send the thing that says there are a whole bunch of things. I'm going to send them one by one. And then the bot responds accordingly. But yeah, no, absolutely zero complaints about that. You're quite literally paying me. Okay. So we're gonna go ahead and get you grilling too. So you can cook even better. And thank you for the 1,000 biddies. You're being incredibly generous, Liz. I really do appreciate that, so thank you so much for that support. It means a whole heck of a lot. So thank you again so much for that support. Because yeah, every little bit helps, and that's not even a little bit, that's a whole lot of bit. So thank you so much for that. So I'm trying to remember which one was underneath there. Let's see. Oh, if you want... Oh, it says, oh, if when said you're making a hype commands, do you want to look at the raid command too? In the nod subs, the first word is missing. Oh, wait, is it? I can... The fixing my raid command, that's pretty fast. I can go boom, raid, edit. For the non-subs, the raid command, that's not that one, so it'd be this one. Yep, I see it. So we can just go boom, we save, done. Raid command fixed. And put my chats back over that. Yeah, I don't remember which one that one is. Now, we don't want to dump chlorine into the entire base. A little bit of chlorine creeping in is manageable. But we definitely don't want chlorine just going everywhere. It'll cause eye irritation, which causes mood penalties. And that'll become a whole big headache. And we're making sleep power. That is a lot of heat coming out of that thing. Alright, so I gotta make my decision about this, because this is going to keep producing more and more heat, and that's just a problem. Chlorine is actually so drinkable. I mean, in real life, doing like trace amounts of bleach chlorine for processing, like really trace amounts can work. It's just one of those things you gotta be super duper careful of, to the point you probably shouldn't do it if you're not someone who is like... That's like, you're a chemist, that's your job. Leave it to the professionals. Because if you get it wrong, you know, it can make you dead. Well, oh, we were gonna put the decoration stuff up so we can get that. Alright, so we got our deodorizer. So let's put our deodorizer right over here. Start trying to deal with that polluted oxygen. We aren't going to do the carbon skimmer. Not right now. I need the carbon to use the algae terrariums. Yeah, so it's all mostly carbon dioxide right there. We could probably put one more of these in. After that, it'll start being a bit messy. Not even if you drink out of the bottle will it kill you. I mean, chlorine is what the main thing is in bleach. And drinking bleach will 100% kill you. Like it'll make you very not alive. Yeah, so do not drink chlorine. So one thing left to remember, you can go back to use your mind to the impassable banking task for the day. Yep. The point is, consumption of it is not a good time for you, so probably don't. They're putting a little bit of decoration in all these rooms, partially just to use up materials, partially to take these rooms that people frequent in, and give them a beauty bonus, because that'll give them morale bonus. Errand empty. You're not empty. What are you talking about? Wouldn't chlorine just turn into gas immediately? I mean, I have no idea, honestly. But I would argue something that makes you violently throw up immediately as not drinkable. Because without you getting to the whole everything's edible once, it's whether you're still alive to eat it the second time that's the, the really determining, characteristic there. Your grandpa's a chemist? I would still be like, very much chlorine is not consumed. Let's see, what if it's a really hot day? Then is it okay to have a cool glass of bleach? No. I'm being very direct and open about do not consume these things. I will not be held responsible when someone's like, you could do it. It's like, no, you can't. Like, you are capable of putting it in your mouth once, and then you won't be around to put it in a second time. Okay. So, I've been hesitant to build the peat power generation, mostly out of fear. We don't have the smart battery, let's not do that. So I need to get processing the bad water into good water. You could eat it, you shouldn't. I would still... Right. But the statement you said was actually so drinkable. To me, one of the main factors for being a drinkable beverage would be that it doesn't actively harm you. And I would say throwing up violently falls well into the category of actively harming you. Like, drinkable in my book would mean you can consume it, and it's not, like, it's okay. I wouldn't call getting sick violently okay. See, chlorine is a very strong factor in purifying water. It is, but you're talking, when you're purifying water with stuff like chlorine, you're talking very trace amounts of it. You're talking, like, parts per millions kind of amounts. Versus when you're talking, consuming it, that's very different implications. Alright, so we've got more of these things we can't do. We're gonna reject all these people for right now. I'll get the seeds just in case it gets to a temperature that's acceptable. What is the temperature that plant likes? Because I planted it and then it wasn't good. You need temperatures. 86 is the high, so we're like just barely out of the range. Chlorinated water is different. You could drink it to that degree. Yeah. You're saying it's not really that bad. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I understand the intent. I'm just on the internet and people listen to me, so I always have to be very, very paranoid when talking about stuff about consuming things that you should probably refrain from consuming as they are. Oh yeah, no, I'm very pro fluoride. The fact that we added, you know, fluoride to water and we could like measurably see the decrease in teeth problems. And the reason we figured that out is we went to places where fluoride naturally happens in water in large quantities and went, hey, wait a second. Their dental stuff is like really good. Oh no. No, 100%. I don't feel like it's a weird position. I genuinely feel people are like, no, fluoride bad. It's like, you're being naive. You're eating garbage from people who don't care about you. The dose makes a poison? Yep, the difference between medicine and poison is dosage. Just about every medicine will kill you if you get too much of it. Which is why they go, hey, take 2 of these in the morning. And you go, so that means 4? He's like, no, I said 2. So 6? No. 2. Alright. You never had a caddy because the water is fluoride? Fluorized? Yep. Yeah, no, it's good. And I know people who get upset about that, but it's like, it's chemicals in your water. Here's a hint. Fluoride naturally happens in water. Not in all water, but in a lot of water that people have been consuming for thousands of years. All we did is recognize it's got health benefits and said, well, this other water over here that doesn't necessarily have fluoride in it, we just put a little bit in there because we noticed the water that did have fluoride in it had a huge benefit. And the substitution would be with the water. If we weren't putting the fluoride in the water, it means every time you go to the dentist, they're going to be extra, hey, here's your much more significant dosage of fluoride all at once because you're not getting it day to day. And we want to harden those teeth. Well, not harden, it makes them better able to handle different acidities and yada yada. And so getting trace amounts more regularly would be less of a thing. It's actually found fluoride helps teeth. People in areas where there's more fluoride naturally had less cavities. Yep. Yeah, no, I mentioned that a couple minutes ago, but yeah, no, it's exactly how it is. It wasn't people just tossing a bunch of junk into water and being like, okay, we're gonna put this here. Now it's like, we had an observation, and we went, hey, that's a very desirable thing. Why? Why is that happening? And then they figured out, you know, fluoride helps prevent teeth problems. Because he thought fluoride was for killing off bacteria that are not resistant to it as our cells. No, I believe with fluoride, what's the word? So the outer layer of your teeth, my understanding was it is absorbed into your teeth just a little bit, just on that outer layer. And it makes it more hardened against the, was it the acidity that the bacteria put out as a byproduct of their stuff. So like the bacteria eat the stuff and they leave out their waste, and that waste is very bad for your teeth. And so you're making it so your teeth, you're adjusting what it can handle. But there are people with fluoride sensitivity. You presume the law will lean one side or the other in this case. More on the cautious side. Yeah, streamer got it. It can, you can get into specific chemistry. Yeah, the enamel, thank you. Yeah, so it changes the, if I'm correct, it changes the pH range, the acidity range that your enamel on your teeth can handle without problems. And it's only, like, decimal points. But when you're talking pH, decimal points is a big amount. Decimal points is a big deal in pH. Yeah, we don't need to go there. No, I just let Automod block it and I kept it blocked. No, it's okay. Just, the way to think about this channel, it's not that we're necessarily safe for work or not safe for work. Usually when it comes up on that topic, the way I'll typically explain it is I don't mind if the boss gives you some side-eye. But if the boss feels like they gotta get up out of their chair and walk over and be like, come on, man, you can't be doing this at work, then that's too far. Okay, so get the lavatories online, we can get the sink online, that'll give us some morale bonus for that. We'll keep going all that. Yeah, no, you're okay. It's no big deal. Automod grabbed it, no harm, no foul. You kinda got a feel for where things are at. So our oxygen is not sufficient. This does seem to be handling most of the carbon dioxide other than what's trapped here. So one thing we could do is we could poke this, and that'll let the water drain down, and it'll push the carbon dioxide up and over. But it does look like I'm going to need some level of oxygen production up here. So what we could do in the meantime is if I could find some oxalate up here, we can poke a hole to the oxalate to get a little bit more air in here. There's some down there and some over here. So I could go and mine those two tiles. That'll get that oxalate exposed. We can mine over here. That'll expose those two, that one. We can go over here. And that'll expose that. No more oxalate down there. Nothing I'm seeing. Oh, there's a single unit of oxalate there. There's a couple little spots down there. I don't see a really good way to get there, though, so I'll just ignore that for right now. Because I figure I'm just going to poke all the oxalate here. Oh, we can go in here. There's a bunch of oxygen in there and some more oxalate near the top. There's a little bit of oxalate there, but I can't really get to that. Okay, so it looks like we got pretty much all the oxalate sorted out, so I'm going to have to deal with proper oxygen production. Now, polluted dirt and depleted oxygen. So we could use the sublimation instead of this. So let's disable that building. And thank you, Liz, again for another 10 tier 1 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate it. That wasn't necessary. I do appreciate it. But you're fine. It wasn't a whole big deal. Let's see. So there's all the power up there. We don't want to run the power up there because you can only run so much power on stuff. So what's probably going to happen here is we're going to put down a jumbo battery. And I'm going to put down the hamster wheel here. Which is not great, but it's what we're going to do for the time being. No, you're good. But thank you so much again for that support. What the heck was that noise? Oh, you probably ate something. That's fair. Alright, so problem is we are dealing with a lot of, the oxygen's getting pretty thin. We have a lot of chlorine trapped up here. And we are trying to expand this, because the big problem is I don't have... I mean, we did just release a bunch of the carbon dioxide that was trapped in this spot up. So that should have dumped a bunch down here. But we haven't been getting that much down here. So I'm not sure what is causing our loss in air. because we are breathing it, but they breathe out carbon dioxide. So we should be trading one gas for the other without a huge loss. And this does emit oxygen. Ah, it emits more oxygen than it consumes in carbon dioxide. So that should be a net gain in gas in this space. It does look like this is starting to fix the oxygen down here. But that's okay. They'll keep working on all this. We're gonna have to get our oxygen production in better shape. Which right now, I can get the carbon scrubber. We don't want to do that. It trades water for carbon dioxide. I'm trying to remember. Don't you have an output that we use? Was it polluted water? Yes. So basically, water goes in, polluted water goes out, and it just deletes carbon dioxide. So not great. That is reducing our gas in an area. We have the sublimation, which is what I'm building, which turns polluted dirt into polluted oxygen, which is breathable. It's not great, but it is breathable. Okay. And I have just been going up and along the wall. We have the toilet and all that. I don't really need to be dealing with that. So that's if we have rust. So I could turn water into it, but we'd have to have spare water. We have the desalination, which we could use down below. We have the water sieve to turn the polluted water into fresh water, so we'll need that. They're working on all these different projects. It's just going to take time. And so now if we're looking at our decor rating, these rooms have gone from red to green gradually. And that means the people inside those rooms will get a morale bonus. The toilet is the sink in the jail. The toilet is the sink in the jail, but like the oxygen is important. I mean, oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Like in prisons, they have the toilet sink combo thing where there's like the sink on the top and the toilet down there. I was like, what? I usually don't think about prison stuff very often, so it's like, oh yeah, that is the thing. Yeah, so like this person's mood is so high that they've got like that huge thing where they just zip around real fast. Where can I see that? Pleasant chit chat, disinfecting outhouse. Yeah. That's a mood too. Yeah. But those people running around, sometimes they like throw stickers around or whatever their deal is. Yeah, so I think she's working extra fast because she's got a really high mood. And her food is going up, which you love to see. And that food just takes a long time. Your tattoo artist put in prison toilets to save water. Okay. Because people are less likely to want to wash their hands on the toilet sink, because, I mean, a sink's still going to take the same water as a sink. You'd be better off getting a low-flow toilet or a low-flow sink or something like that if you're trying to actually save stuff. Okay, so working on that as well. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Okay, so research complete. They've got the water sieve. Got the liquid filter, the gas filter, the sludge press. Stuff for lubricant and all that. Can't sleep, too hot. Other than that, you're good? Yeah. For those who don't know, Azrael, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone else I recommend checking out on the platform. Plays a lot of simulation games. Been playing some Wreckfest 2 recently. All that stuff. No, it recycles the gray water, so when you wash your hands, it feeds to the toilet. Interesting. I was not aware of that. Makes a certain amount of sense, yeah. I mean, I don't particularly have a problem with that. So we're making more of the brine ice in here start to melt, which I am okay with. Complaining about battery power. So much chlorine everywhere. You're in a mood, glum. Because you're not getting any of your food. Okay, so we got blueprint, we've got food. Because we're dealing with oxygen problems, the last thing we want to do is throw more people at it. Alright. We got an entire branch of a skill tree and all that. When you're getting your butt tattooed, you might... I mean, that's fair. Yes, you're looking for food. Did we not literally just pull some of that stuff up? Because I just saw someone harvest it up here, and I didn't see where it got off to. Because that's not what we're cooking right now, right? Yeah. We're not cooking that, so that should all be going to you. Okay, and we're about to get the sublimation thing here going. Let's pop over there. That's a 9. So that's going to unfortunately make polluted oxygen. And you'll be a 9. So we're going to use this to produce polluted oxygen from our polluted dirt. And then this will, you know, clean up some of that polluted oxygen at the cost of sand. So that'll be a whole thing. Alright. Okay, so you're in a good mood. Let's see, you have a special interest in plumbing, please explain. Oh, you're talking, yeah, okay. Talking about with chat, gotcha. So we definitely need to be picking up the pace a little bit. We're not in bad shape. We definitely need to get our oxygen in a more stable situation than it is. We can also go over here and say harvest, auto harvest anything you get at. And space is right there. And we did find that there's meteor showers here that are just refinement. Oh, can you live out there? I thought you needed atmosphere. They apparently don't. Okay. Cool enough, I guess. Because I need to get to this thing so we can get rid of that asteroid that is just getting larger and larger. Hey, Ben, how's it going? What's better, algae terrariums or oxygen diffusers? That depends. There isn't a this is the better one. It's a it depends. Generally speaking, the oxygen diffusers give you way more oxygen faster, but they're way less efficient on the materials. Whereas the terrariums absorb a bunch of carbon dioxide to give you oxygen. So, to give you an idea, if you use the oxygen diffusers exclusively, eventually you'll get to the point that the air pressure is too high, and then the air won't, like, it won't make more oxygen. So you'll just have that thing going on. Whereas these absorb carbon dioxide and then make oxygen, so you'll generally keep your air, you know, air pressure won't get out of hand using these. So there's a little bit each way, and you'll find that's true of like 99% of the things in oxygen not included, is you'll go, what's better, A or B? And the answer is almost always, it depends. Which isn't really the answer you're probably hoping for, but it's kind of the reality of oxygen not included. Is most things in this game are not straightforward, cut and dry. You know, this one thing is always better than the other one. You'll have stuff that, like, in ideal conditions, you'd say that one's better. But then, you know, there's a bunch of circumstances where you'd probably actually want the other thing. I'm surprised you can go all the way over there right now. This will probably be not helpful since we're going to expand our area doing this. But we'll go here. And I can poke a hole right there. Let that oxygen come up. And then that'll get me more oxalate over there, and it will give me a view of the area over here. Oh, that's never going to get done because that's too narrow. That's fine. Okay. Yeah, so this is insufficient oxygen generation. How much? Let's go ahead and get the algae on here. 10 tons. Okay, I have 10 tons of algae, so we can afford to put up a diffuser for a while. I'm used to, like, the normal playthroughs where you set up the oxygen diffusers, a couple of cycles go by, and you go, where did all my algae go? But 10 tons is a lot of algae that I can play around with. Okay, so the other thing I need to do is I'm going to need to put some insulating block here. This is going to slowly cook us alive. So we will plan to insulating block right across there. And right on down here. Now to get to the point we can do that. Okay, so that's good news that our carbon dioxide pit is in fact getting full of carbon dioxide. The oxygen is building up here. This just doesn't have enough throughput. We'll probably need to get a I'll probably want to get like an air vent pump over here somewhere and like pump all the oxygen up, divert the carbon dioxide down. You know, snails are lovely little people. You want to make them the happiest? The animals in this game are really cool. I don't remember what geyser's underneath there. What are you? A cool salt slush geyser. I do think I actively want to unleash that. Because that should be a really good source of cool air and water. No snails you found? I gotcha. Cool, cool. Alright, so one thing I'm going to probably need to do is carve my way till we can get down there. We can carve that and this, because I need to get this insulating layer in, because you'll notice this is 109 and it gets, this gas releases at almost 200 degrees. And it is slowly heating this area up because there's no abyssalite in this area between our two biomes, so I need to insulate that. Because while we're in the area of like 86 and all that, it is slowly increasing the temperature here, which is going to be a problem. Ooh, what is... So I'm pretty sure carbon dioxide is heavier than chlorine by a fair margin. So if I open that door, we're just going to dump the carbon dioxide down here gradually. And that'll become an issue. But I do want that cold air in here. Okay, so we got whatever the heck it was I was researching a second ago. Insulated pipe. We don't care about the automation stuff quite yet. Don't care about the insulated pipe. The medical isn't urgent, I don't think. We'll get the metal refinery because I know I'll need that. Right, so we got the water sieve. We are going to want that. Right now I'm using our sand and all that over here. Later on I'll be able to take eggshells, I believe, and we'll be able to make filtration medium out of it, if I remember correctly. But in the meantime, we're going to need to start getting this set up where I can process the gross water into good water. So I can go over here and go to refinement. Put down the water sieve. Okay, so how much do I need? So for the, we can actually, let's skip the rock crusher, since apparently we get refined metal from meteors up here. In the way of iron. Let's see how well that does for us. But in the meantime, let's start getting this thing wired up. We're definitely going to need a power plant of some kind for that. But what's going to end up happening here is we're going to get the pump. We need to get the liquid pipe. That's our input. And then we'll need to go over to wherever we're putting our good water. I'm already making it. I was going to say, put our good water down there, something like that would probably have been a good idea. That would be unleashing 130-degree air into our area. It's fine. I could put the water up here. So once they're done with this, it's already got some fresh water in it. We can put the reservoir up here. Pump the good water over there, do that whole bit. And that'll be good for the net. Let's see, so look, you asked whether the fact that CO2 is heavier, would it affect wind patterns? And yes, it will. Oh yeah, sorry, it was heavier than chlorine gas. And I'm pretty sure it is. Okay, and what we can do here is we'll need airflow blocks. You know, CO2 is definitely heavier than oxygen. Yeah. You quickly figure that out playing this game because you have to care a lot about, like, the airflow of things. Okay, so have that there. We can have this where we go down here. We'll start cleaning all that out. We can put the valve there for draining. And that'll be the fresh water. Let's see. Oh, let's see. It's also why that town you lived in near the lake volcano was wiped out. A huge CO2 pocket shot out of the lake and blanketed the town, suffocated everyone almost instantly. Yeah. Well, that's with mining, the thing that was always scary is you could be in there's a lot of times you wouldn't even realize you're suffocating until things get really, really bad, or that you're being exposed to gases that you don't anticipate. Because, like, honestly, it's airflow that's one of the biggest things you worry about in mining and all that. Because you get down in there, and it's not like there's fresh oxygen coming in, so you got to figure out ways to make sure it's in there and all that. Yep, the old canaries in the coal mine. You know, like H2O makes air less dense. Water vapor pulls wind. Gases are heavier than the nitrogen. Yeah. Alright, so we're all working on this. We're dumping lots of material down here. Let's add a priority to sweep. And the reason I'm doing this as a priority to sweep these is because they're going to keep falling farther and farther down. So I want to get them into storage there. Otherwise, what'll happen is materials I need will go way down here, and people climb down here, not reach the material, go back up. When you feel the air is heavy, it's less dense. Well, I have no idea on that regard. I was more just saying, like, with carbon dioxide, is it sinks to the bottom versus oxygen floats up, and then chlorine apparently is in between. And all that, and you had to be careful about, like, in areas like this where you get this pocket of chlorine or carbon dioxide. Alright, this will help with the airflow a little bit. As they're making our reservoir for the water. H2O is less dense than O2. Let's see here. That's fine. I don't really care about those things, so I'll just grab them. Let's see, CO2 isn't too bad in the coal mines. Methane is the scary one. Odorless, tasteless, sits up on the roof and can go boom. Yeah, there's that. There's a lot of things you gotta worry about when, because like you can find a pocket of something that's been down there that you mine and you let out and you don't realize it. Or, you know, where things start getting where you don't realize it. You know, just all sorts of inherent dangers you can get. Yeah, because you have gases that are potentially volatile that you may not be aware of, or some gases you might not realize that you have air that's not particularly breathable, but it's not super obvious all at once until you start having problems. But you know, if you're down there far enough, by the time you realize you're in trouble, you're well past the situation. Also, your bodies detect CO2 when to tell they're suffocating. Any gas that isn't CO2, but is heavier than air, could suffocate you without knowing. That's exactly where I was going with that, Zach. Is there's a lot of gases you can get into that, you know, your body doesn't really give you a response until you start getting, like, lightheaded in other situations. And by the time you reach the point of being symptomatic, you know, you're already in really bad shape. Alright. And we'll go down to here and add plumbing for the pump jack. So you can still get the water bottles. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, you work in coal mines. CO2 makes you in an unusually good mood and tastes like soda in your mouth. So it can be noticeable. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so you're running back and forth trying your best to get that all plugged up. That's not a huge priority, but that's fine. Then they're all working on getting this sorted over here. That's fine, we'll just leave that the way it is. And for right now, we'll disable that building. I want them to empty this reservoir first. But then the goal here is get all this wired up so you can turn gross water into fresh water. Once they've got that wired up, we're going to start flipping this bathroom over to being like a proper bathroom, because then we should have like the whole setup. Is it better put light for algae or not worth it? Honestly, I couldn't really give you a good answer on that one. With the colonies I've been doing the Frosty Planet a lot recently, and the Frosty Planet you can't really use the algae terrariums. You have just a different means of getting oxygen, and it's just been so long since I've done, like, a more standard play like this has been, that I I couldn't really get a figure that out. Yeah, and you're all good with that Gilgamesh. I'm not gonna allow it because I want it to still catch, you know, Dumb and Dumber and all that. But basically saying lack of oxygen, I'm gonna instead say Dumber, saying like, you know, kind of hurts you cognitively when you're getting oxygen depletion. By the time you tell like something's wrong, you're really in a bad state so far as like not able to function cognitively very well. Like you're not thinking straight at that point. Do you like the spaced out DLC? I enjoyed it. I much prefer the original style planets where you have like the one big planet and the smaller other ones versus a bunch of like medium-sized ones. I much prefer having the one big planet and then, you know, you go to the other ones just to fetch a couple resources here and there. Yeah, I don't have a really good place to get a light in here, I don't think. We check our lights, because I have the ceiling light. I could plunk it, like, right on top of that. But, like, I could get an angle that gets all of them if I move my stairs. And as far as the lamp, actually, I mean, if I hadn't built that right there, I could have fit the lamp and that would work. I think it's fine. I'm probably not going to be using these long-term anyways. We'll probably eventually switch out what we're using. But we can worry about that when we get there. Because right now, I'm not sitting on that much CO2. I've got a little bit here in the pocket in there where that water reservoir is going. But mostly, I'm just not getting enough oxygen up here. We did add this up here to help with that. But the problem we're running into is just... Oh, let's get them to prioritize... Let's make that 6. Get them to prioritize recharging that. What is your favorite food and how do you eat it while streaming? I tend to be someone that when people ask, like, what's your favorite, I say it depends on the day of the week and the time of the day and the, like, millions of other factors. But if we're gonna go just, like, kind of an overall thing, I'd probably say something like chicken enchiladas. And usually I try to minimize my eating on stream. Like, what I'll do is if I am going to eat something on stream, I'll usually mute my mic, wait for an ad break, and just try and eat it that way. Something like nachos I probably wouldn't eat during the stream because, you know, a lot of those foods I can get a little bit messy. Like, I wouldn't eat wings if I could help it during stream. Like a lot of the finger foods. I do like those foods. But during the stream, it's a whole thing. But yeah, I usually mute my mic and all that. Sometimes I'll even take down the camera and I'll put up like a little thing that says like Rual is eating. But yeah, I usually wait for ad breaks. Because I do stream for 9 hours at a time, so it is just one of those things that eventually that happens at times. It's just a thing that, like, very, very genuinely can be very uncomfortable for people, you know, watching someone eat or whatever. So it's kind of one of those things, just, you know, being mindful of your audience and all that. Okay, so you've got your next level in ranching. Yeah, it's fine. We'll give them 2 levels in ranching, and then we'll go to the regular farming. Because food we're doing above and beyond what I need. We're doing amazing on food. Right now, it's oxygen, and we are getting chlorine down in here, which isn't great. That's because we have this door up here, and all this chlorine that's being produced by the giant army of critters up here is bleeding down in there, which is no good. But we had to go up here, so that's the whole thing. We're definitely going to need a place to do something with that chlorine. What can we do with the chlorine gas, by the way? So chlorine, we could definitely make it liquid chlorine. And all that. It does get consumed by the megafrons. Is that its only thing they consume? Yeah, so apparently they only need chlorine gas. What is your heat range? Relatively cold. So, what I'm guessing we're going to need to do here is I'm going to need to be able to pump all the chlorine gas into a room to do the Megafron stuff. And that'll be good. So you're going to start getting supplying skill. Who knows, you may have a huge ASMR audience. That's not content I'm interested in making. And also, genuinely, that is not the message I've received from those who have popped in here. Meanwhile, do we have the fireman's pole? Let's get the fireman's pole, because that'll help with the commute times. Because honestly, a lot of us are trying to pick up all this junk we've got down here. Maybe they're viewing while eating at the table and want to feel like fourth wall. No. Like I said, generally speaking, I've had a number of people who have made the commentary that when I do that, they really appreciate that I don't just eat on camera because, you know, it bothers them, that kind of thing. Like, they acknowledge, like, it's their understanding and acknowledge that people gotta eat and whatever. But sitting there watching people eat is just not their bag. Yes, the problem is these consume chlorine, and that's good, but their temperature range is not much. Gotta be a very cold temperature. And right now we've got all the carbon dioxide getting down to this room. I wonder if we just open that door and put these down here. It wouldn't be convenient having to run through there through the radiation and everything, because these are radioactive if you didn't know. Boom. Not super duper radioactive, but radioactive. Enough that having people standing in here processing a bunch of these would probably be bad for them. But then we could have that down there, and then maybe like right above it, we could put, you know, some of those chlorine-eating trees. And that should then allow, you know, we get rid of the carbon dioxide gradually, the chlorine settles, the chlorine-eating trees eat that. We'll figure it out. The big thing is I got a lot of chlorine gas getting in here, and I'm gonna have to do something with it, and that's the question mark. Because I gotta get it cold enough that we can take it to the trees, and I gotta not have it in this room. More than likely, we'll need to set up some air pumping and just shove it into containers. Unless I can find something else for it to be used for. So chlorine gas plus sand is for another plant. We can get a squeaky puffed and now make bleach stone. Not really what we're looking for. That's produced by that. And then liquid chlorine is used to grow gas grass, which I'm not familiar with. It's critter feed, apparently. Yeah, and that requires it to be very cold to liquefy it. Yeah, so it looks like the Megafron is probably my big thing to get rid of it. Misophonia? It's basically the aversion, fear of like people eating. Usually the way it's mostly exhibited is you'll have people who like the sounds of people eating primarily is very uncomfortable for them. Like it is very, very much not a good time. And there's a lot of people who doesn't reach the point of being the phobia level of it, but still not fun. You just think it's rude? Yeah, no, that's the whole thing. Like, there's definitely a balance between everything. Why are you struggling with this food? I've seen this stuff show up all over. Misophonia, not phobia. My apologies, misophonia. But the point is, it's basically an aversion to a lot of sounds. And again, eating is one of the main culprits, kind of thing. Like the smacking of the lips, chewing kind of sounds, that kind of thing. If people want to watch people eat, they can get into mukbang, because that's what that is. Let's see, it triggers similar reactions and perceptions as scratching a slate table does for most people. Yeah, it's really unpleasant. So very understandably, like, that's not a thing we want to do here. Like, there are people who are into streams of watching people eat kind of thing. That does exist. But generally speaking, that's not a large group of the population. A lot more people are more... You'll have a lot of times, if you watch people stream, you'll see quite often that someone will start eating on stream and their viewer count will take a hit as people just don't want to be around for it. Like, if they're just, like, eating onto the mic and all that kind of stuff. It just, there's a lot of people, it's just not something they want to be around for. And that's fair. If that's not their thing, that's not their thing. So I just try and be mindful of what viewers want. That chlorine's a problem. So I keep putting it off because I don't have what I need. So we're still getting our research going. What I need to do is probably get the big gas container, like air-type gas containers. Get those online. We can go ahead and deconstruct that building, get the better battery. That'll help a little bit. Oh, you know what it is? Everything's gridlocking because I've been just going, hey, if you could just pick these up with the sweeping responsibility. And now they're just not getting anything else done, so drop that back down to 5. Okay. That's fine. What we can do here, then, is put the bigger battery. But I need to get, like, actual power generation on. And the only hesitation I have with the actual power generation is I would want to use the smart battery, because otherwise I'll just keep feeding fuel into it and running the generator on full bore the whole time. Whereas if we take the time to get it switched over, then that'll be good. Alright, so we can clear that out. That'll give me access to that plant. And this is making everything cooler. I mean, honestly, could also just pump the chlorine back up here. But yeah, so it's one of those things. I need to pump the chlorine out. We need to pump the oxygen to different places in the base so it's not all being produced or whatever. Pump the CO2 down here. We do have the trees down here as well, but I need to get the chlorine down there. And we do have a cool chlorine geyser. That wouldn't be a bad thing to open up as well to keep this area. Probably put the chlorine trees down here, pump the CO2 out of that space to wherever we need it. Eventually we would just use the thing to scrub it once I got a lot of water coming in. Right now we're just kind of slowly depleting our existing pools. Because that'll give me access to this tree. Yeah, so we're starting to get the oxygen a little bit better up here. Still a bit of a mess. A big part of it's this power situation. I probably need someone who I have dedicated to operating. Did I get your power wired up? I did not. We're also getting... So, the good and bad is we're getting polluted oxygen here, But on the good side, it's mixing with chlorine, which is disinfecting the polluted oxygen. But yeah, so I'm gonna need to start setting up a pump system so we could start pumping the pumping oxygen up, chlorine into storage and all that. Eventually, if we get too much chlorine, we start pumping it out into space and just spacing the chlorine. And that's producing our polluted oxygen. We've got that set up where we can actually harvest the Megafrond over there. Okay. So that's all working good. You're still... How do I not have... I've got these vine things that you want everywhere. How do I not have food for you? My assumption is we're just not harvesting them. Oh, let's not build it there. What I could do is it has room to grow the vines. You can build it there. Vine over here. That gives me access to that one. Same deal here. That'll give me access to that one, and this one's not a good position because I have to go through the Abyssalite and they'll just freeze to death anyways, so... And I don't think they're eating it. Because they should be eating the veggie poppers, because that'll be the highest rating food. Alright, so we got our fireman's pole. We're just going to go right like this. The whole way down and the whole way up. Because that means we'll be able to just move faster. We've got the ladder bed, don't care about it. We've got temp shift plates, we'll deal with that later. Those will be very useful when we need to rapidly heat or cool things. And we got all that. We can go ahead and get this. We should fast forward again. It's just taking a while for stuff to happen. That's going to take us a while. We're going to burn through a lot of materials doing that. Like a lot of materials doing that. And we keep all that going and whatnot. So let's see what we can get going on next here. Research-wise, we are actively working on getting our metal refinery for when we get that. We are starting to burn through our time. We're only used about, what, like an eighth of it? But still, I've got to get up here. I've got to get to where I can get to the vacuum of space. You're getting bigger and more ominous and terrifying. We got to get to this thing. We already have it set as a target. And I will need to give it whatever the appropriate weapons are. My hope is when we pop into these cabinets, I'll get a decent amount of stuff out of that. I don't know if that is the case or not. So I believe that's a NOT gate. Okay. Yeah, so it's figuring out like which switches you have to hit. There's another thing back there, so some combination of switches we hit. Oh, I can just hit them here. Okay, fair enough. So we got what I need to open that door. Okay, so you got your figs, so you're happy again. And you're still making your peat. Alright, well let's, okay. I keep putting this off. Rock Crusher. So the Rock Crusher, what do I need for here? Let me crush stone into various materials. I don't believe the Rock Crusher in its own... It does require power. We're going to start pushing into where we're going to have power management stuff going on here. I'll have to upgrade the cables. Because if we look at our power lines, we'll see that the potential load on this power line is only 65 watts out of 1,000 it can handle. As we start adding more machines on here, it becomes a thing. And it doesn't really care whether you're consuming or producing, that all counts towards load. So, I am going to want this thing over here. And I am going to want to get a smart battery in here. We're going to deprioritize the actual building of this. Meanwhile, let's check on the vents and stuff. There's no vents to either of those. Do either of those put out liquid? No liquid outputs. Because this will let me crush stuff into refined metal inefficiently. So I can make just a little bit of metal. We can make a smart battery here. Get this all wired up using logic circuits and yada yada. And then that'll be this whole thing where I no longer need to jump in the hamster wheel and run. It'll just deal with its stuff. Meanwhile, the plumbing is all wired up. So that when the power goes on, it'll put the polluted water into this. The good water will go over here. And that's all good. Meanwhile, we can start flipping the bathrooms up here. Not flip them fully, but get the first one built and then get the plumbing figured out. We will need to go over here to the plumbing on this side and add a liquid pipe. And what we can probably do is do that there, so it can take water up to the rest of the system. And then if it's backed up, it'd take it elsewhere. Okay, and that's the input on this side. Yes. No. Wait, what? Cancel that. I think I have that backwards. That's out. This is in. So I had the bridge backwards. Okay. Cool. So then we can take this one up and over. All right, and we can go ahead and do this. And this. And that. Now be one too tall. So I'll put a ladder there, then they can reach it. Okay, so that's a whole lot of mess that they'll deal with. Meanwhile, let's look at our research going on. We just finished something. What did we research? We got the metal refinery done. And the mesh tiles. So let's go to research now, and let's see where the air storage containers are. Because that'll let me start pumping air around to get, like, the chlorine out of here till I know what I'm doing with it. And all that. There is the air storage. Let's see, you know basically nothing about Oxygen Not Included other than it's a colony sim and often lumped in. If you like this, then you might like that with RimWorld. Yeah. There's a lot of complexity to it, but it's a whole thing. Are you going to play the new RimWorld DLC? What's out? Yes, it's actually part of the reason I'm not playing tons of RimWorld right now, is I know we're going to be going very hard on RimWorld soon, and so I would rather wait to get, people to the point where they're like, all right, I really need a RimWorld break, once we've been doing the DLC for a while and not well before. Yeah, no, RimWorld's excellent. Critter starvation, I don't know why you're struggling so hard. Like, we seem to be really struggling with the food for that, and it's just, I have the plants everywhere for it. We don't care about the curative tablets or piloting. Of those, I'll take those. Let's see. Let's go to these various vined plants. bump it up just a little in priority. And see if that helps. Let's see, you ordered some food from Whataburger by DoorDash. They delivered it to the empty house next to you and never called or chatted or asked anything. But we're deliberate, and you're very angry at the point where you don't have the right words to express your anger. Yeah, and that's no fun. Didn't you limit the food input? I did. We can try bumping it up. The big problem is it normally defaults to 2,000 kilograms of food, which is a very astronomically large amount of food. Oh yeah, we're not dealing with hatch. We're dealing with those, and they only eat the figs. Because you don't want to sit there and hold 2,000 kilograms of food to literally just all go to the waste. Yeah, so you can see like one whole fig is 1 kilogram. So where I gave it 10 kilograms or whatever it was, or 2 kilograms, it should be a couple. It's fine. We got more food coming in. It'll keep making its peat in there. We stopped ordering delivery years ago when the driver clearly was eating or had eaten your fries. Not to mention the ones you order. Yeah, I haven't had that problem. We don't order food very often outside of, like, you know, pizza delivery. We have in the past. But a lot of times when it comes to food delivery, we'll order pizza or calzone, but otherwise, most of the time, we'll just go out and get it. Even if we're just going to pick it up and bring it back. Just the surcharge on delivery can be so steep. But yeah, no, I haven't had problems. Like, we did a lot of ordering food during the pandemic proper. But, like, we only once or twice had stuff where it was wrong, and it was usually, like, there was something wrong with the order kind of thing, not like some big overarching issue. So, veggie poppers. So let's go here and put those on the list, because I'm curious if I just open it up. That's a lot of food there. Let's don't do that right now. We'll need to get the fridge online. Yeah, the fees were too much, especially for fast food. There was one Chinese place. Yeah, there was a Chinese place that we got delivery on our occasion. We haven't done it in a while. Yeah, no, I don't know what to say, Strider. It sucks. Okay, so we've got all that sorted out. We have the ore scrubber and all that. Desalination will be something we need. Okay, so what we can probably start doing here is, once we get this online, because this is a higher priority, we'll want to get like an air pump going on, and we can get some gas reservoirs. And we'll be able to sit there and start pumping the stuff through. And if it happens to be chlorine, shove it into a big gas reservoir. And that'll go a long way. Meanwhile, we're getting this whole big ladder, or like the fireman's pole and all that, so they go much faster through the area. Yeah, and our peat is going up, which is why I feel comfortable getting the peat burner going. But I'm waiting on other projects to get built. It's just going to take time. Meanwhile, we'll also want to go over here. We'll pipe that in. I'm fully expecting to have to replace this with a power line that can handle more. What about bionic dupes? Yay or nay? You started well and played with bionic. Now you're running out of copper. I found the bionic dupes, while they're like an interesting concept, I didn't end up really enjoying them that much. Like, it's a dupe that instead of like leveling in the old way, you kind of stuff modules in them with pros and cons and all that, and I think that's a cool idea. But then when it comes to like actually playing with them, I found them more of just kind of a nuisance than anything. Like, they're good, I just don't feel like dealing with it. You got DoorDash to refund it? Well, that's good. I'm glad because there's times it's just like genuinely an honest mistake. There's definitely times where, you know, things happen that aren't so honest mistakes and all that. It is what it is. Like I said, for me, we don't do much in the way of deliveries like that, especially not like fast food kind of things. I mean, honestly, these days fast food is just outrageously expensive. Like that, the whole value of fast food back in the day was it was cheap and it was fast. And that was like the entire value prospect, start to finish. But nowadays, like, okay, it's not cheap, it's still fastish, but like, a lot of times you look at the price of going to someplace McDonald's, and I can go to a place I can sit down and have a much better burger, and it be cheaper than going to McDonald's in the first place. And so it's much harder to justify. And I was never much of a fast food person. Like, the only fast food that was kind of my guilty pleasure was like Taco Bell from time to time. I was never much of a fast food burger, because I prefer like the thicker, puffier burgers that, you know, they'll usually use something like cracker or breadcrumb or whatever to give it like a larger volume. So when you go to the fast food, like mashed into a solid patty kind of thing, it's the opposite of what I wanted. Yeah, you know how you are. You're less forgiving of errors in your delivery, even if it's more than you asked for. Yeah. No, I understand. Like, and especially when they're delivering it to the wrong place entirely, so you don't even get it. Obviously, being upset is very justified. You did pay for it after all. But yeah. Yeah, we did lose around the poppers. Okay, so we got that research done. Okay. So what do we want to get going here next? So let's go ahead and unlock the advanced research stuff that we haven't gotten ready for. We're kind of just chilling at the moment, not getting a lot of stuff done. Because I'm waiting for some of these projects to just get going. And a big part of that is I took the time to put this giant fireman's pole in here, because that'll speed things up and down, which is good. And then this will get cold salt water unleashed. Get a gallon of cider. How much fireball should you put in it? 0. Don't ruin your cider. For the record, I'm not a big fan of cinnamon. You can obviously make what choices you want, but I'm not a big fan of cinnamon. I do enjoy me some fresh apple cider. Granted, you don't really get that anywhere that doesn't grow apples. It's not even cinnamon, it's melted red hot flavoring. Regardless. In either way, the amount of fireball I would want in my cider is 0. Okay, so we're carving down here. So that should start letting this oxygen pocket go up to us. Oh, we can go down here. There's more to queue up for harvesting. Don't do the thing where you run back and forth and suffocate because you keep changing your mind. There's not many wrong answers, but that is certainly one of them. Okay, so gained another skill. We can go ahead and get astronomy on your list. And one thing that will also happen is over time, our dupes will get faster and faster running around here, which will go really well for us. Yes, they are working on getting things done. It's just taking time. And we're getting the insulated blocks in place to keep that hot air out of our area, or the hot temperature out of our area. New printables. Okay. We can get a bunch of free omelets, so heck yeah to that. We're definitely going to need, like I said, an athletics person. Just someone who just does nothing but collects and cleans. So we got all the nice trim on all those rooms. These all need to be cleaned up before we worry about anything. Alright. Honestly, if you're going to do that, just go all the way to Abyssalite. Okay, so we got more research done. So that unlocked what we need for that. That's more of the radiation stuff we'll need. So that means we can get the material study terminal, which gives us more research options. I'm not going to focus on it right now. How is our air doing now? So the air is doing genuinely pretty good. We got this is running more often. We're at maximum air pressure. We have been using the algae, but we're doing... I mean, we've actually burned through almost 10% of what we had, so that's not great. But we're working it. We're making it happen. We'll more than likely... Basically, what I'll need to do is I'll probably need to get a water source that is reliable, and then start converting water into oxygen and hydrogen, then using the hydrogen for its needs, the typical. For the moment, I'm just trying to get all this other stuff online. And you need nickel ore. And I'm fearing that a lot of it's just piling up down there, and we're hitting that point that the run up and down is too long, and that they're just dropping stuff down again. I do that almost every colony with having the one big up and down to make it faster, but ultimately it's worth kind of making a little zigzag part way, so when they drop stuff, it just gets caught on the zigzag. Okay, so we've got the input water done. And as soon as they get this valve done, they'll have the output sorted. And then with that, I'll be able to get the laboratories online. We'll need that to have filtration as well. Also slowly getting rid of a lot of the polluted oxygen. A lot already got out. So that is what it is. Are you not powered? You are not. That's definitely going to overload that line. So I'm going to end up having to run the bigger cable. We can deal with that problem when we get there. We're going to need a lot of these Rexes. This critter failed to catch prey. I see. So it only sometimes manages to catch its prey. Interesting. Alright, with that we are now officially pumping out the gross water and making clean water. And then with that, the laboratory here should be all wired up, so let's get rid of the old one. and start switching everything over to the new toilets and all that. I'll leave that there just in case I ever have to repair anything. In the meantime, what I could do is, we already know it's going to be 1, 2, 3. And 1, 2, 3. So I can go here to plumbing. And then this will be the new lavatory. And it'll go sink, sink, and a shower. Now, fortunately, that means that poor person is going to live in that wheel until we get the rest of the stuff set up. But, you know, that's probably fine. They'll get really good at operating stuff. Or not. I don't really care. The point is, stuff's getting done. That's what matters. Okay, so I think we're at the point I'm not even going to bother focusing on exactly what we're getting. I'm just going to run through the list and research everything. Yeah, so that's more the stuff for advancing research. Because I definitely need to get the pump getting this chlorine out of here. They'll gain athletics. Exactly. We are just having them put in their leg day. Getting that cardio in there. Getting their gym time. Let's get over here and have you prioritize that a little bit. So the maximum load we can have on that line right now is 665. Once it hits 1,000, it'll have the risk of overloading, which damages the wire and can potentially destroy it. You feel like you're researching too fast. You're on day 22, and most of the stuff you unlock you don't even know how to use, besides getting rid of poop water and importing clean water and things. That's not unusual. So raw minerals into sand, iron ore into iron, eggshell into lime. Do that forever. You don't really use it for anything else. So nickel ore into nickel. Okay, so we got a ton of iron. Let's tell that to do the 10 times. Raw materials into sand. I have 87 tons of shale. So we could definitely do that at some point. Let's go and add on to the list of things to watch. Sand. Go with that. And when I run out of sand, we can start smashing that. The colony's going good. Slowly but surely. So we're going to go ahead and try and get ourselves what I need for a smart battery. We need 200 kilograms of refined metal. And I'll put that up there. Oh, I need the logistic stuff. So where I chose that, let's ignore all of the things I did up there. And just grab a whole bunch of logistics. Because what I want to do is I want to get the smart battery up here, wire up the logistics to the peat burner. That way the peat burner, when the power gets low, it'll flip on the battery, or it'll flip on the peat burner. And then when the battery gets full, it'll flip off the peat burner. It'll just kind of go on and off as needed. And then all you gotta do is restock it. And with that, we can deprioritize the manual generator. And that'll free people up a lot. Okay. Yeah, they're all getting upset because they're standing in chlorine. So we'll need to get that. That's the big thing to get sorted. Start separating out our stuff to clean up our air. Okay. We got research complete on the first of the automation stuff, which is fine. I don't have refined metal to do it yet. Because that's not adequate to keep it all running. That's fine. They're slowly decreasing the gross water. Okay, so it's time to get rid of that toilet. So then we can go over here and get a proper sink. Food is amazingly well, and do we... Come on, I want a dupe that's just like raw athletics. That's not... None of that is what I wanted. Here, have some water. Like, I don't mind the other stats. I want someone with, like... Who will be a good dupe for just run around the colony carrying stuff. Just to mule stuff around. Yes, we still have veggie poppers. So one veggie popper is 2,000 kcal. Okay, so that's the last one. We'll say make 5 veggie poppers. Meanwhile, how's the temperature looking? So we definitely got a lot of bleed through on the heat from this geyser down here. We are working on insulating it, but we have only gotten so far. But at least it should be mitigating it some. If I can get the rest of this over here, we blocked that. That'll make it way better, and if we can block that side off, even better. We haven't carved through to get to this side yet. Probably should just pop in here and be like, hey, build it. Keep it all moving. Yeah, so it does build up a charge while people are running in it, but with the chlorine here unbreathable, they don't get to work on it super long. Okay, and we can deconstruct you. Switch you to left only. They've almost got this whole thing flipped over to being a proper bathroom. Alright, so what did you get? Another skill in supplying. Okay. So we got more research done in the automation department to get sensors to detect everything. Not super useful right now, but we'll get there. Okay, it looks like you actually caught something. Good for you. Alright, so for this, what we'll probably want to do is shale. And go in here and say, hey, make some sand. Let's actually take that off. I do need to do that eventually. I'm worried I need the refined metal faster, so I can make my batteries. And I'm worried I'll keep prioritizing the sand over it. So until that actually gets properly low, I'm willing to just let it keep being its situation. I mean, it is blasting through that sand from what I'm seeing. To be fair, there's a lot of polluted oxygen. Later on, we'll be able to get down over here. There's a bunch of sand, and there's a bunch of sand down there. Right now, I'm trying to not expand farther. I need to get this online so I'm not running in here on one of my ponds 9/10 of the day. Let's see, so why is the builder working on the new insulation versus stuff to the vent? It's just its ability to get there. Oh, this has been deprioritized. I need the refined metal out of that first. And also, this is one of those things that doesn't seem like as big a deal, but probably very genuinely is a big deal. Because it's one of those ones that'll sneak up on you where it just keeps getting warmer and warmer until everything goes sideways. We've almost got that all closed off. All right. Food has decayed. All right. Okay, and with that, we can go to medicine, sink, deconstruct you, pipes. Do I already have the pipes here? I do not. And with that, they'll get the rest of that laboratory in there, which will make it so that's a room that will get the bonus there. Colony earned the achievement for having a proper bathroom. So that's good news. So we go up here. That's now a washroom instead of just a latrine, so that's as good as that room gets. We will want to go in here as well and add a shower. I can't fit it. We'll ditch these two pieces of trim on the bottom here. Or on the top, I mean. And now you can put a shower in there for people to clean up. And only to the left. And we now got ourselves a fancy bathroom. And that'll have the water cycling where fresh water goes in here. Gross water goes out there. And it'll just keep on cycling through. You like the showers from the morale bonus? That's why I'm building one. Okay, we got all the logic circuit stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and go all the way back up here. And like I said, I'm just gonna grab all the research. Because right now, I just need them to keep getting things processed so we can get that online. Honestly, don't worry about it. Do other things, that's a waste of time. And you're still getting that water out of there, which is good. Is there more water pockets we want to drain? Not really. Yep, so that's one of the things you can do. I should have not skipped that. Basically, there's a dupe inside there. You can knock their door, and if you get them a whole bunch of stuff, then they pop out. I've honestly never been super impressed with it, but it's a thing to work on. We can go check the temperature. We're going to look for kind of stuff where we got going on. So what I'm going to do here real fast is I am probably going to mute my mic. I'm going to eat a little bit of my dinner and all that, like we were talking about earlier. You got to eat at some point, and I try to not eat into the mic and all that stuff. So in the meanwhile, we can watch them continue to work on this slowly, and I will be back in a minute.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen? I'm gonna grab a drink real fast and be right back. Then it looks like I'm probably gonna take this pawn. So don't forget to do !join if you want to have someone named after you. So I'm gonna quickly, while we're in the ad break, grab my drink, be right back, and see you in a few minutes. Well, in a minute. Your friends turned into weird magical cards? Oh, by the way, I'm taking literally every flower here. I know you need those to live, but I mean, look. Mayhaps not be a jerk about it. Okay, I got some. And that's why you hold shift when you hear the noise. Don't you do that. Ooh. Well, I'm amped. Who's amped? It also feels like it caters to that specifically. Yes, that's you. You okay there, boat? I'll just give you a moment to sort yourself out. You nothing's breaking, right? No. All right. I mean, you take your time. When you're ready, you can settle down. It's making terrible noises. I'm not sure how well you can hear it, but it's going crunch, crunch, crunch. Well, at least we did enough damage, it's gonna die. No! No, no, no. What have you done? Why would you punch a warhead? You're alive. It's amazing that you are alive, but you are in fact alive. Literally everything in Storge just got exploded.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing Drongo is doing all the time. It's just my axle underneath the barge, don't worry about it. Alright, and we are back. My apologies about that. I was trying to just finish my dinner. Yeah, so I was looking for someone with high athletics. Machinery is acceptable too, so I'm gonna go ahead and draw this name, because that means they can work on the machine, so while not exactly what I was going for, it will also still alleviate a lot of stuff. So we're gonna go ahead and go, and that'll be Stoka. So, machinery, they are a binge eater if they get upset, so we definitely don't want to do that. And they're also narcoleptic, which does mean they fall asleep randomly, which can be pretty bad if it's badly timed. So immediately going to give them a priority on operating. And we're going to go to their schedule and add a new schedule yet again. Oh, did I already get the whole around the clock time? Oh, never mind. We don't need yet another schedule. Get rid of that one. So we're going to start for the very first time doubling up schedules. So that means you're already good there. Priorities. So Stoka here is going to operate machines. And then when they're not doing that, they'll worry about like tidying things up and that kind of stuff. Oh, do I have another one with... Oh, McLovin also had a level. So yeah, you're going to work on crop tending. And that'll be good. You didn't realize you could get the hats? I did see that they started building this thing, which I found interesting. Because it's a priority 1, so I'm surprised they're getting to that. Because we still don't have the power. But my hope is, with all that going on, we'll be able to get this going. Because I'm kind of going to let that run. Let's check that power line. So we still are actually within the load we can handle. Oh, you just dump polluted water out the bottom. I see. I remembered it had something to do with polluted water. I didn't realize we don't get a pipe, it just dumps it out the floor. So we're going to go ahead and make mesh tile underneath it. We're going to want to mine all of that out as best we can. Which means I'm going to want to go over here, destroy this wall. And I want to mine this out as well. So we're going to have a colossal mess here for a little bit, because this thing's already running, and I kind of do want that power. So I want them to work on getting over here to clean all this up so it can dump down into the reservoir down below. Alright, still not enough for the smart battery. What are you making right now? So you are working on this. Okay, so that's actually perfect that they kind of prioritize that. So if we prioritize this now, they should get it to where that gross liquid goes down in here, and it'll be in good shape. In the meantime, McLovin is trying his absolute best to get that gross water under control. Oh, we don't have research going, so the next research we can do is get that. Cool. And with that, we should be able to get this all under control now. And we're coming up pretty close to a fourth of the time we have to deal with the asteroid. So, you know, that's not great. It's just sitting here getting bigger and more ominous. So we're gonna have to manage to get that going. But I'm trying to get to where we can get our refined metal going relatively quickly. We're just now getting our actual power online. Okay, smart battery. So this we can go to power, cable down, automation. I don't have the materials yet. But then we can plug that in to turn that on and off as needed. This battery will want to depreciate after a while because it leaks power. Okay. Because right now, this is wasting fuel. Is that battery is full? What's your deal? Why is it complaining about the toilet's no good? Toilet should be fine. Yeah, toilets are fine. Don't scare me like that. Alright. Yep, so I just need them to crush a little bit more iron to get all that stuff. How do you set the time on the boomer? You had to restart because you didn't know the prehistoric came with an asteroid. You set to hit after 500 cycles. You'll probably know how to play by then. I mean, 200 cycles is a long time. There we go. We're starting to get them to clean all the gross water up that's building up here. Okay. Cool, so we got all the gross water cleaned up. It's complaining about critter starvation again. Okay, so we want automation wire from there to there. What that should do is when the battery gets pretty full, it'll turn off the generator. When the battery gets low, it'll turn it back on. Since we've got the better one on there, we're going to actually go ahead and deconstruct this battery because it's no longer needed. Because you look at these batteries, they all have an amount of power, like it drains power as it goes. Yeah, so it leaks 2 kilojoules of power per cycle. Whereas this one leaks 400 joules per cycle. So adding an extra battery, it can be a whole big thing. Yeah, no, we already got the smart thing set up. We were just literally waiting for it to kick on. So yeah, since this battery's full, the generator just turned off. And then we should be good on all that. Colony has earned an achievement, probably for using... Yeah, so we're using automation. And we finished some research around more power options that I don't have available, and oil refinery, which I don't have available yet. Okay. Lura plant. Are carnivorous flowers with ribbon-like antlers that detect the presence of airborne creatures within trapping range. Cool. So they capture living creatures. They have a carnivorous diet. So they will eat shine bugs and give amber, or beetles, or whatever. So their output is amber, and their input is like basically anything that's alive. And amber we can use to make resin and fossils. And sand, so that's a renewable source of sand. Good to know. Alright. So yeah, so we've got the heat trapped out of here. So get that going. We did just research something else. I don't see the buildings that we got. Oh, it's stuff for the rocket. Okay. And we have dupe gained a level. So that's going to be hazmat digging. And for the record, I don't think the hats do anything beyond look cool. In case anyone's wondering. There's a frozen fossil of a critter up here. Alright, so we need to make our way up. So we're gonna punch through there. I'm not sure where vacuum starts. Yes, okay. So we're fine, because there's not vacuum behind this tile, so we know we're good. So we can go up to here, we'll make ourselves an airlock up here, and then we make our way over to that. Because we actually can do just about everything we need now for it, but we need to make more going on. Okay, so in the meantime, what is the maximum load on the wire? 905. If we were to add the air pump, what is your power consumption? 240. So unfortunately, if I add that on here, we will need other stuff going on here. It might still be worth doing. How much power do you output? 480 watts. So it's actually not that much. So we could go and put up a gas pump. Now the catch with the gas pump is we would want it to... Let's wait to do that. We would want the gas pump to grab whatever we can air-wise. We would want to filter off all the chlorine to one spot. You know, pump the oxygen up top, pump the carbon dioxide down below, that kind of thing. Because right now the oxygen's really good because we were just burning through algae up here. It's mostly, honestly, just the chlorine that's the problem here. The other problem we're running into now is we're starting to hit maximum air pressure, which is going to shut off a bunch of things. These will still run, but a lot of the other things are going to shut down as the air pressure gets out of control. And that is one of the big negatives about the oxygen diffusers. It will keep pumping out oxygen until the air pressure gets too high. We can get a pip. I think a pip can live in our situation. I think we're actually in the survival range for a pip. Hey, pip buddy. Buddy pal. What is your livable range? Oh, you're right in the Goldilocks zone of comfortable. I do not have anything you are capable of eating. So... that is a goof on my part. Enjoy your... slow starvation, Pip? So, where can we make... So the beauty of the Pip is it'll plant stuff. So I could make myself a park, as well as move some of these into one consolidated space. The question is, where do I want to do that? Okay. Because I could put it someplace like here and let the plants just grow wild. Potentially make it into a park or whatever for the mood bonus, as well as a source of a bunch of food. I think that's might be what we do. This thing probably is going to get demolished, because it's not even that good. I can't demolish it, so never mind. What I gotta remember is which tiles we can actually do this on. So let's go here. Let's tear all that up. That'll be the grow zone. And we can go over here. And then what we could do here is we'll put a storage bin off to one edge. And I will need one of these signs for dropping off animals. And then we can just let them... Carbon skimmers can fix the overpressure. You're not wrong. That's not a terrible idea. That's usually what you end up using later on in the game, definitely, is getting a bunch of carbon skimmers involved. Yeah, so plan is get the pip in here with a bunch of seeds and just letting the pip cut loose. So if we want to get a nature reserve, I need 4 plants, no industrial machines, a park sign, and that's between 32 and 120 tiles. 120 tiles is very big. Okay. So we can also go in here to... I don't remember where the park sign is in here. That's fine, we're not going to use that anytime soon. The furniture? There we go, park sign. Critter. Pipsqueak. Alright, so let's find the pipsqueak. We can wrangle it. And then we're just going to release it back into the wild here and get rid of this. Meanwhile, we're going to go to seeds. And what I want to grow here is those things. Relocate to here. Priority. Don't you also need the butterfly thingy? Oh yeah, no, not for those ones. The butterfly thing needs for the sweet corn. What I'm gonna plant is I'm gonna plant these. Okay, so with that, deconstruct that sign. And we should be getting contents of seeds in here. Because we'll get those planted. Let's see here. So we have... Yep, so with that, we've got a seed in here. Now, problem is I didn't get the ceiling closed in yet. So the pip has immediately escaped. Surprising no one. The pips just being pips and being ungovernable. Yeah, the pips are adorable. So let's try and get this sorted out quickly. So we're going to prioritize that. Because I want to get it in there with the seeds, because it'll plant seeds on its own. This game gives Don't Starve vibes, which you're sure everyone said a million times already. Yeah, it does. That's not by accident. The click on one of the vines, there is not the same as the bulb. Yeah, it doesn't have growth requirements for the pollination. Yeah, no, those don't require the bulbs. They grow faster if you have them, but it's not the same. So we'll wrangle, relocate, do here. Priority 9, do that. Get the pip back in its pen. In the bulb, not the vine? I am viewing the vine. It's not there, buddy. I'm viewing the vine. That was the vine we looked at. It's got the picture of the bulb. Oh no, that does have the node. Why when I click on the vine and I view the vine, does it take me to the node? Oh, even with that, when I click on the vine, it takes me back to the node. So if it does require me, that is poor design. It doesn't say anything about requiring it. And I'm pretty sure I've seen the vine growing without those things. If it does require it, I'll just put like one spot over here for it to be at. Alright, so put the pipsqueak back in its box. The grind grows, but how about the fruit? We don't know. It doesn't let me see. That's the catch. We see the vine here, but just takes me back to the initial one. The fruit it just implies water this, gives me that. And it doesn't tell me anything here, so we have no way of confirming that beyond just letting it go. Yeah, so this does say that it boosts the growth rate. Let's see if we can't find one of the vines. Yeah, no, it definitely doesn't requirement, because we have like up here, we have the fruit and the vine, and there isn't one of those things in here. So yeah, they don't require it. I think it's literally just the cord. They benefit from it. They'll grow faster if you have them. We got more of the automation stuff. Okay, so how are we doing on stuff? So sand, we're out of. Okay, so let's go here, grab you, and do 20 rounds of sand. We also have where I need to make, where is you at? I need 800 kilograms of refined metal. I'll also need petroleum. I have a bad feeling we're eating that asteroid because I have just not prioritized getting to petroleum and all that. Everything is chlorine. Everything is chlorine here. There's chlorine getting everywhere. There's your last research. Because all this is chlorine right now. I've got chlorine down here. And I do not have a great way of getting rid of all that chlorine. So what's going to need to happen is we're going to need to keep going farther down until we can find oil. Okay, meanwhile, new printables are available. Do this. Fertilizer. Ooh. Suit wearing and extremely high athletics. That's probably someone I should not have taken because that is even more of a burden on our system. It's really easy. I forgot to name them. I believe I could still name them. I'm hoping I could still name them. Where did they go? Schedule. Wait, it's KKJ? Wait. That's literally the one from the other colony. That's literally the person we had earlier today that died. Like it was already named correctly for them. What? I'm still gonna re-roll it to be fair, but what? Hang on, there's rules. Let's see, KKJ. The main character of the universe has showed up, apparently. I'm just trying to find them on the map real fast. So I could quickly go and check to rename them. McLovin, KKJ. Yeah, so we'll do this, draw the name, and Moriarty. There we go. And skills, we don't care. Schedule, that's fine. Priorities, and you supply, store, and tidy. We're gonna have you prioritize storing stuff. Alright, so we need to get this bed built so we got space for him. The air is not great. Getting a warning about insufficient oxygen and all that. And what the issue is actually, I have freaking chlorine coming out of my eyeballs. Hi, big meteor. And that's gonna require me to just start pumping air someplace. So that's cold. This is our temperature. We don't want to mix those too badly. Can you just vent the chlorine? Not yet. I haven't reached space, nor do I have an airlock. That definitely would be worth doing, though. If we get our airlock up here, the excess chlorine would be worth just venting into the abyss. I think that has to reach adulthood before it'll plant seeds, if I recall correctly. In the meantime, I just need to get it out of here. Naturally, I assume if nothing is done, the meteor, it's game over. So if I don't do anything with the meteor, all this area in yellow will be destroyed. So all of that will get knocked out of my asteroid. Which is pretty bad. Okay, so let's see. Where do we want to... How do we want to deal with this? All right. So we are going to need to get ourselves a setup. Oh, hey, you. Stop that. Let that do its job. Hey, Silas, how's it going? So what we're probably going to do is put down here somewhere, or somewhere in all of this, a big air storage area. Yep. And thank you so much, Ultrasaurus, for the tier 1 sub. That's 11 months, coming up on 1 year. You've been subbed to the channel, so I really do appreciate that. Can I also get a shout out for Ultrasaurus while we're at it? But yeah, we got our little buddy Rex here. Little carnivorous dino friend. But thank you so much for that sub. And again, check out Ultrasaurus. Been playing some Roadcraft recently. Been playing a whole bunch of other games, including like Scum and a whole bunch of that. Definitely a friend of the channel, all that stuff. Play lots of similar games. Lots of simulation, lots of good time. But yeah, we got our little buddy here, Rex. Sort of raptor-ish, kind of adjacent. But it does eat the living crap out of these dartles. So we got that. Which the dartles are just like little mini T-Rex or mini Triceratops things-ish, with not enough legs. That apparently they fart chlorine, which I believe is authentic to real dinosaurs. I'm pretty sure they fart chlorine instead of methane. It's not really a thing. And then we also got a lum here. It's a little hard to see behind all the junk laying on the floor in his room. But we feed him fruit, and he poops peat. So, you know, that's probably normal. He's also apparently elderly. Chlorine? Yes, chlorine. You know, like the gas that burns your eyes and is very bad for you to breathe in. That is slowly taking over everything. So I'm gonna need to get another dino friend. Oh, we don't have research set. That one I don't care. Alright, so back to what we're doing is chlorine is getting absolutely everywhere, and everybody in the colony hates it, and it's not breathable, and it burns our eyes, and it's terrible because these things are just crapping out mountains of chlorine everywhere, and it's a real problem. So I was trying to decide where I'm going to be pumping a bunch of chlorine gas into storage because I don't actually have something else planned to do with it for right now. So let's go ahead and get a couple of reservoirs here. And we'll go ahead and put some ground underneath that. I can only imagine having a digestive tract based around chlorine cannot be a good time. Here, but lurking while you repaint your nails tonight? Gotcha. Well, you have fun repainting your nails. Okay. So this is the inputs. These are the outputs. So I've done all sorts of different ones. I've done them in series, and I've also done them in, like, just bridging the whole way down. I think I'm just going to bridge the whole way down and be lazy about it, so that is the outputs, which we're not doing anything with, and I need that to be one higher. And these are the inputs. Okay, so what we're going to need here is I am going to go up here and say ventilation, gas filter. That's none of the buttons I needed. Gas filter. And we're going to put right here that if it is chlorine, to just nope heck it the out of here. And this is the output. The output for right now, we're going to go with that's a perfectly acceptable spot to dump out anything we find in here. And then we need to have where we're pumping the air in. So the other line I can't hook up to it because we'll overload it. So what we're probably going to need to do is figure out a place to put some power up here. Actually, we might be fine at this. This is probably not the way I should do this, but I'm going to just plug that in there. And in the meantime, maybe I will do bad ideas and I'll put the gas pump right here. Okay, so that's going up there. That's a CO2 line. And that'll do for right now. So we'll see how that goes. Because what that should do is whatever gas is down here, it should pump it up to here, put it through the vent, and if it's chlorine, it gets pushed in the containers. If it's not chlorine, it just gets dumped out here wherever. We'll want to expand that later and be like, okay, the chlorine goes here, okay, the hydrogen goes there, okay, you know, whatever goes up here. You get the idea. So we can kind of build a buffer of surplus oxygen and carbon dioxide and, you know, put the carbon dioxide down here to our algae farms and whatnot. We're getting alarmingly low on poo water, which is a really weird thing to say. But, you know, that's an okay problem to have. Having a lack of poo water is an acceptable problem. And the reason I figure here is that should be right above the line that I want the carbon dioxide. We also will be getting a lot of chlorine from down below from all these little dinos down here. And that should get this cleared up. And then it'll also mean it'll grab some of this stuff and pump our air up top. Do we have a CO2 pit for our food? I haven't been doing the CO2 pit for our food. It's a really good strategy. It's not one I've put effort into. Because the food is happening at such an aggressive rate, I haven't had a need for it. You saw a lady with a pretty cool peach color on her nails with white tips. I'd see that. Okay, so we need to configure the two unbreathable gases. Chlorine gas is what we're going to be filtering out of that line. And everyone's rubbing their eyes because chlorine burns like the surface of the sun. we had a person gain a skill. So we've got Stoka getting our level in operating. So you can operate things even better. Sorry, electrical engineering is the higher one. You can tell because it's orange, so clearly it's better. Alright, we got more research. We'll grab that. The robo miner and all that, I'm sorry. Let's see. Chlorine is also used widely as a chemical weapon. Terrible stuff. Yeah, I mean, chlorine is bad for everything that lives. But it has purposes there, because like it works really well as a disinfectant. Because everything alive doesn't much care for it. Oh, it's slightly longer wire. So technically we can overload that circuit down there. We certainly don't want to. We're not taking on another dupe right now. We gotta kind of wait and see how things level out. Because we are burning through our algae a bit. Did you set the gas filter? I did. We're waiting for the air pump to be wired up. And then it'll pump the gas up. Goes in the filter and goes through here. This is going to need to be a even higher priority hamster wheel, and we're definitely going to want to get that to not be a hamster wheel when we can. Now, I am trying to remember, what temperature does chlorine turn into liquid? Minus 30 degrees Fahrenheit, so heckin' cold. Because if I can get it cold enough, I can liquefy it. That'll at least make it one less thing I gotta worry about. What are you? A jawbo. Okay. Jawbos are carnivorous aquatic creatures that feed on pacus and produce rust. They pose no danger to duplicants. Okay. They have a huge range of temperatures they can handle, basically everything above freezing until the point of nearly incinerating. And they eat meat and make rust. And we've got some type of sea comb, which is a hyper-efficient photosynthesizer that grows towards light. But what does it actually do? It consumes polluted dirt, and it makes oil. Photo oil. And if photo oil gets too hot, it becomes carbon dioxide and algae. If it gets too cold, it just freezes. And you can make biodiesel out of it using bleach stone and an emulsifier. Huh. So it looks like we'll need to use a emulsifier or a plant pulverizer with it. Huh, okay, that's weird. What else do we have in here? That's a knit larva. Are hostile airborne critters primarily bred as food for carnivorous lura plants to produce amber. Okay, so basically, hold the horses. Apparently, these bugs down here are not my friend. They're basically mosquitoes. Yeah, no, it's except it's a mosquito that kills you. Okay. It is the world's worst mosquito. Gotcha. So, it's a renewable source of a lot of things we want, but also murder mosquito. What is your survival range? Do you... you've got a pretty good survival range so far as comfortable temperatures. Very short life cycle. So we did stop short of mining all the way into that room, because it looks like they're everywhere. I'm imagining the ones... Yeah, so the ones not in the water will suffocate, So it seems like the answer here is wait till this one dies of being elderly, breach in here, murder the offspring, which sounds pretty effed up actually. Murder the offspring. We're doing what everyone's dream is, which is to eradicate mosquito kind. Now, I do need them to feed the fish and all that down here. Did we already figure out what that... Okay, so we don't know what geyser this is. That is a minor volcano. That is what we call a really bad time. Volcanoes are very useful in this game, but they are very approachable. Oh, is that where the oil was? That is. It is a leaky oil fissure. So, I don't know what temperature the stuff is going to come out of the leaky oil fissure. I can actually check that. I don't even need to, like, question it. We can just look. We can go here. So, leaky oil fissure. 620 degrees Fahrenheit is what temperature the crude oil emits from it. Yeah, so it will emit boiling hot oil. I mean, not even boiling hot, scalding hot oil. So, we can get oil. In a somewhat horrifically ironic way, I'm probably going to accidentally kill a whole lot of dinosaurs with oil. That's a thing likely to occur here in a moment. Because I will be putting out scalding hot oil into an enclosed space with dinosaurs. But I need the oil, so you know. Now, the catch we're going to run into, and you notice I deliberately didn't fully expose it. Once I unleash that, it's going to be a rough time. I do need that oil very badly, though. Oh, good. You're starting to get the stuff out of here? Oh, yeah. Look at it just getting that... I'm not even sure. Polluted oxygen and chlorine out of there. Yeah, making that air a lot less green. And slowly filling up our tanks here with chlorine. And research-wise, stuff I don't care about right now. Dinos dying to oil feels weird. I was like in a very uncomfortably sort of ironic way. Yeah, we're going to be dumping oil on dinosaurs. So in the meantime, stop doing that. Don't worry about that right now. I need you to carve in here, and we're going to need to try and manage the oil here. Because there's lots of wheezeworts in here to help with cooling. Wheezeworts, however, are not particularly good at cooling. They'll do some, but they're not particularly great at it. So we are going to want to make like a little pocket room here for it to fill up with oil that shares a wall with this. What is the wheezewort? Yeah, wheezeworts can handle ridiculous temperatures. So we are going to want to go out of our way to try and make things work. Yeah, so you melt at 2.3. So unfortunately, that wheezewort will likely need to be replanted. The other ones are sitting on top of iron ore, so shouldn't need to be messed with. But that one, when that ice melts, it's gonna struggle. But I believe if I put temp shift plates behind here, it will cool stuff down faster. So unfortunately, we are about 25% of the way before the asteroid hits. Because, you know, that ominous asteroid that's bigger every single time we look is coming right for us. So, you know, that is... You always thought it was cool that if you play with plastic dinosaurs, you're using real dinosaurs to make fake ones. You're not wrong. So the geysers and volcanoes in the DLC are dinosaurs. Are we on Earth? Nah, we're on whatever. Like, it's not... They're like their own version of dinosaurs. So we got, like, you know, the Rex here, who is really struggling to catch any prey. Because apparently if it's not weakened or old, it just gets away. Rex is bad man. Needs more practice. Okay. So... we're going to try to do here... These poor dinosaurs and stuff are not gonna... They're about to have a real bad time is what they're about to have. So what we're going to do is we are going to go here and are going to close this area. Make it a big pool for the oil. And actually, let's cancel this part of it real fast. That side we're going to leave exposed. This side I don't actually want to spread the heat out. We want to pocket this in real good on the other side. Because what we're going to try to do is use temp shift plates to take advantage of the Wheeze-warts and deliberately dump heat in and out of here. Which seems like it's going to be a really terrible idea I'm going to almost immediately regret. So we're still doing it, of course. Yeah, so let's go over here to... where are you at? Where are you? We have the temp shift plates, and I'm trying to remember... Did I already get those? Let's check to see if I already grabbed the temp shift plates. That might have been the save we started that things went bad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we already had the temp shift plates. I think they were a prereq for... Yeah, there they are. So temp shift plates. There we go. So temp shift plate. Okay. So what we want to do is we want to get temp shift plates that conduct temperature really well. The iron looks like probably the best we're going to get out of this batch, unfortunately. But the idea would be we put temp shift plates probably here-ish. And it should let me cool down the air rapidly. We'll deal with that in a minute. So the problem is there's no air down here, nor do we have the mask, and that's going to hurt a lot of things. Go ahead and scoop up that liquid brine. New printables available. Choose blueprint. We'll take the stuff that doesn't require stuff. Skills. We'll give you tidying. Me trying to calculate if I got enough sleep. Good morning, Spoopy. Don't worry about what is going on in the colony and how it looks different than it did previously. There's nothing suspicious you need to be worried about. Definitely nobody died, let alone an entire colony. We may have taken a lesson on trying to figure out how this DLC's food works. We're still getting more of the chlorine out of here. Yep. And for those who weren't here earlier, Spoopy's fantastic. Playing some Cyberpunk 2077, definitely someone I recommend checking out. Good times over there. So 100% recommend. Oh, research lacks focus again. There you go. So problem is it's taking them too long to get down here, that they have to run away because they start suffocating. We're trying to get this brine cleaned up because they'll slow down when they wander in it. So it's just taking a while. But we're doing what we can with this. Meanwhile, the chlorine is picking up. We are drowning the whole thing in carbon dioxide. So that's kind of cool. Not really helpful on any respect. How goes the chlorine cleanup? We are continuing to slowly pump chlorine into the different tanks here. And we got polluted oxygen everywhere. There's so much chlorine everywhere. Look at this is all chlorine. It's probably safe to sleep in chlorine, right? Okay. Yeah, so we need 4 wild plants. And for those who don't know, Sherry Kind, another fantastic content creator who definitely recommend. Plays like a lot of RimWorld as well as a bunch of other things, so definitely good times over there. Why is someone starving with 63,000 kcals worth of food laying around? I feel like that's what we call a self-inflicted problem. What are you doing right now down there? So, we might need to murder a bunch of these dartles, because they're the source of all this chlorine, and it does seem like there's more of them than we can reasonably handle with all this. No murder dino? Don't worry about what's going to be happening in this room, Ultra. Don't worry about the fact that I'm about to open an oil geyser that's about 600 degrees Fahrenheit in an enclosed space with dinosaurs. Look, I need oil. It is what it is. We're just trying to reunite the dino with their fallen kin. They've been separated for long periods of time, and we just want the family to be back together again. In horrific, scalding ways. I'm not deliberately trying to kill the dinos here, by the way. I need the oil, and the oil is there. And this is cold, and that is hot, and by their powers combined, the intent is that maybe it won't be so hot. And regrettably, the dinos happen to be living there. But if it makes you feel better, I have more dinos up here that they've saturated the... Dear goodness, what? I mean, you... Okay, this door is off limits. Don't touch the door. The door, stop it. This door is off limits. The dinos are farting out so much chlorine. They have reached a level of saturation of 36.2 kilograms per square whatever a unit is here of chlorine gas. They have literally pressurized this space to ear-rupturing levels with chlorinated farts. Okay. Now I understand why there's chlorine everywhere. I get it. Apparently you don't just fart a little bit. Apparently these dinosaurs are just a geyser of farts that are pure chlorine. Cool, man. I'm being gradually murdered by dinosaur farts. Cubic meters? I don't know. But if we assume whatever the height of dupe is, let's see. Okay, so we got McLovin here. You are gonna get better at farming. Yeah, we assume, like, even if this is, like... Even if this is the size of Ultrasaurus. 36, like, if we take half of an Ultrasaurus and convert that to chlorine gas and manage to squeeze 36 kilograms of chlorine gas into a half of an Ultrasaurus, that is a lot of chlorine gas pressurized in that zone. Yeah, 36 kilograms per cubic meter is terrifying. I know, right? And Ultra's being like, why do I show up here? What did I do to deserve this? For the record, Ultra is absolutely lovely, and you should absolutely go check out Ultrasaurus. You hope colonists died doing something they loved. Ugly crying. So surprisingly, everyone who died in the last colony was very happy at the time they died. So while they did die due to starvation, they were in the best mood they could have been. They were living their best life and starving. But, you know, they were living their best life while they were starving. And we got one adorable little Pip who's not native to this planet. And there's not actually food for it, but it seems to still be alive somehow, which, you know, I'm not sure how that works, but I guess it's surviving by sheer will or something, I don't know. And we're just letting it plant plants here. I was really hoping it would plant the other plants. But, you know, Pips are like cats and they don't care. They just do their own thing. Alright, so Moriarty gained a skill point. So if you get the supplying and then the rocketry, we can get the suit training, and Moriarty actually wants to do the suit training. Yeah, no, it's interesting that is the case. So, to give you an idea of how fast this area is warming up, all the brine is starting to melt in here, which is a little bit of a problem. And eventually a delicious Pipwitch. Exactly. Pipwitches are actually a thing in this game. There's so many dinos. And that thing is just pipe blocked. Are we reaching the point where the air pressure is getting too high, even with us pumping, like, the whole base is just chlorine. The oxygen here is reaching 30% breathability. Or the air is at 30% breathability. We are actively trying to pump desperately, getting the chlorine out of here. Look, dinos, I hate to be the one to do it, but I'm going to need you to be food now, because, dear lord, the Rexes are so bad at killing you, we're running into overpopulation issues. Rexes, why are you so bad at eating the other dinosaurs? Yeah, no, that's, I closed this door. I think we've hit 36 kilogram. Might be saturation where it can't get higher. Did you accidentally break into the room? No, I closed the door. The door is locked. The problem is I have a bunch of them down below, and they're slowly trying to do the same thing on the other side. So we are actively trying to cull the dartle population. Because they're causing an environmental hazard. Clearly their natural predators are not well suited for the environment. Oh good, they're gonna give me mosquito eggs. Instead, I'm gonna get a baby seal that poops oil. Because that weirdly gives me what I want. Actually, wait, you need it to be really cold, don't you? Oh, you're not gonna live very long. Oh no, I'm sorry, you poop ethanol. My apologies, I thought you pooped oil. That said, do you have dupes priority for attacking? Yes. The problem is they keep climbing on the roof and then my dupes can't reach them. We've got it down to just one more. Never mind. Oh, and never mind. The Rex is enjoying my. When I finally, because the Rex has been starving to death. We're not trying to kill Dartles. We're trying to feed Rex, because Rex is so bad at hunting. If it's not an elderly Dartle, it can't catch it, and so it's just really sad. So we decided to just give it a little hand, knock it down, and just help the Rex out. Okay, so we have wiped out all the Dartles down here. Which of course is the food source of the Rex. Different Rex than me, so I'm fine with it. Yeah, obviously we'll later want to be messing with all that stuff. What I don't need to do is open that geyser there. This geyser gives salt water behind here. Right, and that's all the... Oh, I get what's happening. So they're taking all that bleach stone is off-gassing. So they eat this stuff, they drop the bleach stone. The bleach stone actually has a lot of chlorine in there. So we've actually had a problem where we need to just open up space, is what's going on. We just need to open up a large area of space to effectively let the gas we have in here kind of dilute it out so we can lower the air pressure in the area. So we're just going to let our people start mining everything to try and open this area up a little bit. You're not fooling me, Pip. I know if I open that up, you're making a break for it. But we need to just start carving areas open to just give basically more room for everything here so we can start depressurizing the area inside. Because this area up here is getting to, like, almost double the amount of air pressure you want. We need an air purifier? I got one. It's down there. Oh, we've run out of filtration medium. I'll deal with that in a minute. So we'll deal with that. Go ahead and research that. So what we can do here is I need more sand. And we can get more sand by going here and say, what if we took this shale that I've got 117 tons of, make a whole lot of sand. This would make for a good air purifier ad. Yup. Okay, we've got another Dreckle egg was down there, so it's hatched. Because I need to get that chlorine under control. I don't know how I'm dealing with the area above. I think literally what I'm gonna have to do is go up there and just punch a hole into space and just let it happen. Okay, so you probably will want to get strength. So I'm terrified to go in here, because space is right there with our big. Oh, you're getting so big. One good news is if I do fail the whole asteroid thing, honestly, if I were to block this off, that'd actually go okay for me. We would just vent the horrific amounts of chlorine into space. I wonder if it would permanently destroy the frozen fossil and all that. It'd be bad. We would lose a lot of materials. But it would solve our current problem. I don't want it to smash in there because that's all resources I'd love to take and use. I don't see how we go through the 36 kilogram death room of chlorine here. Without everything going wrong. Okay, we got that done. So we're gonna want to go over here. Start peeling that up. That's got food there, so let's go ahead and start peeling this up here. Because I just gotta, just real hard here, I just gotta keep opening this up to dilute the air to keep this running, this gas vent. Do we have a high pressure gas vent yet? No. Okay. We can also make more veggie poppers. Okay. So I've got all these down here sorted, so hopefully as we clear out this chlorine, it won't continue to escalate. Because that's the current problem, is we are just running this pump as hard as we possibly can to grab all the chlorine we can out of here. And it's just everywhere. I'm gonna have to breach that and just punch into space. And it's gonna be a bad time. I just don't see another way, because the moment that door pops open, we are just getting an onflow of chlorine coming down here. And you've already got the pump going absolutely solid, and dumping out oxygen up here, and getting the chlorine out as best it can. Oh, our storage is full. Okay, let's get that sorted. Hey, Ion Titchy, how's it going? On the bright side, it looks like the bedroom's finally not, you know, not 100% just chlorine. That's good news. Also, wow, time is flying. I didn't realize the time it's in. Like, we still got a couple more hours of stream and all that, but I didn't realize we were actually getting, like, 7 hours into stream or anything. Starvation, you have more food than you know what to do with, so please figure it out. On the bright side, we probably don't need to worry about the germs in the bathroom. It's literally seeped in chlorine. Okay. So my hope is, as we're pumping the oxygen up here, is we'll push the chlorine down and we will gradually filter out. Because now that we've got this down here dealt with, and I've got the top sealed, we shouldn't have any new chlorine coming in once all this stone off gases. Oh man, it's bleach stone everywhere. Is there a maximum air pressure this thing can live in? Because I feel like it should have long since exceeded that. Okay, so let's plan to try and get this resolved. So we've got you up here. So I know at least to that far, I don't have to worry about accidentally venting everything into space. Versus that, we 100% know will vent into space. And so the plan here is to get that built up there, pop that door open, and then vent all that chlorine out into space. The problem is I don't have a good way of preventing that chlorine from coming back to get me. But the allowed crow near your windows decided that you should wake up and start working early. At least you got the chance to store up some cool air in your apartment today. Make an airlock area? Well, I'm kind of thinking... So, like, I've got the door here, but this is all open here, so I don't really have a great way of doing that. I mean, there certainly would be some of that. I'm kind of thinking we just deal with it, basically. Which is not the great plan. Okay. And let's see here. They have 1, 2, 3 plants. They should definitely be able to put another one over there, and I've got a plant here that they can plant. Just gotta wait for the pip to do it. Alright. We're waiting for them to continue to construct that, because that's an air problem. We are slowly getting that all sorted out. The good news, that's mostly air up there. No, that can keep getting air pressure. Alright, we're just gonna have to do it. So this might end up killing our place. We're gonna set you to auto. And we're gonna go up here, and this is now priority 9. Get it done. Drop what you're doing and just dig a hole and get that out of here. Hi, asteroid. Let's see. So to get your operating at a higher level, I'm gonna have to take some not operating stuff. That's fine. Because supplying's always a good one. Okay, let's get that open. 'Cause we're going to suffocate in our own little box if we don't get this dealt with. This is a weird thing to have as a big concern. Yep, so their eardrums just ruptured. You can see the chlorine just shoving its way through. That's a problem. I gotta get to where we can vent it into space, though. They're trying. They don't have far to go. They just got that last little bit to go. If they get that... Oh, good. A bunch of sand dropped. Oh, actually, that's really bad. Oh, never mind. I thought I was going to block them from using the door at all. That's okay. Yeah, so the goal is to get all the way up there, we lock that door open, let this all vent out into space, and then once it's mostly vented, we can close the door until it starts to become a problem again, we can open it back up. The downside is our air pressure is just building up and up and up and up in here. So what I might even do is, as the air pressure decreases in here from venting, I might reopen the door to vent some of our own air pressure down from below. I need y'all to go faster. And I know the only way I'm going to do that is by holding that door open. But that's going to try and equalize the pressure, and all the oxygen's going to go up there, and that's going to be even worse. We're still getting the chlorine out of here. We are pumping it out. Those things are ridiculous. Okay, come on. So yeah, so like, that's right, that's what we got going on right now. So like, I'm kind of in this emergency where I'm being killed by chlorine from the Dreckles. So we're trying to mitigate that disaster. Yeah, no, it's getting bigger. They're getting just a couple of blocks each and every time. If we're lucky and we get a little bit more oxygen bleeding up here, they'll be able to just breathe up here versus having to scatter back down to get air. Because your biggest complaint about this game is how hard it is to get the dupes to work on it on the same area instead of doing one thing and then running away. Yeah, I mean, the reason they're running away here is they need supplies like the materials to build that and air. But yeah, no, that's, you end up having to use a lot of priorities, and even then there's only so much that does. And so good news are people are delivering stuff up there, and then we have our one person who can cut through just about everything doing their best. Alright, we're slow close. And how bad have we made it down here? Pretty bad. It's pretty freaking bad, actually. Yeah, so it's 2 or 3 of them. Oh, we got meteor showers popping in. Yeah, the fact that they just get refined metal from the meteor shower. Or some dodge assault vines when you need them. Eat all that chlorine? Yeah. No, unfortunately I haven't seen any. Man, that could be good to have, like, have a plant that consumes a lot of chlorine. They do have a plant in here that consumes chlorine. It's these ones. But the problem is, literally they were producing so much chlorine, they overwhelmed the plant. Because that might be our solution up here, is to build a bunch of those, like, a room up here to try and keep it mitigated.
And downstairs.
Okay, you sleep well.
You sleep well, I love you.
Love you too.
As much as I love you.
I don't know about that. We're almost there. Yeah, so I think, I mean, those plants, about the only thing they do use is chlorine, right? Yeah, they require chlorine gas. They have to be in a cold range. and they give us grain. So I think genuinely what I'm going to need to do is once we get this under control enough, I'm just going to put like planter spot, megafrond, planter spot, megafrond, planter spot, megafrond. Because unfortunately they got to be in a cold temperature. It only goes up to 54 degrees Fahrenheit, and our room is like 88. Mega Bank Pack we don't need. Briar Seeds we don't need. It's fine, whatever. So I gotta get the air pressure down, because I can only handle up to 10k air pressure. So what I'll probably do in the long run is get the Dreckles, or the Dartles, or whatever, into their own space. Let them produce all the chlorine they want. But then have the trees to manage that chlorine. Because I do need the bleach stone for making the biopetroleum. But none of that matters if we die trying to make it happen because we're just being chlorined into oblivion. Building is broken. Okay, so one of the switches got smashed by a meteor, but I don't care, I already did the switch thing. That water's gonna go right on down past her. I think I don't need to worry about it, right? Yeah, we're good. It's all piling out down here, which isn't ideal either. You need water. Oh, I need to turn this on. And now we can deconstruct that. We can mop this up. That's fine. Oh, well, that's not what you want. Hey, could you get on top of this right now? That's gonna damage this once it gets that salt water in there. Huh. Surprisingly, it didn't have a big issue with it. Come on, right there. That's getting so high in air pressure. Alright. That's all green? I know. That's what happens when we have 32 kilograms of compressed chlorine in a room. We're trying to get to where we could vent it off into space. Because once we could do that, we could start getting... It doesn't help that we also have a lot of polluted oxygen. But we're quickly running out of breathability because all of our oxygen production is going offline because the chlorine is just overwhelming everything. We're quickly reaching the point, there's almost little point in us keeping that lower door closed. You're right there, man. Because you're going to mine that sand, and that's going to fall down. I think you got just have 1 or 2 more blocks. And once that happens, you'll be through. There's a little bit of oxygen pocketed up here. It's not quite enough. Because honestly, as dense as the chlorine here is, once we get this vented, I'm probably going to open this door and just do that till the pressure equalizes down to something manageable, and just let our oxygen work overtime. The fire pole is hurting your progress? Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. Because I think that last little bit, it's not needed. Like, it's useful for getting down, but now that we're up this far, it's just such a long way they gotta go, unfortunately. Just individual blocks. You ran up the... Oh, it's because they got up here. They ran out of air and then they dropped the material they needed to build stuff. And so because of that, they had to go all the way back down to get the stuff. So even though they got their air back... We're hitting the end of what they can reach. So the way we can deal with this is they're going to go over here real quick. And we're going to force them to shift over and then climb back up. Yeah, so this way they climb over, they go back up, we have that spot there. And so that way, as they drop things... Ooh, actually, you're making it, aren't you? I can't tell. That way, as they drop things, they'll just drop it on that spot, and they don't have to climb the whole way again and again. Because they're getting up here and then dropping their stuff. No, I think you're gonna make it. Never mind. Ignore all that. It's still a problem, but you are making it. Because now I got this little pocket here. It's literally just those two tiles. And I do need them to build that, but we'll leave it locked to open. Research, that's fine. So good news is the breathability of our area is slowly going up. I don't know why. I think it might genuinely be we're starting to finally deplete the chlorine in the area down below us, which is letting our algae terrariums come back online. Come on, buddy. Okay, so lock that open. 9. Because then you should be able to get those last couple tiles. And the only reason I want that there is so that when we're done draining this down to a reasonable amount, we can close the door again and let it fill up with something else. So much chlorine. And these tanks are still just filling the whole time. Genuinely, it's just pumping chlorine at this point. There's almost nothing but chlorine in there. I always wanted to play it, but you always get overwhelmed when you start to run out of either oxygen or water. Yeah, normally it's not that big a deal. The only reason my oxygen is proving to be a problem right now is with the DLC, we got these new things called dartles. And they poop chlorine. And they can poop a lot of chlorine. Like, they can poop a lot of chlorine. It is not a reasonable amount. But if I can poke a hole into space, we can get rid of it. Alright. So much chlorine literally everywhere. And the pipe is blocked because we have something not chlorine. Yeah, no, usually it's oxygen and water are your first ones. Then temperature. And once you can get past temperature, usually it's not too unmanageable. Okay, so they did clear the stuff off the vent here, but it's hitting overpressure. Yeah, we're getting back to that same problem I mentioned before. Where they're just not getting, they're getting like just in place and then falling down. It looks like you actually got the material in place. We don't need more people. Because they're making progress, it's fine. But they're getting there and then, yeah, they're not getting there. Okay. So, right there, I'm going to build this tile. We're going to make that an emergency just to get done. So we'll do the whole thing where they shimmy up. If you cancel the stairs and just dig, they don't need the materials to poke the hole. That one tile's too high. Oh no, you're right. They can climb on top of the stairs. Right. I'll leave that there for now, but yeah. We can go ahead and cancel these. And just dig. And I'm going to say priority right the heck now. Come on, Stoka. Be the hero the world's looking for. Where are you going and why are you going there? No, it's not blocked. They can go up here. They might be going too slow because of everything. Hey, Crafton, how's it going? It's good to see you. I think it's that switch back and forth is just going too slow. And you see they're dropping the materials there. Alright, well... I was gonna make it worse before it makes it better. But they aren't actually getting up there, so I'm gonna try popping this door to keep it open. That's going to allow that to dump a bunch of chlorine into my main base worse than ever before. But it should allow some of the oxygen to get past. That maybe we get a pocket of air up here. Because the problem is I can't quite get up high enough to do what we need to do. They're getting a good ways there. And then getting low on air. And I can switch this out for ladder. And that'll help. Getting so close, we just can't quite manage. Keep going, keep going. No, don't turn back. You don't need to. Well, don't go into the thing that slows you. Oh, we got one block. We only got one block left to go. You got it, JD. Nope, that's... I need you to make it up there. Come on, I don't care. Just pop this cork. I wish there was a button that'd be like, don't go back, just commit. I know this might be a one-way trip. But I do need you to commit to this. Red alert could force it? I mean, we're on yellow alert. Where is red alert? I don't think I've ever done a red alert that I could think of. Top left. By the speed up. Because I know it's risky. But I'm willing to take that chance. Okay. So with that, we will honestly just leave that door open for the time being. And fight any of the animals that get in here. In the meantime, we're just going to carve through all that to try and lower air pressure. And we are actively venting space. Okay. That's going to take a while to vent. So we're going to do our best to try and manage our air for the moment. Okay, those things will go real far. Yeah, and this one, the atmosphere of our plants have stopped growing and all that. That's understandable. We're just going to mine all of that out. Yeah, so I need one more wild plant planted. And the pip is running back and forth in the storage bin, but not actually planting anything. We got 3 of them, and there's a spot clearly they can go over here. Unless peat isn't eligible. That dirt would be. That might be a thing to test. And those are waiting on pipe block until that air pressure gets low enough. Once that gets sorted, the air will improve immensely. It's just going until the air pressure gets low enough. And we're working on it. It is dumping the air out into space. Bit by bit. It's just plants above block pipe. Plants above block pipe. Shouldn't. What if you put the pump output near space hole? We can. I have to build it up there, and that's going to be kind of a hard thing to pull off. I do ultimately want to put the output in that direction, though. I do ultimately want to go up here somewhere and put the vent out. We'd like to get there. We could probably work on that in the meantime. It'll be a project I don't think they'll get through before this is solved one way or the other. But let's, I don't think they'll get that done anytime soon. Oh, wait, that would be bad. Don't do that. That's real bad. Cancel that. There. That's better. Meteor peeking over the foreground. Yeah, we're running out of time fast, and I'm losing a lot of time trying to de-screw this whole place due to the, dartles. There's no point in me having those. They're all standing on the ceiling, so our people are just gonna go up there. By the time they get there, those things will be gone. You know, we got some people have very high stress. And what is your primary stressors? Yucky lungs, major eye irritation, all that stuff. Yeah, that's none of that's surprising. We're working on it, but until this gets vented, they're just going to be miserable. Sure. Meanwhile, you do have food. And you are staying fresh because it is a sterile environment. Unintentional sterilized environment, just full of chlorine. What happens when the meteor hits? If we look up here, I can turn on this gauge. Everything in this big yellow circle here, all of that gets destroyed. It's a giant, big, gaping hole gets cleared out. Now, do all the materials fall, get permanently destroyed? How that works, that I don't know. Regardless, it's gonna wreck face. And the thing I need to deal with it is that building up there. We'll take care of it. I just gotta get it the materials it needs. Which is mostly refined metal and then like a petroleum product. Okay, so we are slowly bleeding off the pressure because it was 36 and we're down to 20. The problem is inside the base we're at like 5,000 as well. I shouldn't be low on peat, right? Now I got 26 tons of peat. The issue is everywhere in this base is unbreathable. And we're slowly fixing it. It's just gonna take time. And the question is, does something give before we get that sorted? Start murdering them all. Because we can eat them, which is one thing I need. And then another thing that'll help out with is they'll stop making methane, or stop making chlorine, because they'll be dead. The good news is down here, oh man, it's still, oh wait. I know I don't want to kill all of them, but we got like a couple pocketed here and there. But I need to I need to stop the chlorine production any way I can. It's so weird that this is the thing that's driving us to the edge of what we can handle, is just these Dreckles or Dartles or whatever just making mass quantities of chlorine. So I'm killing a bunch of them to get food and to just at least prevent farther intrusion into all this. Okay, it's down to 9.7. Those two up there are probably fine. What about the eggs? So, I don't mind if they start to hatch again. That's okay, because those will be tomorrow chlorine, and I don't want to completely eradicate them, because I am going to need them later. It's just they do seem to be able to really, really get ahead of what the Rexes can do for knocking down their population. And so as a result of it, it just is a thing where they just outproduce everything. So if I can knock down the population a bunch, that should go a long way. And otherwise, keep clearing this up, keep doing our thing. We are just pumping all of the chlorine into storage while venting it out into space. We're honestly not far from needing another tank going on. You don't use infinite storage? No. Stuff like that, to me, it's like very clearly not intended kind of thing. So I see it as an exploit. No judgment if you use it, but for me, I'm going to use stuff like built in the game as an intended thing. Like, you know, like the one I'm on, like the side is like the water gating thing where you use like a water door to make it so air physically can't go through it. That one I'm more mixed on, since sure, there's a certain amount of logic that should be allowed, and also at the same time, there's also, you know, a little cheesy, but that one I usually will consider. Oh, we're hitting the point that some of the chlorine is turning into liquid because of this thing. And if that happens, it'll turn liquid, fall all the way down here, and then turn back into gas. Did I really accidentally do that? I needed that to stay as dirt. How are your dupes breathing? There's lots of pockets of air everywhere. For as bad as it is, there is air regularly throughout it. I just need to vent this out into space to get all of this chlorine out of here. Which we poked the hole. Now it's just a matter of kind of holding on until we get enough of this out of here that our air production can go back online. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so got that cleaned up. You have to decide for yourself your taste for cheese. Some cheese tastes good, too much, or the wrong cheese tastes bad. Yeah, I know exactly. And everyone has a different line of being like, this, you know, this I'm on board with, this is too much, this is uncomfortable, like whatever. I really need progress on getting this all out of here. Like, it's dumping out there. If I can get that second set of tiles knocked out, we can get this spot right here. That'll massively increase the throughput. Oh, we'll probably want to get that one fixed as well. Because until we get that sorted, you'll notice all my crops aren't growing. So we are going to starve to death if I don't get it fixed. In the meantime, we're just pumping the chlorine as aggressively as we can to keep trying to lower this air pressure. Okay. Not using double pump? Seeing as a vent can hold 2 of those output. Though the problem is, like, right now it's fine, but we keep getting a mix of gas that's causing problems. Sorry, not vent, duct? Yeah. Plus, if this is already more than this line can handle for power, we'll just be definitely pushing ourselves over the edge when we hit that. What I need is to, yeah, like, just get those last couple of blocks out of here. You make that twice as wide, and the rate that'll vent will be so much faster. Okay, let's look at... Let's look at that tile. And those 3. That's less stress. Yeah, I mean, they're all in chlorine. There's going to be no managing that stress until I get the chlorine out. Like, that's kind of what I'm accepting is we're in a state right now. Well, the bleach don't float up? Yeah, we're working on it. We've already killed most of the, Just do it. You're gonna die if you don't do it, so just do it. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, that's good enough. But yeah, the bleachstone will, but what we've been doing down here with the bleachstone down below is we've been killing all of the stuff down there. So yeah, there's a bunch of bleachstone down here that is a problem. We also have that door that's pretty much not being opened right now. The big issue is I've got a vent where this is at, it was at 36 kilograms pressurized in here. And I didn't have a way to deal with it, and finally it's like we just have to punch through, because like, it was already connected to our base and everything. We closed the door. It's like, the only way to get rid of it is to space it. And to space it, I gotta get through it. And that's where we're at right now. How to get that pressurized? The dartles. Like, literally just the dartles sitting in there, and them, you know, just pooping. They poop bleachstone. What did you die from? What did you die from? Starvation. Which, we have food. Like, there's food in there. Alright, well, I guess McLovin just chose not to, chose not to live anymore, I guess. Like, don't get me wrong, food's in a bad place, but we're not out yet. Oh, hey, put that at 9. Actually, for all this, honestly, for right now, put that all back to 5 and just go about your day. That should vent pretty effectively. You can physically see the gas moving out of there now. But all that time spent there is going to be a whole thing. In the meantime, Yep. Not sure why you didn't eat. It might have been just a carry over the red alert that you were trying to get down there and just didn't... Oh, I'm willing to bet, because I could see they got sick here. That's probably stress vomiting. I'm willing to bet what happened is you started stress vomiting while starving, and, you know... Did you? Yeah, no, the dartles... The dartles can make an absolutely absurd amount of chlorine. Which we've got them... Hey, there's another one. Yeah, it's these things. This is where all this chlorine came from. Yeah, so good news is all that's still running fine. Meanwhile, we can go up here. Tender brisket. Do forever. So the stress is starting to come down slowly. It was at 99, and it is slowly coming down as this air pressure is starting to reduce. It's still way, way, way too high, but it's getting down to like 3K. And this is actually a meaning, like this isn't even that a terrible amount of air pressure here. There's definitely a lot of it that's way too high, though. Honestly, as low as the air pressure there is, if we go through this door, they will push the chlorine down in here. At least the food is sterile. That it is. Suffocating. Yep. The dupes may be sterile as well. Of a sorts. We'll do that so we can bury people so it doesn't get worse. Yeah, it's going down. Little by little. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's gonna be tough because of food. Because, like, the air thing, we can kind of just wait it out. We're managing to keep enough air to keep from dying. But we're not getting much done because I have to keep running around looking for the pockets of air. And you're just hauling and cleaning stuff, which is fine. That's what you do here. Let's see, can I check what your skills were? Because I can't remember who was who. Oh, McLoving was our farmer. That's bad. Stress vomiting. Well, at least you chose a good place to do it. Okay, and you should clean that spot up. And that spot. Yes, I'm starting to try and... We're going to try and dump everything down the hole here. Because like I said, the air pressure down here is lower than above. So what should happen is it should push the chlorine that's up here down to, you know, equalize the pressure. And then we can close the door for a little while and use it as a way of venting a bit more air pressure. All right. Okay, we're getting a lot of this is getting lower. It's taking time. Is it just my imagination, or did rooms suddenly have O2 in the top layers? Most of them do. Part of it is as the air pressure is going down here, that oxygen that was getting massively compressed, as it's able to expand to get to a better pressure, we're gonna get a little bit more there. Now, one thing is we are getting everyone that's like maximum mood break. Oh, wait, I don't have anyone doing this. Priorities. Someone is gonna have to farm now. Congratulations, Moriarty. It's not what you wanted to do with your life, but it's what you're doing with your life. Because I come to the realization, I've got food here that can be harvested, but I don't have, like, the person who was harvested was the one that died. Come on. There's the door. I doubt they'll get that done before this is over one way or the other. Alright, you take it easy, Luxury. Thank you again for tuning in, all that good stuff. Hey, we actually have one of the plants is able to grow now. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And we're just pumping the chlorine out this whole time. First container's full. Okay, so choose this. There's a bonbon tree. I don't need that now, but that'll be potentially useful. All right. So it's 4 by how big did I make this room? I'm worried we were already exceeding. That's not what I wanted. So 4 by 22 is 88. And the nature preserve can be how big? 120. So we can go bigger than this. So let's learn our lesson from the last time. Let's go over here. And do not put tile floor on the bottom, because that's what got me in the last one. Is just instinctively did that. Nickel ore, peat. So there is peat there. So let's actually take this a tile farther. Just to make sure we can actually make that into a nature preserve. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Because then we can make that into a nature preserve. It'll give us a morale boost, and we can have our people auto-harvest the plants in there. And that'll be good. The air pressure is going down. That's a kilogram per whatever lower. It is lowering, and that was about 7 a bit ago. It's just not lowering fast enough. Okay. Yeah, so getting moments where the pressure's fine for the plants because the oxygen That's a big downside, is a lot of the oxygen can get pushed up there. But we're trying to get this sorted out. It's just all this chlorine is just going to take a hot minute to deal with. Meanwhile, open that up. Open this up. You've already got that queued to open up space. Remove that tile. We're just got all sorts of stuff to try and depressurize. Okay, so it's down to 3K. And it's still spreading down. That is not the way you should have done that. On the bright side, the base is sanitary. I'm looking at the germs here and not seeing a whole lot of germs here. Tiny bit down in the carbon dioxide pool and all that. Could you dig more downwards so the air has more space to escape downwards? I really can't escape downward. I could dig downwards and open it up more to have that. I don't have as good a place to go down here because it's another problem of not having air. Versus if I can punch through and widen out the space, I can, you know, jettison the air out. I've got lots of areas queued to open up. Alright, so that's going down too. It's all starting to properly go down. We just gotta hang on for a little while longer. Those are officially in the range that they can go back to growing. We've lowered that down to they're growing again. The pip has escaped. As it do. I'm curious why you're not hauling that up. Storage unavailable. So skill, supplying, okay. Still got plenty of storage buildings left. Again, right on the fence where that's going to start growing. The good news is this will consume chlorine as well. It's not a lot. And we'll leave that darlet there for right now. I'll probably end up eating it. Okay, so they knocked that out. They'll be able to get some food there. Wrangle, relocate down here. Priority 7, there. I'm not worried. Oh, we don't have a person to wrangle you anymore. That was the person that died. Okay. It's getting up to 2K down there. Getting close to equalized. Okay, that's officially reached the point it's growing again. And the pressures are getting better along here too. It is lowering here, not nearly as fast as I want. Okay, so they did get ourselves some quick fruit up there. Yeah, it's going down. And a lot of this is pretty far grown, too. So once it gets to the air pressure getting back to normal, which not even the air pressure here. Good God, it's a lot of chlorine. It is. Like I said, this room was up to like 36 kilograms per tile because of these... Where are you? These little guys running around. There's like 12 of them in there just massively producing. They reproduce so aggressively. As down here, too, we had way more we could handle. We're trying to get all out of here. But the good news is these things are also absorbing chlorine. Yeah, and that's the other thing, is like we got another chlorine vent down here that's sealed away. The good news is I'm not seeing any more of the bleach stone over here off-gassing. There's a little bit down here that's off-gassing, unfortunately. But it shouldn't be too much more. And I think we've reached the point so far as pushing down here that keeping that door open is going to stop being beneficial. But now we could turn all the chlorine to something useful. I wish. Starvation. That's dead. We'll try and, you know, get food from that. Gotta be cooked. So we have the tough meat, but they're not using it for cooking. I have no idea, Cannon Bait. I haven't looked. All I know is we are hungry, and I'm running out of things I can kill to get food. Wouldn't happen to have a snack for me, would you? They do have a snack for me. Yes, I'm pretty sure we can eat that. Insufficient oxygen generation. Yeah, that doesn't surprise. Do we have smoker tech? Yes, we have the smoker and it's running and everything. Right there. We just don't have enough ingredients for it. Ooh, that came alive there. It's on the fence of being okay. Starting to see some of these plants coming back from the brink. We get just a couple of them going soon, and we could manage the food. Yeah, that's what I don't know. They don't seem to be willing to retrieve that one, and I haven't quite figured out what the deal is. Because there's the tough meat down there, and they can't sweep it, which is fine or whatever. I do have the smoker. I do have the tender brisket set up. And it says I need... Oh, it says I need 6K, and I've got 5K, so it's not big enough. Hey, sorry, Rex. I'm gonna have to kill one of you. I'm getting hungry. I'm gonna start losing people soon if I don't get some more food going on. You thought lumps? I think one of those is a Rex that something happened to it down there. Maybe died of old age. Or it could have been like that, where I killed one Rex, and it immediately killed and ate the other. Yeah, they both give tough meat. I only watched a little bit of people streaming the pre-release and basically gone almost all of that time. Yeah. Well, this is my first time playing this DLC today. Let's get in there. We are not going to be ready for that. I am just barely holding on. The chlorine is slowly... Let me check something. I'd be real upset if this is what I think is going on. See all. Leech. Where? Do you have the bleach stone inside here? Okay, no. There's no bleach stone in storage. Okay. For a moment, I was like, don't you dare have bleach stone sitting inside one of those buildings, killing us slowly or rapidly. Does cook skill speed it up? I have no idea. Okay, that's another 2 kilograms lower. Seeing you just breeze through a crisis like this makes you incorrectly think you can thrive in this game. I wouldn't say we're breezing through it. We are on death's door this whole time with food, and it's not going to get better. Very, very genuinely, we're not going to have things improve anytime soon. Alright, we're going to have to kill another Rex and just hope we can manage to get enough meat. Because, like, we're basically about to starve to death. Pip, I really don't want to eat you, but we are getting to that stage. Had you planted the stuff like you were supposed to in the first place... But, I mean, you are planting a lot of good stuff for me. Like, that's the catch. The pip I can cash in one quick meal. But... once it's done, that's done. I do have someone who's cooking now, right? Yeah, that's you. Make sure that thing's running. That's probably part of it. Yeah, I think this is where everyone's gonna start dying right now. Because we're not getting stuff starting to cook nearly fast enough. We don't really have anything here to eat unreachable food. I wish it would take you to the food that's unreachable, not to the person who wanted the food. You couldn't handle the stress of the chlorine buildup. How's this colony doing? It's not doing great. We are moving in the right direction. It's a question of, do we survive long enough for it to matter? And it's not particularly looking encouraging at the moment. Oh, you're made out of food. I think you double-click that food, it should cycle through locations. Yeah, no, it just hops between the two people. Click on the resource list. But I don't know what food is unreachable. Because none of that is edible. That's cooking ingredients. Yeah, and that just lets me tick and untick. So. Yeah, no, I tried to click on it, and now it's showing. I think it's the thing is, I think they're grabbing it and dropping it, which is causing the thing. And you don't become food if we kill you, so there's no point in that. Yep, you're looking mighty delicious looking. You're gonna be way too late for me to do anything. I really don't want to eat you. Air pressures. Oh, we're hitting the point where they're starting to grow again. I saw 2 or 3 of them popping up a couple of times. I don't think we're going to hold on long enough. We're right at that fence. You're too far up there for me to get and retrieve, so you're just going to tease me. Yeah, because you just need the air pressure to be low enough, and you need it to be oxygen. And so we can watch it like kind of pop up for just a second. So we are starting to get to the point where the chlorine air pressure is getting low enough that the oxygen is starting to shove down enough to reach these. I don't think it'll be in time. I think it's too little too late. But it is surprisingly how close. Where did the pip go? Oh, you're way over there. I mean, the pip has planted lots of stuff for me, so it's kind of the only reason I haven't killed the pip, desperately trying to get one more meal. Because it manages to plant even one more thing to get food from. Yep, there's one. That was fine for a moment. And there's one. That one was at almost fully grown. Luck on the print. That's the reason why I don't want to kill. Dirt and water? Oh, it's literally just the air that's the problem. Mush bars? Yeah, there are mush bars. I could have probably been doing that this whole time. It's fine. Get in there. Nothing more is getting mined between all the people doing stress reactions, desperately trying to get any kind of food and all that. Okay, Stoka finally gave to starving to death. Got food? I like food. It's not food. We're like right here. You can just see them popping up again and again and again. They're just doing a little pop-up. If they could just go just a little bit longer, that'll bring us enough food to go another cycle. Because this is right about to finish and give me like a proper meal for someone. Tender briskets available. Oh, JD was too late for the tender brisket. Convenient for JD to drive right next to the grave location. It's awfully thoughtful of you. And Moriarty has died. And you're just standing there crying, which is not going to help your cause. Lump murder in the farm? The thing we're waiting on is the food. We just got our last thing out. We'll have to get more. Like, they just need to eat the food that's there now. Because it's waiting for me to empty it, and I'm not sure why you're not doing that. Let's just make that your emergency. Empty the thing. It's got food in it. I don't... What are you doing? Eat. Eat. It's 16,000 kcals. Well. And then there was one, but it's one who's fed. So we've got a researcher left. Who, for the time being, we're gonna go to your skill. We're gonna go to your schedule or work priorities. That. Don't worry about the researching right now. For right now, supply, store. Don't worry about digging or farming. You're gonna definitely need operating. Supplying is probably the big one. So, we do technically have one person left who can keep things running. But this is not looking like it's going to go very far. Where are you going right now? Oh, that's how far you have to go for air. Yeah, needless to say, this colony is basically dead. There is technically the possibility I could sit here and wait for the population to rebuild and all that from the printer and all that, but with 80 cycles already, and the looming threat out here, we would not be in time. I don't see a path where I mean, that's not true. I could see a path where we recover, but it would probably be putting in an entire stream of just getting us back to where we were because of having to wait the 5-6 cycles or whatever it is per printing of a dupe. And then either settling on really awful dupes or going extra long. And we haven't even begun that. But yeah, so that is, so the lesson we learned this time is those lizard things up there, murder the crap out of them. Like, genuinely only let, like, one of them live and just murder all of the others. Because, holy hell, do they produce a lot of chlorine. Like, I didn't hit a chlorine geyser. I'm not creating chlorine in this. All of this being under, and keep in mind we're venting out to space this entire time, is these little lizards right here. Those dartles, they just make so much chlorine because they put out bleach stone, and each bleach stone just produces an absolutely obnoxious amount of chlorine. Normally, you don't have much to worry about because you only get little bits of bleach stone here and there. But yeah, that was ridiculous. So I do think the next time when we go and do this, I am just going to go on a murderous rampage and leave like just one or two of them alive. So that they can, one, keep their population from going up. Is it germ-free? It is germ-free. It is a very sanitary place. I mean, other than my freshwater supply. Never mind. We have horrific food poisoning in our stuff. So that's cool. That probably just got contaminated at some point. It's interesting that's having no help to it. But still, that's whatever. You can keep bleachstone underwater to keep it from off-gassing. Yeah, that's probably what you're going to have to do is just do a lot to manage it. That water ain't clean, sir. Yeah, so I think genuinely the way we'd probably manage it is something like this. And do storage bin. And in that storage bin underneath the water, we would go in here and go bleach stone, set it to like maximum priority. I still think we would like kill down all to like 2 of them, and we'd just go through periodically and clean up the bleach stone to get that under control. Because, yeah, this is... Some polluted water into clean water? There is. Okay, oh, you know what? I bet you it was someone stress vomiting that did it. I bet you someone stress vomited close enough it got in there. Because I'm also noticing there's a little bit of brine in there, too. I do not have bleach stone in my storage. That was me demonstrating. But yeah, we don't have bleach stone in there. Actually, take that back. We did get a piece of bleach stone in there. Well, crap. I checked it earlier and there hadn't been bleach stone in it. I must have toggled on while I was checking our things. You can also get those things into a room with water at the bottom and just let them poop into the water supply. That is actually, that's not a bad idea. The big thing I think of what we'd have to do at the beginning though is the moment we go to break through here is, like I said, cull them down to like just 1 or 2 so it doesn't get out of hand. Because the whole thing that caused this is kind of the same idea of when you have like a volcano and you pop it open and then you realize you're in over your head and you close the door and it just keeps escalating. So this became this giant super pressurized area of chlorine. And we had this ladder going into it about halfway up and the door was closed. And like we were up to around here and I was like, we just got to punch through real fast and dump this out because it's a problem. It's still depressurizing. Like, and that's because there's still bleach stone in this room. Because yeah, like that gives you an idea. It pooped out, that's 1 piece of bleach stone that's still got 23.2 kilograms of weight in it. So if we consider one of these tiles is 64, that bleach stone there is the equivalent of about 4. But yeah. So that's the lesson we learned, is just those things make a lot of bleach stone. But like, everything's recovering now, so you can see our farm's back online. We are slowly bleeding off the pressure. This is getting more oxygen rich. It's just, by the time things went, it was kind of too little too late. I do like, this was still always a risk punching through to try and get out. It just didn't pay off. With that said, rather than just sitting here looking at a screen of the dead colony, I don't really have enough time for this stream to really get another run off the ground. So what's going to end up happening here, chat, is we're going to go raid out to find someone else to see what we got going on. If you're watching over on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe because the stream will be ending. So thanks so much for watching over there. But everyone over here on Twitch, I'm going to end just a little bit early because, like I said, we're in that weird spot where starting another run doesn't make sense